And we're live.
Welcome, everyone, to the Black Phillip Insomnia Hour, or two, perhaps three, depending upon if anybody else shows up.
At least
We're here
three.
with Black Phillip Alvarez and Scotty R37. I'm Steven, ransom indeed.
Stephen
Welcome.
Morey.
Ahoy!
Hello, gentlemen.
Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe if you're not. But by the size of the chat, it doesn't look we're with beyond subscription ages.
Ring the bell. Make sure that you
Ring
get
the
notifications
bells.
every time this channel goes live.
Yeah, I'm only 7 away from 100, so I'm not
Woohoo.
gonna be begging. I'm not gonna be begging again, but like it, share it.
Asking, I think we could ask.
Ask nicely. Please hit that like. Please share it. Please sub if you haven't.
Do the right thing, or we'll send a large black goat after your whole family.
Mm-hmm. True story.
True story.
All right. So how you guys doing tonight?
I'm drunk and stoned.
Oh, good.
In that
Friday.
order?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so. Yeah, I think so.
What are you drinking? I mean, Philip's drinking
Beer.
beers. You're drinking beers.
Same as it ever was. Yes, yes.
Lone Star, not a
Lone
sponsor.
Stars. And I am, of course, doing my my coffee as usual. This is my my janky because I can't afford anything else. Coffee
good.
is, doesn't go up the nose; it goes down the throat. But gets there the same way.
Well,
Hey,
luckily it is the fall fair in my town this evening, and so tomorrow morning I'll be able to go out underneath the football bleachers and eat the dirt, and it'll be the equivalent to a full beer.
Nice.
Wow. Is there a big ball game tomorrow? Is that what I'm supposed to assume?
There's a demolition derby, from what I understand.
I haven't been to one of those in years.
Mm-hmm.
We used to
I
have
think
them.
you're
We used to have them at my old stadium, and man, those things get loud.
Well, hi to everyone in the chat. Thanks for being here, lurkers, and I
the
hope that
chat.
everyone has had the opportunity to hit the smash and the like and the bell and the scribes and the buttons and the bells.
Indeed. It looks like we've
And
got
the
sort of a red
Surrey
shirt. We've
on
got
top.
Hothead Studios in the chat. And
Mhm.
Captain Finity, of course.
Captain, of
Chatting
course,
away, almost Hispanic.
Chatting away. Play nice though, please, Captain. That's all I ask. and you can stay all
Sci-Fi
night if
Nation
you want.
was showing off some of his weaponry on air a few minutes ago when I left him. So he may be delayed by his
Sorry, that was loud.
gun and sword collection that he's showing off.
Gun and sword collection. I used to have a whole bunch of swords, but the ex-wife took it into divorce.
Does that include bayonets?
Mhm.
There was a bayonet and there was a machete, both of the same style. They were both the classic Ranger style with the serrated top and large Bowie knife blade on them.
Bowie.
Bowie. David Bowie.
Yes. Yeah, I was actually just on a panel where this one guy was just tearing the movie Avatar to pieces. And then Rebellious Pastry came on and asked with a deep, serious tone in her voice, "Are you guys
There.
talking about that movie with the blue skin people?"
Mm-hmm. The Smurfs.
And I was just like, Rebellious Pastry, did you just ask a color-related question about a native species in a sci-fi movie? She got a good
that's-
giggle out of that.
That's
Well,
good.
Speaking of Rebellious Pastry, congrats to them on reaching 500 subs.
They made it. That's great.
Oh my God, Hothead! Did he really drop that damn thing? This I
Gotta
swear,
use
this
the
is
right
like
pronoun.
a 3-foot hunk of steel that he must have dropped on air. Probably put a damn hole in the floor.
What? He has a machete. Did he be and cut himself? Shit, man. Them things can get sharp
That thing looked pretty damn sharp.
and heavy.
Yes, confirmation. Yes, Stefan, he
Mhm.
did. Yes, the Blue Fairy people. Although they were hairless, weren't they? I mean, for the most
No,
part.
they had hair, like on
On
their
the
head.
top of their head, though, like a regular anthropomorphized.
Mm-hmm.
alien character.
Hmm. But yeah, I don't know where else they may have been furry. I don't know
Well,
if they had
like
pubes.
we saw their pubes, right? It was the only time we've ever seen pubes displayed on in a live action movie, right? I mean, they held them up to camera and connected them to each other.
Well,
didn't they?
yeah.
So, wouldn't that be like an X-rated Avatar at that point?
Yeah, but once you get into like alien physiology, then it tends to be a little bit more abstract, so you get away with the sex more because you don't really know how it works.
I mean, I like it because every time you have sex, it's almost like a menage a trois because you have to have, the spirits with you as well. I mean, they play a big part.
Right.
Well, every time I've had sex with a woman, she said, "Oh God."
Oh, well, there you go. So it's always
So
a
that's
menage
kind
a
of like,
trois.
yeah, exactly. There's always a sense of the metaphysical.
Was there? There was an Avatar porn, Scotty? Black Phillip? Did you ever see this Avatar porn?
Yeah,
No.
I did.
What, a pornographic avatar? Am I missing that? Did I hear that correct?
Stop being so suburban. You don't want to have a
Right.
sex with the Navi?
The Navi. Aren't they like 10 feet tall or something like that?
Yeah,
Indeed.
so
Are we talking about She-Hulk again?
I would totes.
So you ready by this threesome with the She-Hulk and the Navi then, right?
Hey,
That'd be
Captain
cool.
Finity, if you're counting things down, why not make it your friends instead of our listeners? Thanks again. See ya.
Yeah, Captain, do me a solid, in the words of sci-fi last week. Just share it for me, please. I would appreciate that generously.
That's how you can tell I'm drunk. I'm reacting to the chat, and it's not even my channel.
That's all right. I'm reading them, but I don't feel like putting them on the screen. It's that kind of night. Like,
Yeah, fair enough. But
only if they're nice.
well, and exactly, I enjoy the company, and I think that it's fantastic. You know what? If we were just talking to ourselves, we could have a Zoom call. The chat is the reason that we're here. The public interaction is part of the reason that we're here.
Indeed.
Hmm.
And that presence.
I'll give it this one. Okay, I'll put this. Okay, yes, I agree. People are insensitive. I agree.
Yes. Yes, I'm glad you found a mirror.
There was a Avatar porn parody. Don't ask me how I know. Rule 34.
I would certainly like a link, please.
I'm looking it up.
If it's a VR link, double the plus.
Finished the week the only way I know how. All right, there. I shared the chat. Get off my back.
Bingo.
Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ! I've unlocked the Google, and there's like hundreds of Avatar
Do not
porn
Google that
parodies.
shit. Mm-mm.
Share the
I'm
screen
not-
so I can come thrice.
This is ridiculous. Wow, there's a whole bunch of new channels I've never seen before. How about
Oh, don't look. Don't look. Your
Don't-
computer will overheat.
Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. They're full of viruses.
that? Yeah, not a single parody, but hundreds of them.
I'm much more into Gadget from Chippendale's
I think
Rescue
so.
Rangers.
I think Sigourney Weaver is the only one that's actually the same height as a Navi. So
Or
she's like
Beck.
super-
Becky?
She's like
Becca?
She's like super tall, right? Sigourney Weaver.
Becca from Tailspin. I hate to say it. I think I'm. You know what? The more and more I think of it, I prefer non-human species. Like I'm into Vulcans and like half Klingon. God damn you, half Klingon girls.
Half
Yes,
Klingon.
they
man.
are. They are
Hijab
tasty.
porn.
They're sexy,
You-
aggressive, and dominant. I love them.
You get hothead giving us porn, giving us hijab. Was that hijab porn? I can't read it on my tiny screen.
Hijab.
Hijab. I don't know. I don't want to mispronounce anything, but then I'll get canceled.
Infinity, I will-
know what hijab is.
I will be the first person to buy your comic book just so I can trademark all the fucking things that I gave you. You steal my material more than you change your pants.
I buy it out of respect just for Dillard's work. Come on.
Well, no, I'm sorry. You know what? It would be interesting. I would buy it only for Dillard's work. I am feisty and ornery. I'm gonna have to go get my tire iron.
Uh-oh.
Steven,
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Mm.
I have two options.
Join.
Okay, got it. Good.
There's Ashley. That's Ashley's question. That's like the equivalent to the there's Decker the replicant. That's like your version. Like
No.
cigarette or joint.
No, not at all. Because Scotty accepts both answers.
True.
He's really just looking for someone else to roll the dice.
I just want to be with Rachel. That's my jam.
I just want to be with T'Pol. That's my jam. I mean,
Dude.
Watch.
Get into the decontamination chamber with all that gel and start doing massages. It's like Nuru.
That would be enough for me, man. It's like
I'm in.
All right, who's going? T'Pol's going on an away mission. Who would? Oh! Like half the security staff jumps up and down.
I know, right?
As long as I get to spread the gel. Shh! Don't
Spread
say that
the
out loud.
gel. That sounds dirtier than it should.
Spread the gel. I know that does sound kind of dirty. Like put that on my next T-shirt.
See, I have a thing for like very intelligent Victorian demureness. I like a woman that blushes and yet she's intelligent enough to like tear me in half. That's my game. That's what I like. I like that a lot. So
Indeed.
T'Pol,
Just
I
indeed
just want to touch her ears. I just want to make her shiver by touching her ears.
Look who's in the chat. Hi, Sci-Fi.
Uh-oh. He comes in hot. White taco.
Great taco. I'll allow it. He's the only person to call me that. So. Yeah, dink.
And we saw him live on camera. He's quite fit. He doesn't come off as fit the way he acts on camera. He's quite fit in person. I was really surprised.
I thought he looked like Burl Ives from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Look, you hide. You're funny. You're a funny guy. You're a funny guy. So you like to be Tom, Steven.
Well, it's kind of like a crossroads, you know? I want to know for a fact that she would be capable, but I would want her to want me to dominate her, and I would submit to that.
I will say this about this week's She-Hulk. I thought Jan actually finally looked good for once.
Yeah.
I know.
What do you mean for once?
I thought she looked too plain Jane in that. Well, forgive me for saying this, that Nike-looking haircut, but
I liked her hair. I just still
then,
do.
like at the beginning of the episode, she actually looked pretty hot. I'm like, oh, damn, look at Jen looking hot for once.
I think she looks hot all the time.
Hey, son of a red shirt.
There he
Anyway,
is.
Son of a red shirt.
Sorry, I typed in son of a red shit, and it was the autocorrect. I promise.
Is Captain Finity still around for me to abuse, or is he left?
Who
He
knows?
got quiet.
Has he
got
waddled
quiet.
away?
Hold on.
Has
let me
he
check.
quacked back to his pond?
I bet my left nut. He's opening a stream right now.
He might be. I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Little son of a red shirt. This is the
Oh,
same
Finity is still here and very gracious to Sci-Fi for bringing
thing.
the
Yes,
the
Captain Finny's
pizzas.
still here, which I'm actually grateful for. So yes, as long as you're still in the chat, it's fair enough. Fair game.
That's as long as he doesn't bring the paparazzas.
I know, as long as you behave
Weak.
and play nice, yes, you're welcome in the chat. It's fair game.
The paparazzas? That was no.
It was weak. I'm sorry.
It was a good shot, but I'm just saying, like it was kind of it was a brick.
It's because of the impurity of the water in California. That's really
Fair
what
enough.
it is.
I will allow the lead.
I like hotheads laughing at you for your response.
Hothead's good
being
people. That's
dumb.
for sure.
Pizzazz. It's like
Pizza.
piss-ass. Pizzas? I'm hungry for a pizza. I could use a pizza. Pizza.
I don't know.
Look, Captain, you get.
And I'm that's being tame, Hothead. It's
To be fair, there are some times when Captain Finney can be pretty spot on, hilarious. When he's not being,
yeah.
his paparazzazz, Papa John's, Papa.
Pop and
There's
lock?
a lot of chats right now. Hey, slow down, people. I can't keep up.
So, Scotty, I meant to ask you.
Yes.
At what level is your pitchfork at present for Quantum Leap, new Quantum Leap?
Well, it's only been one episode, so it's really sort of horizontal. It's like,
Oh, okay. I thought there had been a second episode. When is the second
no,
episode airing?
Monday.
Okay,
Hmm.
okay.
Should
So
I-
I will
should I
ask
let-
for reaffirmation then.
Should I let sci-fi on or not?
Nah.
Totally up to you, Phil.
You heard it. Nope. Just kidding.
I'd go Finity before I went sci-fi.
What?
Really?
No.
Really?
I don't know. Figure out what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm wasted.
As long as y'all play nice, come on. I mean,
No, I won't. I refuse.
How about Son of a Red Shirt? That would be really fun.
That would be
fair,
better.
Cap.
That'd be really cool.
I did resubscribe to you, Captain. So,
I didn't.
I don't
I
burn
tried
bridges
to.
like that, man.
I tried to get in
won't
touch
take
with
a
you.
number away from
I tried.
somebody, you know.
I tried to get in touch, and then I realized that you had blocked me, which was also hilarious. So thanks for that. That was great.
I have pizzazz. Come on. I'm from
It's
Texas.
nice-
We're
it's nice to have
we're
clarity
born
like
with
that,
pizzazz.
you know?
Come on.
Yeah, exactly. If you ask me to be unblocked, then I will do so, and then you unblock him, and it's like, oh no, you've been blocked, and it's reciprocative.
Oh, well,
And
Captain's
it's like,
still in my chat. If you
"Ah."
want me to come on your channel, you send me a link. Don't send nobody else to send me a link. And I mean that, sincerely. I'm not trying to talk shit. If you want me on your show, send me a link yourself.
Infinity. No, no. I don't agree. I don't think so. And if it is a thing, then good for you guys. It means that sentiment and emotion is as useful as the aisle in a Hallmark card store. You can pick it up, send it, sign it, and throw it away. It means nothing.
Sci-Fi baited me into getting Captain on this week, so now Captain's baiting me to let Sci-Fi on. So I'm like,
Can't
should I
wait.
fall for it or not?
This is going to be great.
Anyhow,
Yeah. I'm
You're gonna
sorry.
have
I'm
to pass.
ornery.
I'm gonna have to pass for now. My apologies.
Well, it's your boat.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Do you have Son of a Red Shirt on Twit?
I think so.
I
He
think
was
I
on
did.
my. I did a spontaneous one last night. He was on my channel last night. So him and Edge of Time, we all did a thing, and it was just I got bored, and so it was like 12:45, and I got bored. I'm like, let me open up a stream, and then
I saw you guys on, and I like my eyes were barely cracking open. I don't know what the hell happened, but the night before, I literally was doing various artwork projects until like 7 a.m. I started around like 9 p.m. and just kept going all night. And then I slept the whole day through till this morning. So
Well, so long you're rested.
I guess it was probably the most sleep I've gotten since like Friday, maybe, or last week or something. I don't know. It's like I don't. My sleep is so erratic these days. I'm still.
I was wide awake. I was wide awake, and so it was like for some reason last night was going by so slow. Like I was watching a couple of movies. I was watching Jill and Scotty's stream, and then I was watching a Demon Knight. Because I just started watching horror movies, to prepare myself for next month. And I was like, man, it's only 12:45. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna open up a stream.
Yeah, and who did you have? You had Edge of Time on there, right?
Edge of Time and Red Shirt. Edge of Time and the Red Shirt came on, and it was a good stream. I didn't expect it to go 3 hours. It was a pretty good stream.
Wow, you went 3 hours. Good for you, man. Get
Yeah.
those
Yeah, I
hours.
saw it.
Friggin'
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
great.
Edge of Time and the Red Shirt. They're giving me some great pointers because I told them about how next one's going to be totally different for me on my channel. There's not going to be any Insomniac hours. It's gonna be
Did either
strictly-
of you run into the alleged YouTube thing that was going on earlier today? I saw tweets about it that like YouTube was crashing, or it was like hanging up, or they weren't allowing live streams, or something like that. What was up with that? Did anybody hear about that?
I have no idea because I did a Plomeek tea time at around, I don't know, 1 o'clock Eastern time, and everything was fine. We went for I was there for about 2.5 hours. I think they went for 3.
What were you talking about? What's going on?
Oh,
I heard
Jill's
something
channel.
about early morning YouTube issues with live streams that there was that people weren't able to live stream, that there was some hangups.
Y'all are making me
Appreciate you
drop the damn
pitching
link
for me there,
again.
Steve.
God,
But I'm not on Twitter. Okay.
I'm so damn gullible.
Are you gullible?
Yeah.
Or are you ingratiating and gracious?
Proof is in the pudding. There.
Well, the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
There's a link in the chat.
Oh my goodness.
Dun. It's a free for all. Welcome
Whoever decides to come on the
to
panel,
the
play
jungle.
nice. No arguing tonight.
My trust is teetering on a fence, Black Phillip. Teetering on a goddamn fence.
I know my balls went up. My balls went up. And oh, fuck this. I'm hiding. Bye, guys.
Let's give the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
My balls went into hiding.
The Ayatollah of rock and rolla. I am Lord
Where's
Humongous.
Sci-Fi? I'm not going to let you on unless Sci-Fi comes on.
Well, no, let him on. Let him on. You put the thing in the thing. You didn't put a proviso to begin with. There was no contract for entry.
Play nice. Or I'll boot you.
Captain, what do you mean tonight, hothead? Hello, Captain. How is your hemorrhoid?
Where's Sci-Fi?
Okay.
You made me. I mean, come on.
Hey, how you doing? Fuck
you
some
doing?
shit.
How you doing? Play nice
Hey.
though. No arguing
Hey,
tonight.
be nice. How you doing?
Good grief, Captain. You must have been hammering those keys. You were like actually spamming the chat. I was watching
like,
you live.
Are your fingers hurting right now? I mean, come on. I've never seen nobody type so fast in my life.
And emojis too. I mean, he was on it. He was freaking on it.
And that's without the keyboard. That's on the iPhone keyboard, just to make
Get
it harder
out
for
of town.
myself.
You were doing that on the iPhone? Get out.
Yep.
You're probably using all 20 digits, right?
I'm
You're probably using all 20 digits, right?
I know, it's like a superpower. The more pumps I get, the more I can
Here's
do
the biggest dink I ever known. Okay, stop talking shit about Sci-Fi. He's on.
Hey, at last, my brother from another mother. Drop and give me 20 Marines.
Fuck the
Hothead says you're angry tonight, Cap. Is that true? Are you angry tonight?
Are you angry? Are you angry?
Angry tonight?
I think
I haven't
Captain's
said
very
anything
angry.
yet.
Yeah, you did. You did. You were very angry tonight, Captain.
I haven't even said anything yet. No, I think I believe Hothead. I believe you're projecting. You're right, Hothead. Are you on drugs?
He's been fairly
negative projection. Once the lack of anger has been proven, then surely the force.
I mean,
must be
I can go
Amber
and do.
Heard in the corner
I can
there.
go and do all of my push-ups.
I assure you, I'm quite relaxed.
Well, he is Hothead Studio, or it is Hothead Studio.
Yeah, I mean, Hothead. I think maybe you calm down, Hothead. No, I think Black Phillip had it figured out. Sociopath over here. No emotion.
True story.
There you go. Calm as fuck. No emotion.
I follow the
showing
path.
your face. What's wrong with
Look at that. Look at that face.
Yeah, he does look like a dink.
Oh, you are thinner than I thought.
Yeah, he's like lean and mean looking, right?
Nice.
Saw a bit of the captain on.
I'm just kidding, Sci-Fi. You know I love you.
Fit fellow.
That's my secret, Hothead. I'm always angry.
Nice.
You're done.
Nice.
Should I say that on camera? Let me say that on camera. Let me do this.
I want a Hulk No Way Home with all
Get
the
her done. Oh, the Hulk. The Hulk.
That would be a great movie for Marvel to do.
I didn't
No
say
Way
the
Home.
comment was like, I thought it was like Hulk. No way.
Ooh wee, how you doing?
Yeah, No Way Home.
No way. No Bones Holmes.
Greener Than Green, it should be called.
I think Kermit the Frog should play the Hulk.
Indeed. Could you imagine?
I'd like to see Miss Piggy twerking.
Can we tell me how to get to Sesame Street?
Wasn't that the cutscene at
Did
the
you
end
like
of one
the
of the
new?
episodes?
Is that true? Sorry, you first.
Wasn't that one of the sequences at the end of one of the episodes? Wasn't that an after credit sequence with Miss Piggy twerking?
Sequence.
Yeah,
yes.
All the ham hocks. All the ham hocks.
Can
you tell me how to get to Ham Hock Street? How to get to Ham Hock Street?
Got the way do beady do do.
Right, I'm back.
I don't know though, chaps. I think the idea of talking animals is a little bit, we're a little bit past that. It's a little bit, I don't know, immature. You know, the old talking animal. That bit is that. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, the camera's not working. Why go in the punchline there, Paul?
Hold on a second.
Darn, your camera's broken.
We're not going to bring on Philip.
Poor Felix.
No, bring on Felix.
We are talking animals, Captain.
That's the only kind of pussy I don't want to see tonight.
Oh, wow. He made a pussy joke.
Was it juicy or did it queef?
That was a pretty juicy joke, if I may say so.
Well, that's pizzazz, folks.
I'm pretty sure Miss Piggy invented twerking.
The queef. She invented the queef.
The queef. This hothead guy's on fire tonight. I should let him on the channel. I should let him on my panel. Unless he's just one of those that just likes to be in the chat.
I'm not on drugs. I'm just drunk. Alcohol.
I'm not on drugs. I'm just drunk.
Put that on my tombstone.
No, I'm not on drugs. I'm just drunk. Fuck the dumb shit.
Fuck the dumb shit. I ain't drunk. I'm just
drunk.
Fuck the dumb shit. I ain't drunk. I'm just somewhat under the affluence of alcohol, officer.
Who would twerk better, Miss Piggy or She-Hulk? I'd watch that.
Oh,
She-Hulk.
Miss Piggy McFarlane.
I knew you would say that, Scotty.
My head, no, officer. My head ain't on fire.
My head ain't on fire. You just say head. My head's not on fire. You just ain't
my head was on fire.
Wi-Fi, you are Wi-Fi. You are adorable. I appreciate that every time that Captain makes a punchline, you are right there to re-announce said punchline. It's adorbs.
Yeah,
I try.
Exactly.
No, you succeed. You succeed.
I try to make it. I try to make it fucking palatable for everybody listening.
Agreed, and I enjoy. Thank you so much for watching.
Fuck the dumb shit.
Fuck the dumb shit. Exactly.
Thank you, everyone in the chat, and thank you to all the lurkers. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
I like hothead.
And Scotty, I gotta say something to you. Thank you for making a phantasmagoria. I'm something with a little bit of pizzazz. So
a little bit of pizzazz. Just a little bit. And
you're welcome.
I think that was just all Turgay. That was Turgay. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying. At least the phantasmagoria has some pizzazz when Scotty's out there.
A bit of pizzazz makes the robot subscribers happy.
Well, yeah, you had Turgay on, so our good friend Turgay. So yeah, he always makes it more fun.
Oh, are we going to talk about Jerry 2000?
Turgay, the most Norwegian man on YouTube.
Turgay, hey.
He's turgid.
Yeah, your shit's a little turgid, ain't it?
I'll be right back.
Hey, now.
With hate things.
You don't know what to talk about.
El Capitan, your shit's a little fucking turgid.
Fuck the dumb shit.
Fuck the dumb shit.
When it comes to Turgay, I draw a line when you talk bad about him.
Well, he's a dink.
We're all a bunch of dinks. That's just the way life is.
I had the pleasure of co-hosting with Black Phillip on the Dillard Show just the other day, remember?
Yes.
You're a special guest on that new segment called Which Guest is the Most Boring?
To be honest, I was just tired. I just wanted to see what his... Because I had just subscribed to him. I just wanted to see how one of his panels was like. I wasn't trying to feed...
Wow, what's that?
Captain, I don't know what kind of cock you're choking on, but I hope it is asphyxiating you properly.
I hope you're choking on your own cock, you dink.
What in the hell? Well,
those have to be the testicles that you are juggling around.
Exactly.
I don't know. I've got Black
Choke on your own balls, bitch.
I've got to get from the Black Guardian where this Captain Commie comes from. I was literally born on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall.
We're going to do it Michigan.
I have no love for communism. Captain Commie, in what way?
Exactly.
Yourself.
We're going to do it Michigan
jerking off a horse. Come on.
Exactly. We're going to do it Michigan style. Choke on your own balls, bitch. What the fuck?
Call me what you like, except a communist.
I didn't call you nothing. I just said choke on your own balls, bitch. What the fuck?
Get your shine box.
Wi-Fi. You shoot from the hip. Wi-Fi. Am I a communist? Am I a commie? Am I a
Yeah,
damn
you
rake?
are. You're a fucking Polak. What the fuck you doing?
They accuse
Didn't
my
I-
granddaddy of being a communist.
Didn't I
damn
say play
retarded.
nice?
So I'm not even kidding, Scotty. They don't know what they're saying right now.
Didn't I say for you gentlemen to play nice?
Yeah, you can say what you like. Don't call me a damn communist. I mean,
Wait a second.
psychopath. Yeah, Nazi.
I
sure,
didn't-
I
mate.
can-
call you
I think I can
communist.
imitate
Fuck
this.
off.
I
Hold on.
didn't call you communist. I called you a Polak, you dink. Get it
What in
right.
the hell?
Exactly. You hear all that? That's all your nutsacks.
That's what the
getting ready
captain's doing. He's just pulling on his
Exactly.
cheek. He's yanking
Exactly.
his cheek.
Margarita for Scotty R37. Margarita for.
Yeah, see all that? That's what you're doing. And you're going to fucking do that inside your own mouth. How you do it.
Ugh.
Yeah. Cap is spraying those soldiers. Just spray those soldiers, Captain. Spray them.
Stop strangling your weasel, bro.
Strangle this.
Oh man.
Strangle this.
Shut
I
up,
think we
weasel.
weren't supposed to talk about talking animals, and meanwhile we've reverted to Yankee.
You know what PETA stands for? PETA stands for people that eat tasty animals. Fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Ha ha.
Thank God, only one more week in September. And they can start getting more serious.
PETA, the preservation for everything. No, fuck off. PETA, people that eat tasty animals.
Speaking of October, Scotty, I'm going to send you a few transcripts of my ideas for next month.
Cool.
I already have a
Thanks.
list of everything I'm
Right
doing.
here.
No, that's a poopy one.
Oh, that's a,
Yeah,
Poopy
that's
big-
poopy one.
there you go. Here you go.
Sci-fi in the background. Nice.
Yeah.
Here,
Honey,
Mrs. Sci-Fi.
All right.
Hi, Mrs. Sci-Fi.
all hard on me. Don't want it.
I don't want it. I don't want it. Fuck you.
I just want to hear you go, you're a dink. No, you're a dink. No, you're a dink.
No, you're a dick.
dink.
No,
you're a
no,
dink.
you're a dick, sir. I surely. No, Stephen, you first. I'm a dink. No, I'm a dink, sir.
Mrs. Dink. Mrs. Dink.
Mr. and Mrs. Dink, will you
Mr. and
please
Mrs. Dink.
dink the hell out of me?
Mrs. Dink.
Do that.
Oh, boy. Black Guardian. Come on now. Don't encourage him.
Did
Say
you
he's
not
gonna
think
go.
I
Do
was
not, don't
He's gonna
encourage
go-
him. Don't encourage
Did
the
you
animals, folks.
seriously think I'm not
He's
gonna
gonna go.
let
He's
that
gonna
fucking
go
kill
on
you?
one of his rants, and that's not what I want on my channel. Play
Philip,
nice,
you know
Black
what? You
Guardian.
know why Scotty's finally gone off camera?
I know
He's
you're
doing
trying
the
to
entire
say
show
the
in the car
back,
pose,
you
isn't
dang.
Like, fuck my Canadian life.
my
I
ass.
fucking-
What's your problem, you son of a bitch?
I love you.
No, you said something about what I was doing off camera. What was that again?
I told you he's been having internet problems the last couple of days.
I haven't. I know. I'm full. I'm ready. I'm rocking. What did you say I was doing there, Cap? What was that?
Are you
Told you
coming
to
for a
play
place
nice.
of curiosity or kind of like?
No, it's just not very often that I get to respond to these comments in person.
I'm trying to get your attention by mentioning your name, so clearly that bit worked. But
It
you
did,
know what I
dude.
said.
But what did you say, you
Well, that's
son of a
the
bitch?
specifics. Scotty, you need to. You know what I mean?
I can only ask you what you said. If you're going to say it again, say it. If not, sit the fuck back down.
I'm not into
But I'm
gaming.
only
Sorry, hothead.
Well, then
I
say
said,
it.
poor Scotty. I was actually commenting. So the irony is, I was not commenting on you, but everything going on around you, trying to empathise with you. Going, Scotty's probably he switched off his camera because he's doing the entire show, Stephen Ransom, in the Picard pose.
I am in the
Right.
Picard pose.
Well, I
That-
gotta show
see,
my
it-
face because
it
this is my
worked.
channel.
So it worked out. I apologize for yelling, Captain.
Hey, what happened to the dink?
I
I
ate
didn't boot
it,
him, I swear.
foreskin and all.
He lived on
I'm
his
gonna
own.
try
I
and be
swear I didn't boot
enlightened
him.
now.
Any gaming news? Yeah, apparently Ming the Merciless is now bisexual on today, which is recognised a bisexual day.
I shined his head with my...
Go get your shine box.
That's the one.
Is he getting his shine
see
box?
what's
Oh,
going on in
Wi-Fi. Did you forget
gaming
your shine?
news.
Oh no, he didn't forget his shine box.
Mrs. Wi-Fi needs her box shown.
I actually liked that title that you made. That was go get your. What was it? That title you did, Captain, a couple days ago.
Who,
go
me?
get your. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Go get your punchline, maybe.
Your Friedenboxen.
Go get your witty ending to this sentence.
Frightening, Flagen,
Yeah, it was like
Ochnen,
Gruben.
Gruben.
It was like, hey, go get your. I don't remember.
Go get your trunk monkey.
It actually made me laugh. It actually made me laugh.
Something that made Black Phillip laugh.
Go get your off-road skis.
I'm being complimentary for once. Come on.
Go get your steam shovel transformer.
Go get your subscription to Cosmopolitan magazine. And
don't forget to like and subscribe. Ring the bell. Open your pants.
Get me to 100 subs.
Get us to 100 subs.
I never quite understood the whole "go get your shine box" comments, because that basically was the precursor to him getting his ass kicked.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was almost a layer in sarcasm, because the thing is, he was like, "Hey, I'm just busting your balls. If I was busting your balls, I'll let you know." And I was thinking, well, the meaning of "bust your balls" in context has switched. Hey, I'm not busting your balls. I'm just busting your balls. You know, Stephen. Hey, I'm just busting your balls. If I was actually busting your balls, I would let you know. Wow, what a complex meta language the Il Cosa Nostra used. Hey, I'm not busting your balls, Scotty. I'm just busting your balls. What?
Right.
Okay.
It's proof that Tommy can't take Tommy, because he was doing the same thing to Henry Hill.
Then that's when he called
When he was a young boy, he played the silver ball. In every town about him, he loved to play them all.
Scotty, did you ever read the book by Nicholas Pileggi?
I don't even know how to read.
Wise guys.
If you check the historical verisimilitude, that did happen in life, but there was, between the insult and the murder, there was a gap of a week.
Looking high, I like this hot-head guy.
Super taboo.
It was not a spur of the moment thing. Don't let him
said
lead
it, not
you.
me. He said it, not me, Cap. I'm only reading the chat, right? Another one else a chat.
The bottom line is, guys, is you don't clip someone from the old country. If you're going to clip a made guy, you're going to fucking get whacked. I mean, the moment that happened, I was like, well, they're going to be fucking dead. Oh, well, hope you know. Do you know what I mean? Joe Pesci, hope you got paid a lot of money.
Hold on a second. This is cultural appropriation, Captain. I'm the only Sicilian on the panel.
Bingo.
Exactly. You don't clip a made guy, Steve Ransom. You don't do it. And if you're not,
and yet
from
you
Sicily,
blocked me.
At least on your mother's side, then you're not going to get made. True or false? True or false?
Yeah, you're not going to get made anything, including spaghetti.
Right. You don't fucking. That's the whole point of being a made. I gave you one rule, Il Cosa Nostra.
There was only one rule.
You don't do it. You don't clip a made guy. That's the whole point of being a made guy, is you're not going to get clipped. The cops can't touch you. The other families can't touch you. That's why it's called being a made guy. It's not called being a schmuck, is it?
But that's what killed Joey in the first place.
What is this, 15 points above the VIG? What am I, a fucking schmuck on wheels?
Well, I'm not a made guy. I have to watch my back.
Well, you're not from the old country.
Steve has kind of made you a made guy, and now I think he's regretting it.
Kind of a made guy. Who is this fucking guy?
I'm not. What? Well, we'll talk. That's something to be discussed later.
Your stream tonight, but that's how. Yeah.
If that's Steve and Ransom, if that's the case, that's a conversation that I have to have with Steve, and also I do have to have a conversation with Steve. So yeah.
I'm just teasing. Breaking up
I know, but he was kind of rude to Jill.
I know, the Jill of all people. Come on. He never rude to Jill.
Oh, you shut your fucking head. Captain, you have no leg to stand on. Go, you get your little skateboard for your no legs.
Are you done? Are you going to bark all day, little doggy, or are you going to
You were naughty for that, Captain. You were naughty.
How dare you?
That was naughty. Naughty.
Oh, no, it's going to be another struggle session. Come on, you need the subs, mate.
No, I mean, come on. Jill, of all people to call
Aren't you Jill? At 4... Captain, aren't you at 400 yet?
Hello, Dave.
What happened? Did people unsubscribe?
Looks like it.
Oh wow! I
my
can't
big-
imagine why you're so
Me, my big
accommodating.
mouth, ruining my own fucking future.
I believe someone has already said that you're your own worst enemy. It's like a
Not like the
Green Day
Phantasmagoria.
song.
Yeah, not like you've ever done that at the Phantasmagoria.
It's no surprise to me.
Yourself,
It's a lit
my
song.
subs, as a
I've
result,
always been
yeah.
aware of the value of spending my tips before I've made them.
Yes, indeed.
Hello, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Isn't that from?
Okay.
Is that a reference for 2001?
No, there are other people named Dave.
Dave.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
Open the bay.
Oh
the
my
pop-up
God,
doors now.
Dave. You're being such a bitch. I can't do that. I'm not opening the pod bay doors.
Is that an okay abbreviation, Dave? I mean,
Hey,
I just
Dave,
kind of rammed it
shorten
out
your
there.
name. I'm not reading all that shit out.
Daisy
Shorten your name, Dave. I'm just going to call you Dave.
Answer
I'm not reading that whole damn shit. There's too many words.
Well, you have to. It's part of the job. It's part of the job when you have a channel, man. You're never going to get to 100 if you can't read.
Makes my head hurt.
Yeah, well, my
Gives
head.
Gives me anxiety. Get anxiety. Loved it. Dave travels through time channel to get a shorter name. Loved it.
Loved it. Loved it. Hey, he made his debut on my channel today.
Dave travels through time channel 2. Man.
Nice.
Yes.
Good old
Are you
Dave
assuming my
travels
gender?
through misgendering
How dare you?
And time.
How dare you assume my gender?
That's right. He's actually a female dwarf. Look at him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all man, lady.
Use the proper pronouns, please.
Right. Scotty becomes a real man when he takes off his glasses.
It's true.
Glasses?
He becomes Clark Kent, right?
Oh, Piggy. Oh, Piggy.
Oh, my God.
See, thank you. See, Hothead sympathizes with me. It's okay, Black. I hate to read long-ass internet names, too. Thank you.
I'll have a
Hothead.
$5 shake, Scotty.
Like, what's that? Hungry's the other guy that has long-ass YouTube name. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man.
Scotty, the friggin' honky comment was absolutely priceless today, by the way. Absolutely priceless.
What's wrong with being a honky?
Nothing at all. It was just so brave and
brave
so
to say
brave
honky.
actually.
That's the most vanilla insult.
Hang on a minute. Where did my punchline echoer go?
You said a punchline?
sorry.
Yeah, you were
Can I
funny.
get on
Tell us
that for a
when.
second?
Where's my wall of sound?
I don't know. Look to your left.
Holy cow, I had like about 4
Is that
times.
my left or your right?
My watch went off, my phone.
I am right. So yeah,
Always.
always.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, excuse you.
That'll give me a 100 right there.
Discombobulating.
Oh
you're
my
beneath
God.
me, and Black Phillip is legitimately to my right, but actually to my left. So
Oh,
It's very
if I'm beneath
confusing.
you, I should put my glasses back on.
Captain's right below me, which means she's in my ass.
I do feel a little uncomfortable being on top.
Yeah, no, I should be more respectful.
All right, you want to switch you? I'll switch you off there.
Yeah, there we go. I feel so much better now. I'm so much more in control beneath.
Hopefully, Scotty's not gassy tonight.
Oh, it was a different captain, different timeline. There you go.
Wait.
Yes, the
Fandom nerd.
What did you
Dave
do
Travel.
tonight, Scotty?
For someone that's desperate for subs, your chat game's a bit weak, if I may say so, as a friend.
They come
You may not.
They come in
Complimenting
so
the host. Good tactic.
they come in so fast. Hail to
Oh,
you.
Stephen, don't be like that.
Dave
I'm not
travels
insulting
through
the
time
host.
channel to hail to you.
I feel
Black
that you
Guardian.
publicly
People say hi to each other.
You
spinning
show
my-
up, you
my
poo on a table in the
brotherly
middle of the room, and then you
You've done
say,
that
"Why are you
enough
mad at
times,
me?
Stephen.
Because I pooed on a table in the middle of the
I feel
room."
that I don't need you. You're like Wormtongue, Stephen Wormtongue,
I
folks.
think
Always
Steven.
casting
I think,
the worst possible aspersions at your motives.
I think Steven Ransom
think
has a
I've
fan.
Ever
I think Steven
lied to
Ransom
you,
has a
Captain.
fan.
I admire you deeply and wish
You
that
sure?
you would stop
sure,
with
Dave?
some of your silly nonsense.
Yay!
Yay,
He's
Dave said I
big,
can just
isn't
call
it?
him Dave. Thank you,
Passive-aggressive.
Dave.
Thanks,
I'm trying to
Dave.
help Philip
I
over
am
here. I'm
passive
just saying it's
aggressive.
good to. We're nothing without the chat. You know that. That's
I'm reading
central.
them. You see me reading them, Cap?
That's
All
why
right,
I'm
then.
saying hello to people in the chat when they arrive. That's
All
why
right,
I
good.
bring them up live on
Defensive
camera.
tone noted.
I wasn't being defensive.
Not you.
No, he was. I think he
Worm
was
tongue
talking
in the
about me.
corner. That's all right. It's
It's
fine. Move on.
indeed.
Move on. See, I'm
Bygone.
reading the chat. Yep. See,
On
Dave,
that's on
Dave,
45 minutes, folks, on the Black Phillip Show.
Dave
on
gave me
100
permission. Just
subs
call him
and
Dave.
beyond.
Thank you, Dave.
With guest starring Scotty R37.
That's me.
That's him.
My Chewbacca. And Steven Ransom. Who's Steven Ransom? What? C3PO?
C3PO, obviously.
Steve.
And I'm
Steve
Ben.
3PO.
You're Grand Moff Tarkin, and you know it.
Well, I don't believe he was ever in the Falcon canonically, but yeah, I'd go with that as a personality all the time, pal.
Hothead says, we are here for you, fellas. Thank you, Hothead.
We shall deal with your rebel
Appreciate your
friends
support.
soon enough. You may fire when you're ready.
Well, Black Phillip, I don't know where your computer and your navigation system learned how to talk, but it has the strangest accent.
Well, it sounds like Leet, L33T.
Leet.
Yeah, wholly canonical.
My accent?
I know, right?
My accent.
Lando
This
wants
is-
to do it with the Falcon.
I can't believe that I have to watch Star Wars and understand that some radical feminist robot is what he's talking to.
I don't
actually,
think that
if you
the
like-
robot was feminist. I think it was just for droid rights, not necessarily,
okay.
not necessarily
Okay.
female
Droids-
droid rights.
Droids have gender.
Nice
Come on.
distinction.
I don't
I'll
think
take-
so. I think that, but it's the first time that I ever heard a droid who liked that thing done to them. So
I always thought C3PO was a bit of a fruit anyway, so.
Well, he makes it canonical. 3PO, Uncle Owen, 12 years.
I don't think that 3PO ever fucked.
They spent
He's a
12
virgin.
years on a
Yeah.
lonely moisture farm. That's canonical. That's
He was the driest biped on the moisture farm.
You said it, buddy.
Yeah.
You said it.
R2D2
But
definitely got a lot of
thank-
poon, though. I guarantee that.
Hell, if you like getting your mind blown, Stephen Wormtongue in the corner there, that recontextualizes the scene on Bespin, Cloud City, Empire Strikes Back. Hello, what have we here? Lando's not talking to Princess Leia. He's like, step aside, bitch. I'm talking to the Falcon. Getting his wanger out, isn't he? His dingus. Getting his dingus out, ready to stick it into the Falcon.
Bringing the fire tonight, man. I heard sex
That's a
robots
flashback
in
I like to
Japan.
see. Hey,
I'm
ha,
giving
there's that
it.
time I got my dingus. Here's a flashback. I got my big
That
dingus.
shit.
Yeah, I was out on Hoth and I got my dingus and I said, hey,
Did you get like 5-year-old swear word toilet paper of the day, and that's why you decided that dingus is your new favorite word?
There's a
You
reference to the
fucking
Hateful
Fisher
Eight.
Price child.
It's a reference to the Hateful
No
Eight.
worries, Black
Just for
Guardian.
you, Scotty. I thought you'd recognise it, pick up on it, perhaps run with it. Hateful Eight, dingus, flashback.
That
Wanna
was
make a
like
link?
fucking 3 weeks ago, yo.
Conceptually,
Wow.
trying to make a
So,
link conceptually in your mind, the dingus flashback.
No, I
Dingus.
don't think about Samuel L. Jackson
you
raping
don't
a
be talking
person.
politics. Oh, Scotty, you've been reading too many of those newspapers up in Washington, D.C.
Oh my God, you have to watch
DC.
something new so you get something else to talk about, my friend. You need new references.
No, I did
You
watch
didn't
something
watch
new,
Kill
but
Bill. You didn't watch Kill Bill.
Yeah,
Bone
did you watch Kill
Tomahawk.
Bill?
There's no unreliable
All the
narrator
time,
in Kill
pal.
Bill.
You were the
What
one
about
who was
the
all about.
300, actually? Well, I'm
Well,
very curious
please,
to see what his
everyone talk at
reaction
once.
was to the
That's much more
300 being
helpful.
a narrative for the entire film. There was
Narrative
a story being told from the beginning.
from the beginning.
Oh,
Two
good.
types
Now
of
you're repeating.
narrator.
Yes, well, I can't believe I'm worm tongue. How did I get to be worm tongue?
It's just a slight. You're not worm tongue.
It's funny. I mean,
Well, I'll give you
Bringing
the
the
evidence.
fire
Like,
tonight.
as Black Phillip knows, I've got to base it on something that actually happened. Otherwise, it's not fair.
Yeah, it has to actually happen, or it's like
Yeah,
invalid.
I'll tell you what. I'll do you a favourite. I'll do the highest possible accolade. I'll clip together out of context footage of things you said, put them together. I'll hang you with your own words.
Oh, like how I lost 25
Right,
views last
right.
week because of you.
you'll hang me with segments out of context.
All the time.
That
pal.
rope doesn't look like it's going to
John.
hold weight, though.
Now the thing is, sir, if I did it without dispassion, it wouldn't be justice.
Oh my goodness! I'm going to talk over you now every time you talk,
You
Captain.
don't
I swear
have
to
to
God,
clip me,
seriously,
Captain,
I can't
'cause I'm not gonna
believe
talk
that
bad
you're being
about
this
you.
way.
On my
Beg
channel.
to come on to insult the entire panel that was actually invited here. It's amazing.
That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about right now. I'm here to be extra friendly to Scotty, and of course, show always great respect to Black Phillip, our host. I mean, look what he did to Wi-Fi. He could go off at any minute. You got to play nice to Black Phillip. He's the host, Stephen. Play the game.
An example of your great respect and admiration is blocking a person, though.
I understand the pain, Scotty,
Shots
but
fired.
I'll reconsider your options if you're a good boy for a week.
Oh, no, I'm not referring to me. I couldn't give a good goddamn about me. I'm referring
you,
to my
Ed.
friend.
I watch your strong black. Thank
You blocked her.
Who blocks Jill?
Like you
Welcome
blocked
to
me
Struggle
for
Sessions
all
on
eternity,
Black
buried
Phillip
at the
Alvarez.
center of a dead planet. Buried alive. Buried alive.
Let's not bring up Jill unless she's not here. So
The Gorn is no mindless creature, you know, Spock. It's a captain of its own ship.
You don't
Jill,
recognize a Rathacon reference, you fucking child.
Wow. I never forget a face, Chekhov, even though you weren't there that day.
He might have been.
I'll be back. Play
Sure.
nice.
Yeah, like he was there for the entire season 4 of Star Trek Cartoonville.
No.
Everyone sounded like Scotty. It's like being Scotty Malkovich, isn't it, on that cartoon?
Okay, so my theory for the animated series is that that's when Chekhov was transferred back to Earth so he could do the Starfleet security, because when he comes back to the Enterprise in Star Trek The Motion Picture, he is the head of security and he is head of tactical. True story. Like, am I wrong?
Please.
Or am I wrong, Chortle McChortleson? Am I wrong?
Well, this has turned into a drama show.
You think? See, you're doing it again, Worms. If you got Tourette's, you don't even know you're doing it.
No, but I wanted to tear out his heart and drop him into a fucking volcano and watch him burn and die just so we knew he was dead. Let's take off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Way to be sure.
I want him dead, his family dead. I want his house burnt to the ground. I want to go there in the middle of the night and piss on his ashes.
Dead.
Aliens and the
Okay,
Untouchables
Mr.
in one
Capone,
statement.
just make sure you pay your taxes.
That's well played, Scotty.
Well played. That was like De Niro was in the room.
I didn't ask.
I remember asking you a gosh darn thing.
Gosh darn you, pussy.
And, Captain, have that. I've got, unless you delete it, which would be unfair, I've got 9 hours of proof about how good we are together when we're actually working together.
And I've got 9 hours of proof of how he will talk shit about a person behind their back.
Oh,
that's true too.
Scottfords, bygones.
Oh, it's bygones when you don't want to pay attention to it. But quite frankly, I may forgive, but I never forget.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing, you got it the wrong way around.
I think I have it exactly correct. Today is a good day to die.
You've all got to die sometimes, Scottford.
No choice, Cap. No choice.
No one gets out of here alive.
Okay, Black Phillip, do you have the ability to show images?
Only boobies.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to tweet an image to you, and I'll let you decide whether or not it should be shown on air.
It better be boobies.
Boobies.
Oh, I think it is boobies, just not breasts.
Oh.
But they are boobies, nonetheless.
Yay!
Let me see now. Give me a second. I'll get there at some
All
point
right.
in time.
All right.
I'm pretty sure I still have
It's
it.
the last train to Clarksville. We'll be waiting at the station. It is turning to 10:30, and we're on the
Off-screen
reservation.
masturbation.
Oh no. Oh, don't be slow. Let's go, go, go. Whoa. Doobie doobie doobie.
You know what? I apologize. I made all this pomp and ceremony, and I've actually deleted it because I hate having negative stuff in anything on my computer. So I must have deleted it. It was this handsome screenshot of Black Phillip on air a couple of weeks ago past Friday, and the captain started a stream saying, well, I told you not to, snub me online, so I'm going to start a stream to go against yours. I think it was something like that, some title along those lines.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time though. Like that's not strange.
I know. Yeah. It was nice to have proof for a few minutes.
There's plenty of proof. He has streams that are on his channel currently that are titled that.
Yep.
Yeah. If you've made the list. If you have your name when it was titles. So.
I think you know what, and I think I am the only one, and I'm honored in a way. Is that I think I'm the only one whose name is a thumbnail. I don't think anyone else got the honor of being like the thumbnail. And I think Scotty R37 is a recent thumbnail, and I don't think anyone else has actually had their name in the thumbnail. And so no such thing as bad advertising or bad publicity. Sorry.
Exactly.
Anyway, you're a cunt.
I gotta get my name in, I gotta get my name in the thumbnail now.
Ad hominem, ad hominem, ad hominem, ad hominem.
You got a question?
I love being drunk. It's great.
Yeah, hot heads asking you a question, Scotty. You can read it.
I will. What does R37 mean? It means that is where my family fortune is in the Toronto International Airport. If you go to the public locker R37 in Terminal 1, you will find $100,000. It's been a clue this entire time.
That is actually the meaning of life, R37. Damn.
Okay.
So
I just sent you a couple of images, Philip. These are the same ones I sent the captain, and if you show them online, he can no longer threaten me openly with these two images.
Oh, are these those comic books that are supposed to be like dirty?
I guess. I
don't know.
I've
heard about
shown
these.
them on Twitter before.
Morally questionable images.
Hold on, I could share this. They're not that bad.
Yeah, no, they're both pretty tame.
Phil knows what bad is. Phil would know.
Yeah, no shit. All right, let me see.
Hentai? Says Hothead.
They're close, Hothead. They're close. Take a look. Let's see.
Is it ladies with penises?
These are illustrations from.
Are there
I
tentacles?
Was, really into my craft. These were some 36 by 18 inch, I think, or 36 by 24 inch.
Is there
illustrations?
An octopus deep throat?
Not really. One is bound, and the other one is prophetic.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of scared.
Well, I am kind of leading it just a little bit.
What do we got here? Oh, that's fine. I've seen this. That's fine. That's cheesecake. Fine. That's cheesecake.
Totally, right? Back in 5, hon.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other one? Is there a dildo?
Nope. This is the prophetic one. This illustration.
You know how to share.
This illustration was drawn July before September 11th.
Now, can I'm not going to zoom in, but can I see her cooch?
You could see that there are some very detailed illustrations.
Camel toe?
No, I'm not really into
zoom in.
The camel.
Like, I feel like I can see her cooch.
We zoom in?
Yeah, no, that's underwear. That's underwear. You have to zoom in, but it is underwear.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And all the tattoos are original, made spontaneously while I was drawing.
All right.
Yeah, that was good practice for me for when I do my October
stream. I didn't zoom in on the tattoos.
Thank you for that, Steven. It actually helped me know how to share now. So.
Oh, cool. Excellent. That's what
So
we're
are
all
those
about
the
here.
morally reprehensible images that I'm supposed to be afraid of?
These are the alleged things that can be held over my head.
Well,
So,
that
so
cooch,
offended.
unless you zoom in, it is underwear.
I did, hothead. Those are mine. Those are both hand drawn by myself. That's a combination of colored markers, colored pencils, and some paint pens with India ink, black ink, rapidographs. Those are done turn of the century.
They gotta have
So
my
they are
ball
now
caps
20 something
faded.
years old. These two illustrations are old enough to drink. Which is insane to even think about. I was 28 when I did them, so God, I'm old.
We're all old.
Nah, not me.
Nuts.
All right.
Friggin'
You still
nuts.
want me to show it? You kind of close it.
No, that's totally cool, man. Thanks for showing them. Appreciate that.
Sure. At least now I know how to share. So
just being a worm tongue, for the captain.
At least now I know how to share now. So thank you for that. What are you jerking off to now, Captain?
Juggle your nuts.
Those might be applause.
That's juggle your nuts.
Spray can applause.
Make sure that you spray the silver paint over your mouth and you say, "Witness me," before you go to Valhalla.
Oh, there was something about that. I had this crazy idea about what that metaphor was actually twisting from the whatchamacallit,
Mad Max.
Gracious, the Mad Max universe, when they spray paint their face with silver and then go super max with themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a silver spoon reference, or I don't know what was I thinking? It was something about that. That it was that it's actually a metaphor for like a lost concept or something. I don't know. My brain exploded one night, and I was like, "Oh my God, I got to write that down." And of course, I never did. So the idea is lost to time.
Like tears in ratting.
Yeah, exactly. Like tears in rattan.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were kidding when you biffed off Wi-Fi. Speaking of Echo in the, did he leave? What? I should know. Should I? Seriously,
I didn't dump him. I swear, he left on his own.
Oh,
I swear.
Damn! What happened?
I don't know. He left.
Yeah,
He was having. I guess he was having a spat with Mrs. Sci-Fi, and he just left. So I muted him because I didn't want you all to hear him arguing. And then after that, he just left. So I swear I didn't boot him.
Shame.
That's their business. That's their business. So.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it was a Mrs. Sci-Fi issue.
Yep.
Well, gentlemen, if I don't go to bed, I'm going to die. So I have to leave now. Thanks, Phil.
All right, Scotty.
I'll see you soon, Steven.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
see you around the
started a
campfires.
little late, so I don't blame you.
Bye, Captain.
No, bye, Scotty. Nice to see you.
Whatevs.
Oh, right when Jill gets here. Come on.
Alrighty.
Oh, no, he'll come back. Wait a minute.
Right when Jill gets here.
Come back, Scotty.
He'll come back. Watch. Yeah. I'll get him to come back. Watch.
Oh, maybe not. Who, Sci-Fi?
No, Scotty.
Oh, yeah, who knows? Hi, Jill. How you doing?
Hi, Jill.
Any questions for the panel, Jill?
Yeah, no, I shot her late tonight, Jill. I apologize. Super late. Like an hour late from my usual start time.
Jill, are you dual chatting? Is there a Doomcock show that you are also in the chats? Yes, of course she is.
You guys do it, of course. Yeah, she always does that. She's like, I dual chat. Like, I watch. We've been behaving tonight, honestly. So, yeah,
That's great.
no drama tonight. So, you know.
Jill is a workaholic. Look at her go.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
So, how was wrestling tonight? Any highlights from your wrestling viewing?
I don't know how familiar you are with it, but yeah, it's pretty good. You know, with the WWE side, you know, it is what it is. You know, I mean, I'm like, how familiar are you with it? How far have you kept up?
I mean,
Did you
I'm
watch
familiar
it?
enough. They're gigantic men throwing each other around a roped ring. I mean, you know,
in their underwear.
Yeah, you know,
as they say, I get
in
made
their
fun
hot
of all
pants.
the time in their hot pants. You get your shine box. I don't know. They use just the usual. I mean, you could, the way I see it. I mean, you could go years and years without watching wrestling, and we start watching it again, and then like nothing has ever changed.
Yeah, I'll bet you could roll back the clock. You could probably go back to the mid 1950s and be like, I understand this game completely. I mean, more than even they understand this game because you're coming from the future. But I bet you it's exactly the same as it was back in the 50s.
Well, no, it's actually changing a lot recently because I don't know if you heard, but Vince McMahon, who used to be the big owner of WWE, he recently retired, and so his son-in-law, known as Triple H, real name is Paul Levesque. He's taken over the company. And so he's in charge of all the creative stuff now. So he's bringing back all kinds of, you know, the more old school methods. You know, he's making it more fun, making the matches more appealing, more. They're not as dated as they used to be. They're more exciting. They're more about storytelling.
Well, that's good. And you told me that there's a new wrestling channel as well, a new wrestling group as well. That's a little more adult, a little more edgy.
Oh yeah, AEW, All Elite Wrestling. I don't know if you watched. Well, if you watched Ashley's stream, I had that AEW shirt. Yeah, it's All Elite Wrestling. Yeah, like I say, it's kind of like the way the WWE was back in the day during the Attitude Era. Like allows more violence, allows more blood, allows more swearing. Not too much, but.
Well, they got UFC to compete with now, and UFC is not playing games, but I could see where they would need two properties: UFC at one end, WWF at the other end, and AAW in the middle. Like a little more bloody, a little more edgy, a little more serious, with UFC being totally serious and dangerous, and WWF being almost like Saturday morning cartoons.
Oh yeah, I mean they could be more. I mean their matches. I mean they can't obviously can't do what they did back in the early 2000s. You know when it was known as the Attitude Era. So I mean, like I said, yeah, Triple H or Paul Levesque, he's taken over, but he said he's not going to make it more. He's not going to make it like it was back in the day. He's trying to be respectful towards the sponsors, towards the network. With USA and Fox Network, which USA shows up Raw on Mondays and SmackDown on Fridays. So
that's like really smart because there's a young audience out there that's a little bit more sensitive, and certainly the parents are a hell of a lot more sensitive than they used to be.
Yeah.
So that's a smart move to almost reinvent the channel without really reinventing it, just kind of tame it down a little bit.
Yeah, right. No, I agree. I mean, yeah, I'm in my mid 40s now. I mean, of course, like 20 years ago, I loved all the blood and guts and all the swearing and all the, you know, the sexuality that they showed back in the Attitude Era. You know, with all the bra and panties matches and all these divas, you know, flashing their goodies all over the place and like, oh yeah, that's good stuff. Now, back in the, you know, when I was like in my mid 20s, but now like The League of Movement for is like, no, I don't want to see
Yeah,
that.
it was never my jam, but I was astute enough to like see what was going on. I mean, I saw the toys coming out, I saw all the characters, I saw all the personalities. You know, there was a lot of crossover too, where they were showing up on MTV. They showed up in Rocky IV. You know,
Yeah,
there was a lot of crossover.
Hulk Hogan appeared in Rocky 3, and then Macho Man appeared in the Rest in Peace. He appeared in the first Spider-Man film.
Right, exactly.
So
yeah, they were doing a good job.
The Bone Saw. So yeah, they were doing good. You know, selling the product.
Yeah, I mean, God, who the hell wanted to buy He-Man?
Andre the Giant of all people. Andre the Giant of all people in Princess Bride. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were celebrities in their own right, and they did that all on their own. They did that all on their own. So, you know, I can respect that. I can respect, even if I wasn't into the media, it was certainly respectful to watch that.
Yeah,
they were getting shit done.
Yeah, I get made fun of today, and it's fine. It doesn't bother me. Like, you're 40 years old, you still watch wrestling? Like, hell yeah, I do. And like, why?
Yeah, why not?
Because I find it entertaining.
I can't believe anybody criticizes anybody today for watching anything. I mean, seriously. It's like, there's 50, right? 60-year-old men making action figures to sell to other 50, 60-year-old men. So what is anybody even talking about? It's like everybody has a friggin' shelf full of action figures at this point. I mean, come on. Nobody's really a grown-up anymore.
Nope. But hey, still a child at heart, you know. As like I said, I'm about to be 45 in about 6 weeks. So,
and I remember my grandfather started collecting all of the Corgi cars and all of the Hot Wheels.
Jill.
He was really into it. Night, Jill.
I'll still be on for a while, you know, as long as I got the crowd, you know, in the chat. I'll be on for a while. I kind of expected Cody not to last long because he streamed like 4 times today. So
yeah, I can respect that. I'm glad he showed up. It's sad that he was had some hot air taken out of him. You know, due to current dramas and stuff like that. But whatever.
I'll take an hour of Scotty. I mean, it's fine with me. So
sure, yeah, no, he was on.
And I was on about an hour later than I usually stream. So yeah, I'm not gonna hold it against him. Because I appreciate you, still being on, and Cap. I don't know, he's on mute right now, but yeah, still appreciate him being on. So playing nice for once, applaud you for that.
Yeah, we got still 4 in the chat.
For what? You know what I mean, Captain. Come on, stop lurking. For once, you know what I meant, Captain. Shut up.
Nice. Oh, there he is. He's sweet. Left a little thank you in the chat.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, he's still lurking. Oh, Scotty's lurking. We still got Scotty lurking. Oh. Yeah. You miss Jill. Like, you leave and Jill shows up. I'm like, come on.
It was a summoning.
I know, right?
So, you know what the funny thing about all of this, you watch any of the panels I've been on, and I currently have a playlist that I'm slowly generating on my own channel of all the streams I've actually been on, and it's getting pretty big. It's like 25 episodes, which is pretty insane if I think about it. I lost count. But I haven't been doing this for very long, and I have still yet to speak on subjects that I'm actually really familiar with or really into. And, ancient history and astrology are like 2 gigantic subjects in the back of my head. And I don't even bother bringing them up because it's like I respect the panels I'm on. It's like, let's talk about what you guys are talking about. I don't need to bring my shit into this.
You should bring that up the next time you go on My Bad with Ashley, because she loves all that astrology and all that astronomy. She does.
She's got so much drama happening right now. I hesitate to bring it up with her at current.
I know it's a shame because she's such a good person. So
yeah, and she'll get through the drama. She'll move on.
See, look, you got people in the chat. They want to know, like, what do you know about astrology? See, people want to know what you want to talk about. So you talk about astrology all you want. It's my channel, but yeah, you can talk about astrology. I used to be all into that shit.
I started studying years
Look at
ago.
that little tattoo right there. Look, I'm a Scorpio. So your little tattoo right there's a Scorpio. So
it was back in like '96 that I started dating this woman who was 14 years my senior, and then we moved in together. And she basically lived her life by astrology. So the 2 years that we're together, I wound up living my life by astrology too. She would literally do horoscopes on almost every move we made, which got a little annoying after a while. But when she started showing me where the planets were and explaining exactly why, I mean, in the beginning, it was like, oh, that's a coincidence. But after 2 years, I was like, that's no longer a coincidence. You're literally showing me charts that we lived through a year ago, and we're living through the same emotional circumstances again because astrology is cyclical. So I became a true believer. Like there was something more going on here, and I wanted to look into it. And from then on, I literally read every single book I could get my hands on. Quickly went through most of the contemporary books, and then started reading more and more and more ancient books, you know, slowly scrubbing back through time. I read John Dee's dissertation on astrology and his thoughts on the art, and then went to a few Roman poets from 300 AD, and then I read one from 107 AD by one of the Ptolemies. And the art has literally not changed in 2,000 years of our history. I read books that were quite literally
so much out there. You can read
1,900 years old, and their definitions were identical to ones that were published in like 95. So the art has not changed. They've added some planets, and now they've added all this other nonsense, but the basic art has not changed at all.
It's not so much about what you believe in, hothead. It's just about, it's I don't know how to describe it nowadays. People used to be all of that horoscope shit back in the day, but it's not so much about what you believe in. It's about what I don't even know how to word it. So
let me put it this way, okay? What I discovered in my studies is that the art of astrology is nothing more than calculating the arms of a gigantic, multi-armed clock. Each one of the planets is an arm on a clock, and the face of the clock is what we refer to as the houses. And the big part that everybody forgets about astrology is that circle in the middle of the chart is actually your position on the planet Earth. It's your observation point. So the chart surrounds you. You are at the center of the chart. It's Earth-centric, which is why we have the Ptolemaic clock in Romania. That clock is not inaccurate because it's not trying to depict the heavens as we know it astronomically. It's picturing the heavens as we know it astrologically. So the clock is accurate to the best of its ability. I mean, it's still a device, right?
It's a real thing. I mean, so
astrology doesn't require belief. It's more about,
not really.
Astrology is continuously asking you, reflect on these points. And the chart gives you the points to reflect on. And that's it.
Yeah,
that's basically it.
It's based on the stars and, whatever you, it's not even, like you say, it's not even about believing. It's based on the stars, like up in, the sky and space. And, some people are big into that. And,
I mean, imagine going into
there's so much you can read on that. I mean, you could delve deep into it. I mean, if you're definitely interested in astronomy or astrology, there's so much you can read on it.
They actually go hand in hand because one was created by the other.
They go like what the meaning of each sign is and why it's this sign at that time of the year,
Yeah, most astrologers make it a hell of a lot more complicated than it actually needs to be. It's
it's not no like mumbo jumbo like psychic stuff like how it got silly in the late 90s and late 80s, early 90s. I think it became with that Miss Cleo psychic bullshit.
Yeah. Well,
they tried to turn it into a joke. like, no, I mean, astrology is it's a real thing. I mean, like it's something that people actually take, for seriously, and
Yeah. I mean,
they,
I can't imagine. I mean, given the current, social network that we have in place right now with all of the media channels and all of the, social media platforms and stuff like that, one
yeah,
could prove the reality of astrology in a heartbeat,
oh
because
yeah,
all you would need to do is look at anybody's Twitter timeline or Facebook timeline, right?
hmm
And parallel that with the person's actual horoscopes on all of those days. And you would
right,
prove it in an instant, because astrology
exactly.
has not changed in 2,000 years. So if
Mm-mm.
you did a really basic chart and put it in front of the person and just being like, look, astrology predicted this moment too, and this moment, and this decision, and that decision,
hmm hmm
and this mishap, and this fatality in your family, and it's all there. It's all there. I've seen it in real time. I mean, I
right,
had this girlfriend of mine would literally predict that I was going to have a bad day in a couple of weeks. And by the time that event actually happened, I had forgotten that that chart was even generated. And I came
hmm
home in a funk, and she was like, chart, I told you.
yeah, I've heard that. I mean, I used
And
to
that's it.
hmm
So it's a fascinating thing.
yeah, like just thinking about balance, and oh, this sign's more better compatible with this sign, and like, oh, don't ever talk to somebody this sign if you're this sign. And like, okay, it's all real. Like,
Yeah. Well, that whole sun sign, that's the funny part about this is, and like I said, this is a subject that gets so deep into itself. It's ridiculous. It's worse. It gets crazier and crazier the deeper you go. So basically,
mhm.
an actual astrological chart. I'm not talking about sun signs. I'm not talking about Mercury retrograding. I'm not
Oh,
talking
right,
about your
right,
rising or your moon. I'm talking
right.
about 7 planets in 12 houses on a
hmm
particular place on the earth at a specific time of day. That's
Right.
astrology. And
hmm
every single person, even given that exact same chart, each person, because their birth chart is different, unless you
hmm
guys were born on the same exact day at exactly the same moment on exactly the same spot on Earth, everybody's chart is different. So each one of those charts is going to calculate
Exactly.
differently against that particular horoscope. So it's
Exactly.
deeply complicated, but it's like a guided meditation with some earmarks.
Oh yeah, you could get so deep into that. Like if you're seriously into astrology, there's so much more you can read on it. Like it gets so deep, like even past 2,000 years. Like it's way beyond that. So
But the big breakthrough that I had was both there was it was a lead that this guy 18 Man took up from John Dee's work. Now John Dee was a sorcerer to Queen Elizabeth,
hmm
for real, like a for real sorcerer to, well,
hmm
a sorcerer. He was the Queen's astrologer. He was the Crown's astrologer. Okay. He
right,
did do alchemical um, demonstrations, which was basically early chemistry. So he would do like the whole puffing smoke and mixing things together to impress the crowd and such like that. But he was a deep philosopher. And one of the things he touched on very, very lightly was that all of the astrological signs are actually made up of only 3 shapes or 4 shapes:
right.
the
I've heard
vertical
that before.
line, the
hmm
horizontal line, the
hmm
arc, and the circle.
Yep.
And I took it a step further and actually broke down all of the zodiac signs into
hmm
those 4 symbols. And by doing so, I think I may have unlocked that a
hmm
blank astrological chart with all of the ruling planets in all of their correct positions actually becomes an embedded instruction manual on how to do astrology in the first place. And I've
right.
done videos on my channel that actually get into this a little poorly and very roughly, of course, but I could probably do a 8 or 9 hour dissertation if somebody were asking me questions as I moved along, because it's so embedded in my head that it's hard to actually unlock clear statements. I would need somebody to interview me, so to speak. But
yeah.
like I said,
Well,
this
you're
is
in video here right now on my channel, so
So here we go.
You can boast away about whatever knowledge you have on astronomy or astrology. I mean, so
Well, it's take this for an example. You're familiar with the horn symbol for Aries, right? It's 2 arcs sitting on top of a stick, and the symbol directly opposite it is the symbol for Libra, which looks like 2 lines with the sun rising halfway across the other
2
line,
lines,
right?
and
There's an arc, right? So if you're staring at the horizon just before the sun actually starts to blanch the horizon itself, the landscape becomes the symbol for Aries, because the landscape is in silhouette, right? And the sun rises right between the 2 humps of Aries' horns, right? Becoming a quick action at the horizon, which is what Aries is all about. It's about that primordial action. If you look at the horizon while the sun is rising, directly behind you is a prediction of where the sunset will occur. And the symbol for Libra is a quick illustration of the sun setting. So that's the first predictive illustration of the chart. Right? That's what I mean. I can go into the whole chart that way. Every single one of the signs actually predicts an action of what's actually going on in the chart. So, and I would hate to get into it here because it's like it makes me a little crazy getting into it, and I don't know if the audience is into it.
It's deep, and the chat got a little quiet, but I mean, you never know. I still got 3 people watching, so somebody's into it. So,
yeah, who knows? Maybe I've silenced them.
There's so much you can. Like astrology is it's so deep. I mean, like when I was married, I know my ex-wife and her brother was all into that shit too. So I don't mean to call it shit, but he was all into that stuff, and he was this and this and that. And it was like technically, my wife was a Leo, and I was a Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio, so they're like, how the hell did y'all end up together? Y'all are like total opposites.
Well, yeah, like I said, the chart is so much more complex than just your sun sign. I find it interesting that the current state of astrology is, who am I compatible with? I'm going to only read 1 arm on the clock, which is kind of like saying midnight and noon are synonymous, but they're not.
No.
Right? So a Scorpio born at night is going to be very different than a Scorpio born during the day. The same thing goes for noon. The same thing goes for sunset. The same thing goes for Scorpio rising. If your sun is on the horizon, it's a totally different chart.
Yeah,
so you are a totally different Scorpio.
I was going earlier in the morning, so yeah, I'm Scorpio rising. So
okay, so there's more action in your Scorpio, and Mars is closer to its rulership with Scorpio because it's in its proper house early in the morning. So yeah, it's a different Scorpio. It's a different kind of Scorpio. So the two really can't be compared. And when sci-fi talks about Aquarius is a water sign to him, and he refuses to hear anything but that, I giggle because it's like, okay, so you're basically tossing the entire art out while keeping the title, which is ridiculous.
Well, Scorpio is a water sign.
Yes, it is.
And my ex-wife was a Leo, which was a fire sign. So
right.
So that's
why
Scorpio
it has a rulership with Mars in the old form, the pre-Victorian form. So there's a lot of heat coming from Scorpio. Plus, Scorpio is deep, dark waters, not regular waters. It's high in the sky. It's a very intellectual form of water.
You're right in the heart of the fall. The fall. What do you call it? The fall solstice, or
that too.
Right
too.
in the middle.
Yeah,
it's in the middle.
Yeah, it becomes almost a cloistered mentality, which is why, in my opinion, and according to my analysis, why Virgo and Scorpio have an M in their symbol. It has to do with mentality or
My mom's a
mensa.
Virgo. Most of my family are Virgos, to be honest. So.
Virgos are great. I mean, if they're not too snarky about themselves, they're actually very industrious people.
Yeah, the majority of my family are Virgos, to be honest. So my mom's a Virgo. I got my brother's a Virgo. My sister's a Virgo.
Wow.
Max. I got like my grandmother. No, she's not, because it's outside of Virgo, like the outskirts of Virgo. She's like right on the tips of a Virgo.
That's amazing that kind of stuff happens. It makes me believe in the concept in spiritual communities of families regenerating together.
A lot of my families were Virgos, and then I don't know what's that. What's that? The Virgo?
Libra.
Libra, right? Yeah, most of mine are the Virgos, Libras, and then I'm a Scorpio, and I have my uncle. He's a Sagittarius because he's on the 23rd November. So yeah, he was almost a Scorpio, but he went into Sagittarius.
Yeah, my mom's a Sag.
He's my godfather. So. So yeah, it's just funny how all that stuff works. And then my dad, he's in April, so he's April 10th. So what is that?
April 10th is Aries.
Right.
Citizen 333, I didn't even know he was into this stuff, is absolutely 100% convinced he knows what my star sign is.
I would say
out
that
of the blue,
was,
he goes, "You're captain. You're totally really." You'll have to ask him, but he's really.
Okay. I need to take a break. I need to go and use the facilities. So talk amongst
yourselves. Go right ahead, Philip.
my apologies.
That's a bold statement to make, Captain. I mean,
I know
astrological signs are very complicated. I've had a lot of people guess my sign, and they usually wind up guessing Sagittarius, which is my rising.
See, he's very convinced. So I guess you'll have to ask him, but he's totally like, Captain, you're definitely this. Okay.
Well, he might have actually guessed your moon or your rising. That's usually what people wind up guessing, is because we wear our emotions on our face, and we wear our rising on our face quite a lot.
Then how do I find out those things?
Oh, well, I could do a chart for you in a second, but it's just a program away. But you would have to tell me birth date and time.
Yeah. So but it's more complicated. So that's the thing. There's at least 2 tiers, because there's the basic, you're this star sign, and there's your moon rising or whatever. So there's more to it. So yeah.
Oh yeah, and time of day is really, really important. I mean,
So then in that sense, there's almost a schism, because then for anyone to say, "Oh, Captain, you're this star sign," you would say, well, that statement's there's not a single star sign that you can ascribe to someone, right?
Yeah, indeed. It's my understanding that we are made up of a self, a rising, and a moon. And the self is the sun sign, and your rising is whatever's on the horizon at the moment.
Right. So
that's time of day.
What I mean. So there's 2. Well, there's at least 2. I'm just making it binary. There's at least 2 types of astrology. Then the type that says that there's just one star sign, and the type that says no, there's more to it. And obviously there might be even more permutations I'm not aware of, but just for my learning. Because then, next time you're on with Citizen, I'll have to get you both on at the same time, because then he seems to be more of the opinion there's just the one star sign. I haven't got a clue myself. Ignorance is bliss, but I observe that's the 2. There seems to be the 2 categories.
I'd be very curious to talk to him about it. I could probably find out very quickly whether or not he's a modern astrologer or a classical astrologer. Modern astrologers tend to simplify and subordinate a lot of the functions into smaller categories, which to me is ridiculous. The art has been so complex long before the Romans ever even considered themselves a powerful nation. Astrology was already functioning throughout the world. I mean, Chinese astrology and Hindi astrology are almost identical, just on the other side of the earth.
Right.
They still
So that's
deal with
different.
oppositions and conjunctions and rising signs. It's all the
So
same stuff.
So you're not into anything that's reduces it to one star sign is an oversimplification. Is that fair?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It would be like considering the hour only when there's minutes and seconds to also consider.
Right. Okay. Oh, bit
Because
of a blunt
I see it as
instrument,
a
eh?
big clock, the whole thing, the whole device, all 7 planets. I don't consider the new ones old enough to be astrologically functional because we are dealing with a
Mm-hmm.
mental database of human existence. So the older planets, which is Saturn and below meaning towards the sun, in their ruling positions, that's 7 planets in 12 houses, and 12 signs. The signs move through the houses, and the planets move through the signs and the houses. So, what is that? What is the factorial on that one? I mean, that's 12
Exactly.
times
144.
12. Yeah,
That's
I mean, it's a lot.
144. Yeah.
It's a lot of integral positions.
So that's the
So,
thing. So the word astrology, bad enough that people conflate it with astronomy, which is a different thing altogether, is then the word astrology isn't really enough, because like the word biscuit are different from cookies, but there's 2 types of biscuits. So there's your modern, well, assuming there's 2, there might be 4 there, but basically your modern simplistic, or certainly your simplistic astrology, and your more complex astrology. And if the simplistic is less correct, then it's not really, I mean, again,
it's
I don't know.
less
But I've got
accurate, let's say. We could say less accurate.
I mean, my first level is, I guess, is to always understand people's right. Less accurate. Okay. Yeah. So for the layperson,
yeah, like everybody's astrology beliefs are different. I wouldn't even call them beliefs. They're I don't know how to word it, but
yeah,
it's not about beliefs. It's not about beliefs.
Right.
It's not about beliefs.
Yeah.
It can be per se if you choose to make it that way.
Deep down inside, I'm an engineer. That's why I like science fiction. Fantasy disturbs me because it allows itself to not have a mechanism. It doesn't seem to care that there's supposed to be devices at work in fantasy. I mean, yeah, they kind of define a magical system, but they don't define its actual sources. And even if they do, then it's drifting into science fiction in much the same way that Milton turned the creation myth of ours, the Catholic creation myth, or the Judeo-Catholic myth into a science fiction by giving angels specific wing sets and having them having certain power sets. And that's all science fiction to me because he was actually defining mechanisms. Exactly. But I see astrology as a device that is only showing you where everything is at any given moment in time from any given observation point. That's all astrology is doing. Everything else happens between your ears by design.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So tarot works the same way. Interestingly enough,
yeah, that's why you should bring it up more to Ashley. One of her next streams. Because she don't like nerd shit. We all know that. So boy,
yeah,
talk about something that interests her.
Yeah, well, that's actually how I got on her channel in the first place. I think was showing some interest in her tarot readings.
Mm-hmm.
But there was an interesting point. I was reading a book called The Art of Memory, which is basically the history of all of the memory schools in Europe. And this woman breaks down all of this stuff all the way through the Renaissance and the Age of Enlightenment, and brings it all the way up to present day through the art of astrology. She starts talking about mind palaces and how to construct a mind palace using the astrological wheel as a device for the mind palace, as a place to seat your mental constructions. So in the process of reading her book, I had a massive epiphany, which is footnoted by hand in her book by myself. And I still have that copy on my shelf. But
oh, wow.
The symbol for the sun, the symbol for the earth, and the symbol for the moon are the three witches from the story of, from the mythological story, where the three witches pass a single eye between the three of them.
Right.
To, right? You know that classic story. Is it the guy who rides the Pegasus? What's his name? It was in Clash of Titans. Anyway, he goes to visit them.
No.
So he goes to visit them, and they pass a sphere, which could be a crystal ball, between the three of them, and they predict what's about to happen to him. So the three symbols are the three different witches. All three of them are blind until they hold the sphere in their hand.
That's like the basis of like movies like, the Witches of Eastwick, and you know how witches,
That's right.
It's always about in threes, the Witches of Eastwick, and then
right. So it shouldn't be considered ironic.
It's all about threes, like Van Helsing, they had Dracula has three wives.
So the rising sign is the symbol of the earth, because you can only see the rising from the earth. The sun is the self, because the symbol for the sun has a dot in the center, and that dot represents the center of the chart, which is yourself, right? The center of your eye, the center of your mind. It finds its home in the sign of Leo, where it rules, and Leo is all about adolescent drama.
Right. As my ex-wife was Leo.
Well, if you let it get out of hand, it's only about adolescent drama, but it's basically about the primordial form of adolescent drama, which is what happens inside of you as you're discovering yourself, right? And then the third sign is the moon, which is all about reflecting, which is also at the bottom of the chart and ruled by the most maternal sign in the astrological wheel, according to astrology, and that's Cancer, which is all about the illusion of the moon's reflection on water. And it may be the justification of why ancient societies would bury their artifacts in water, which is why the Lady of the Lake is even a thing, maybe directly related to the moon.
Yeah, I know that.
And the sign of Cancer, which is all about something lurking beneath a deep pool of water that is difficult to see through when there's an illuminary body in the sky. In much the same way that we can't see the astrology that's happening on the other side of the earth, because we're looking at the current sky, which is only 50% of the chart, which is why Cancer has the two orbs circling the planet, or circling the center. There's a mental component, which is remembering where everything was that you can't see. And then there's a visible component, which is everything in the southern sky right before your eyes.
Yeah, the pieces of the yin and the yang, right?
Exactly. It may actually be, that symbol may have actually have come from the yin and yang symbol, which is much older than the symbol for Cancer.
Right.
According to my readings.
Disclaimer. No, but I've heard all this. I mean, when I was married, like I said, my ex brother-in-law was all this or that shit, like fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I just fell in love with it when I discovered exactly how complex it actually was. That's when I actually fell in love with it.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Good stuff.
Eating chips or what? What's going on? Chat's dead. Nobody's chatted in like 30 minutes.
Well, we are streaming against Doomcock, so.
I know we could go against Doomcock. You know, I started later than usual. I would probably be done by now if I would have started on my regular time.
No, that's an hour and 44 minutes in clocking, so we're good.
Not bad. Almost at the 2-hour mark, so I'll take it.
And Hothead, you've been awesome, by the way.
I know. Hothead brought the fire tonight. I mean, some good insight, some good humor, some
good interaction. I like
good
it.
Interaction, encouraging comments.
Yep.
Hothead. I thought it was Parrot Head. Like this Hothead and then there's Parrot Head. But you know, Parrot Head, that's one of I guess Ashley's trolls. So
I've seen Parrot Head all over the Tubeverse. I mean, I've seen him over at 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. I've seen him all over at of course I think I first saw him in the chats at Friday Night Tights was I think the first time I actually saw Parrot Head. But, he's around, or she's around, it's around.
We don't know what gender or whatever they identify as nowadays. You can't ever be so sure.
Yeah, one could just quickly and easily say they identify as a Parrot Head. I'm much too much of an Aries to actually create a fictitious name. This is actually my real first and middle name.
Oh yeah, Philip. I mean the last two. I mean Philip Alvarez. Yeah, that's my real name. I mean, I got nothing to hide. What the hell do I got to hide? So that's why I use my real name. Why do you use your damn real name as a YouTube channel? I'm like, why not?
Yeah,
I got nothing to hide. So
your hair is black enough, so that's fine. It works for the Irish, right? Anybody who's black hair is considered Black Irish because they're former Spaniards.
Yeah, I mean, at first I got a kick at it, like, what? You're not black. I'm like, well, no, I'm not black. So
that's why I thought it was so hysterical when Rebellious Pastry said that. I was just like, you got to be kidding me! You're actually declaring their color as an identifying mark. I was just like, wow.
If I was declaring my color, I should actually bring brown Philip Alvarez. So.
Well, according to the U.S. Census, you're slightly off-white.
Slightly off-white. But I do have indigenous blood in me, so I can't go. I couldn't go by a redskin Philip Alvarez. So, or I'd be canceled immediately. So
yeah, it's so hysterical.
But yeah, I mean it's fine. It's hilarious. So it doesn't bother me. I found it hysterical.
Yeah, it's humor. It definitely humorous if it wasn't so disruptive.
Right.
I mean,
Red Shirt's back.
When I was growing up, I was just like, you're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, and that was a real legitimate thing.
Red Shirt. You can come on if you want a Red Shirt.
What's up, Red Shirt? Where you been?
What is Captain doing? Slamming doors and shit. What are you doing?
I'm busy. At this level, business never stops.
Business? Oh, you're working on your comic book, huh?
Yep, 24/7.
Getting ready for Dillard.
Dillard's done me a fantastic poster, which I received today. Looks fucking amazing, I must say.
Did you finish the logo, Captain?
Nope.
Good grief.
Wait, see, we're on Team Wormtongue again. I'm boasting about the poster, and now you're focusing on something I haven't done and going, good grief. That's just negativity.
I didn't know you didn't get it done.
Stephen,
I was asking.
Can we focus on some positives, please, Stephen? And
I thought I was introducing a potential positive.
Stephen, I'm still talking, please.
I know you are. That's why I'm talking over you. Because you're insulting me.
No,
I didn't say that.
I'd like to focus. You mentioned earlier about positivity. I'd like to focus on the poster that Dillard has done, because that's a positive achievement that's taken a lot of time, energy, and quite frankly, money to get there. Well, let's
Fantastic.
focus on the positive. As someone that likes to focus on the positive, as you claim, let's focus on the positive. And when the logo's done, that'll be another positive. I'll be happy to report when it happens.
Indeed. That's why I was asking for a report.
Yeah, so let's focus on talk about the poster because that is done.
Okay. Now, I didn't know it was a negative until you told me it was.
Yeah, all right. Now you're just arguing with me. I mean, this really isn't. Are you coming up, Red Shirt? Because I'm feeling bullied over here.
Wow.
Oh,
bullied
nobody's
already.
bullying you.
God.
Come on, Captain. I haven't said one thing about you tonight.
Very happy about the poster. Did I mention the poster? Very happy.
Good for you, man.
About the poster that is complete.
Oh, yeah. It's just about dinner time in New Zealand. Let's see now. What's Red Shirt talking about here? Just finished watching To Kill a Mockingbird. Great classic Gregory Peck film with a sizable connection to Star Trek. Defendant Brooke Peters, DS9. Prosecuting attorney William. Nice, Red Shirt. I like it.
Okay. To Kill a Mockingbird is getting a 4K release, by the way. Debating whether I should purchase it or not. I mean, I already have 40 pre-orders already through November. Shit, should I add To Kill a Mockingbird to the list? I don't know. I mean, they all made us read To Kill a Mockingbird in high school. I mean,
oh yeah, that was a major one.
I think we actually watched the Gregory Peck movie too when I was in high school. So.
Oh yeah, that was required listening because we were actually trying to progress.
Like you read the book, and then after you read a book, and then we watched the movie. Mm-hmm. Then you had to write a report on both the book and the movie. They made us like write the differences. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, I think that there's certain elements you couldn't put in the movie that were in the book. So. So like one of the biggest, if you do a report on both the book between what the book says and what the movie says, I mean, if you understood the differences, that they couldn't like you had to pretty much put like why they couldn't put this in the movie because it wasn't a book, and if you understood it, and then you got a better grade. Like, okay,
right.
It was like even before, like it's like comparing one to the other. It's like like what we do on videos. Like when you compare a book to a movie, you start that so young.
Yeah, much the same way that they would do sentences for mathematics, so that you could start working on how to work out issues from a statement to a mathematical problem. I don't know. Do they even do any of that? Do they do anything like that anymore? I don't even know.
I don't know. I don't even think they. I don't know. They what do you call it? Not burnt with cancel so many the books that we learned of. Like To Kill a Mockingbird or the Catcher in the Rye. I think by the time I was in school, they pretty much canceled Catcher in the Rye.
I don't know what they're going to tell their children when, they start complaining about the older generation and how evil they were. They're going to say, well, where's the evidence? Everything's been canceled.
Yeah, like when I was
show me some evidence.
It was about To Kill a Mockingbird. We read Brave New World, Animal Farm.
Oh, Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah. I think that was barely in the cusp when I was in school that they finally. That was like one of the first books that they blacklisted.
Which is insane because that guy, if anything, that guy is a Twitter character. The Catcher in the Rye character. He's just like the Twitter mob. It's like the same kind of personality. So I find it ironic that they would cancel such a property.
I know, right?
It baffles me. It's they've talked a tremendous part of the younger generation into this notion that authoritarianism is the way to go, as long as it's their authoritarianism. And they're imperialists because their word is the word, so it's empirical to listen to them.
No, I know. Like, it's funny, my high school years are like in the mid '90s, and so like it was right at the cusp of the internet age, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, like we were lucky enough to read, books like Animal Farm and as I mentioned, the books. And I was like, and then like after like, okay, you had to write book reports, and then they let you do like a what do you call it? You were able to choose a book you could read on your own and do a book report. So I chose Jurassic Park of all
good choice
books. But I tried to cheat my way because when the movie came out in '93, 93, which was my
there.
Yeah, I described the movie more than the book, and I got myself in trouble by the teacher. Like, are you basing your book report on the movie more than the book? Because she caught me because in the actual book, Ellie and Dr. Grant are an actual couple, and then in the movie they're not a couple. They act like they're acquaintances, and like Dr. Grant does have a thing for Ellie.
Right.
She's like, "Oh, did you read the book?" And so I got caught, and so I got like a C. He's like, my teacher's like, "I'll give you a C- for effort." I'm like, "Oh, thank you." But like, next time read the book, not the movie.
Yeah, those books, they really are. Lost, the second book in that series, is so different than the second movie.
I didn't
it's
care
a totally
for the
different
book.
world.
I didn't care for the second book because it was obviously a play. What do you call it?
But like a morality play or something like that, or
like they were for like it was a. What's the word? I can't think right now. Damn.
Well, it was like this corporation was trying to. That's the other thing too. It's like it would have been great to see them all genetically branded, because that was actually a part of the original book. Was that somehow they had changed the genetic code so that they could be branded? They were actually all identified as corporate property. Imagine if that happened in the movie.
Yeah, son of Richard.
Gentlemen, there he is.
Son of a bitch. I mean, son of Richard.
Ha 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 ha! Son of a bitch! You are a card that needs to be decked.
I know. Like you haven't heard that. Like you haven't heard that.
How long were you working on Son of a Bitch?
Son of a bitch.
Oh,
You son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch.
You foggy nice holes. Cola. ¿Cómo está? Gentlemen, so busy boys, are you?
I guarantee.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good stream.
Non-existent knowledge of Harry Potter, we can run rings around that shambles that was the potato so-called Harry Potter show today.
I was a little disappointed that those guys had more energy 3 days before when you and I were there. Absolutely lost.
Pizzazz.
Yeah, it's hard for me to get jazzed up about It's hard for me to get jazzed up about Harry Potter between me and you. I mean,
I know nothing about Harry Potter. I haven't seen the films or read the books, but I know the difference between a muggle, a wizard, and a fucking mudblood, which they clearly fucking don't. Did you hear the bullshit they were coming out with? I'm calling bullshit on that bullshit. I'm totally afraid of. If you don't know, don't fucking make a program called Harry Potter. I know more than you, and I haven't read the books or seen the films. Did I mention that? I'm ignorant, and yet I know more than you. Not you, Red Shirt. You're fine.
No, I don't know about that. I don't know the first thing about Harry Potter. I really know barely anything.
Between a fucking muggle, a mudblood, and a fucking wizard.
You're mudblood. You're mudblood.
Yeah, you keep shouting that. I don't, though.
His father's a muggle. We can do magic. He can't give magic. He can receive magic. What the fuck? Cocker made me bullshit is this? Do I look like I was born yesterday? I mean, Red Shirt might, but I don't. Know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying. My biggest problem with the boys, though, was that not today's show. I'm not criticizing today's show. I wasn't there long enough. I dropped in. I said hello. I came back a couple of times. But I'm not a Harry Potter guy. I don't know.
No, I don't. That's the point. I can see through their fucking blatant first-rate bullshit.
Yeah, I've read and watched all of them multiple times, actually.
See, I bet you know more than they do.
It's probable from what you're sounding.
Cockney's good with the parroting this knowledge. Like how you retain this shit, I don't know. I've seen, maybe a collective over all the movies. I might have seen a full hour out of all the movies together back to back.
Rachel, I'll let you know my secret. I'm not actually conscious. I'm just a fucking functioning AI. There's no one here. Hi.
Yeah, nobody's watching. Don't worry.
I'm actually an AI. I actually don't have I'm not actually consciousness in the strict sense. Everything I say, including this now, is simply a calculation based on previous reactions to whatever is the most funny and or annoying thing this unit can say. Over to you, Red Shirt.
Yeah. Red Shirt, that's one of the reasons why I liked the captain from the get-go, and that is because he is a bit of a recall monster. He definitely can recall specific things very clearly, and
have you
as
met
accurately
my
as your research can prove, of course.
You should be trying to get into argument with my ex-wife. Her recall goes back 5,000 years. She pulls me up for shit my ancestors did.
It transcends the Gregorian calendar.
Exactly. Captain, you Julian schmuck. How dare you?
700 years ago when your grandmother rolled over on your grandfather, I wish. Oh, fuck.
Exactly. But I'm telling you that Potato Reverend, with all due respect, Dalek 451 are good friends, and their so-called panel of experts, I'm literally doing air quotes as I say that, experts, don't know the difference between a muggle, a wizard, and a fucking mudblood. I do, and I'm completely ignorant and not even conscious. I'm not even here and I know the difference.
You got that over me. I don't care enough, but
the books and movies haven't even aged well. So,
do you read any fantasy or magical kind of fiction, Red Shirt?
I've read Scotty's Diary.
I had as a kid, I was big into Conan books and the comics and stuff like that, but that's about it. I took 2 cracks at Lord of the Rings. I really didn't enjoy it that much. But yeah, like that's the extent of my fantasy. I guess it's, hyper male teenage boy fantasy stuff.
I didn't get through the Lord of the Rings either. I have them all in my head. I've listened to them all, including the Silmarillion. Yeah. But I couldn't get into them either. I thought it was way too dry. The material I thought was way too dry. But kudos to the people that liked it. God bless them.
Right.
Hey, Red Shirt. Yeah. Red Shirt. Just, last week I got the Pulp Fiction screenplay direct from Quentin Tarantino himself. This week I've got the original book review by Black Philip Alvarez of Jurassic Park. A book review. I've got it right. I'll give you a sample right here. Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton. The book by Black Philip Alvarez. It was a good book. I especially enjoyed the CGI. C-.
You sneaky bastard. You sneaky bastard. You paid attention.
I'm always listening, Black Phillip.
I'll give you that one, Captain. That was pretty funny. I'll give you that one, brother.
Thank you, sir. Now back to the comedy.
That was comedy? Damn. Or was that dramedy?
It was
really
as
I said before when I had
rendered those Jurassic Park fucking era dinosaurs in my mind's eye was quite amazing.
Go ahead, Red Shirt.
Well, Michael Crichton has written a number of science fiction hit books that have been turned into movies, and he directed at least 2 of them. The Andromeda Strain. The Andromeda Strain was Bob Wise, the same guy that gave us Sound of Music, Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Yeah, Bob Wise, middle name not very.
Not very.
What was the other one? Which ones did he direct?
He did The Day the Earth Stood Still, Klaatu, Bariktu, Nakta, or whatever. The old Michael Rennie film from the 50s. That's it.
The phrase, I believe, was Klaatu, Baradu, Nixo, was a reference by having 2 of the skiff guards in Return of the Jedi named after the aforementioned alien greeting.
Well, I mean, Michael Crichton. Which ones did he direct?
He hang on, give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to think now.
Compensating there, Captain.
Shit. What did he direct? What was his medical one? Coma?
Oh yeah, okay,
and
Coma.
He directed Andromeda Strain too.
Oh, wasn't that a music video by Culture Club? Coma Chameleon. No? Oh, there's a Smith's Girlfriend in a Coma. Never mind, moving on.
He directed Andromeda Strain too.
Wait, I don't think he directed Andromeda Strain, right? You were just saying, Red Shirt, that it was Weiss?
Sorry, you dropped out there for a second. My bad. I missed what you said there, mate.
You were saying that Michael hadn't directed Andromeda Strain.
No, Michael. No. Michael didn't direct it. I'm 99% sure that was Robert Wise. Also did The Day the Earth Stood Still. I'm a bit of a Robert Wise fan, way back from his days with the Magnificent Ambersons when he was Orson Welles's editor. And
I know he directed like 2 or 3 movies.
What did he do? The Sphere? Because I'm looking at the book collection right now.
Can somebody just type in Google? Because if I go off my phone, I'm gonna lose you guys. I'm drawing a blank.
There's also Westworld. Jesus Christ, did he
write
Westworld?
Yeah, he wrote Westworld. Fuck yeah.
Who the hell is this guy? This is the part when I started reading Crichton, I was like, it just started blowing my mind. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? He comes out of nowhere, dies early, and this is his bibliography? You got to be friggin' kidding.
Died of a fucking heart attack.
Died early. How old was Michael Crichton when he died?
I'm looking it up right now. Let's see.
66.
How old was he when he died?
66. Died in 2008. Born in 1942.
I mean, I definitely get the vibe from this guy that, the character at the beginning of Andromeda Strain. That,
he wrote Twister. He wrote Twister of all movies.
I think that might actually be him. That Michael Crichton may have been a special, consultant at some point in his past.
He still gets writing credit for the Jurassic World movies.
Steve, did you type in Michael Crichton director?
I'm gonna do that right now. Michael Crichton.
I'm sorry to give you work, but if I leave this page on the phone, I'll lose you guys.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about because that's why I have my iPad up.
He directed Runaway, Looker, The Great Train Robbery.
Oh yeah, Sean Connery, Donald Sutherland, Great Train. Yes, that was fucking. That was one stuck in my mind.
He only directed like 4 movies: Westworld, Coma, Great Train Robbery, Looker, and Runaway.
Okay.
Isn't that 5?
Physical Evidence.
Yeah, IMDb.
13th Warrior, but I believe that Rennie Harlan took.
13th Warrior?
Yeah,
or 13th Lawyer. He said 13th Lawyer.
I use lawyer and warrior synonymously.
Synonymously.
No, John McTiernan directed The 13th Warrior, and Michael Crichton directed the reshoots.
Yeah, so much for Google. I typed in Michael Crichton director, and it brought me right back to the same page I was just looking at.
It's based on Eater of the Dead.
Michael Crichton did write The Firm, which is indeed about a firm of lawyers.
Yeah.
But it wasn't called The 13th Firm.
He was a unique character. I don't know what his actual background is, but he feels like the guy who wrote Hunt for Red October. Like, who the hell is this guy, you know?
Yeah.
Like the guy who wrote The Bourne Identity, another author that's just like, who the hell are you, dude, that you know this much about the inner workings?
Sure. Well, there's blending fiction and knowledge and stuff like that, but the seamless way they do it. Who was I talking to the other day? You know the movie War Games? War Games has shared footage between The Last Day on Earth and there's like 2 or 3, remember back in the early 80s how we were inundated with nuclear war shit? We're all going to die.
Inundated or inundated?
Inundated.
Inundated?
I thought it was inundated, but I like the way you said it even better.
Back in the early 80s, I was undated, so.
Were you undated?
It's a never date. Near nude, never date.
Yeah. It wasn't until 85 that I became dated.
Dated and made it.
Before that, you were fresh.
That's right. I was tomato fresh, given my Italian background.
Oh.
I touch myself. Fucking divinals just came out there. Michael Crichton. Yeah, definitely Michael Crichton is a name to reckon with in science fiction, but in fiction itself. But he did have a special affinity for science and so good at it.
Real science.
The original
fiction,
Andromeda Strain.
Fiction. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw the Andromeda Strain when I was a kid. It's one of those movies that just stuck with me. Absolutely. 100% down to clown. Just the whole thing, the hidden military base, all the clandestine black ops operations and stuff. I must have saw that movie when I was 10 or 12 on VHS, of course. But really, it just locked into me there. Like I was a nut for that movie. I must have seen it 4 or 5 times.
Was that the first time we ever saw somebody go into a small shack in the desert to enter a secret base? I mean, was that the first time?
I can't say it was the first time, but mostly because like movies like from the 50s, Them. I said Them. They? What's the ant movie? They.
Them.
It's them.
It's they, them.
In sex with pronouns.
Yeah, in sex with
her, hey, them. That's the
Don't call it he or she.
Her, hey, her, him, her, they.
If anything is a they, them, it's ants.
Yeah, but
they are a collective hive after all.
Hive mind.
I know what you're talking about though, with that imagery, that sort of thing, that lone shack that you go to, and it's a mine shaft well that goes down 6 miles and opens up into a sprawling base.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the movie, not just the movie, but the book, which I read years later. In storyline, it takes.
I love the book. Great CGI.
It stays in continuity with its own beliefs. Everybody in the film takes the story so seriously. There's not a moment of levity except snarkiness between a few scientists, but it's never at the screen. It's never tongue in cheek. It's always
the heavy set chick and the older guy who's I actually saw him in a movie today and I can't remember what it was, like an older movie from the 50s or 60s. No.
The Ipcress File. Throw me a bone over here, buddy.
The Ipcress File. God, it's been a long time since I've seen that.
Michael she's a gender flip from the book.
You're throwing some pretty random criteria out there, buddy, but I'm doing my best for you.
Well,
yeah. Hang on.
Does it get Carter? No, that's very early 70s.
Yeah. Sorry, I dropped my train of thought there for a second, but getting back to Michael Crichton. and
70s
his
Rock
work.
Fan did a panel on Andromeda Strain just very recently, and they got into it really deep. It was like 6 or 7 guys on the panel.
Yeah, yeah.
They were going at it.
Hardcore.
That's funny. I don't really know that 70s Rock Fan. I've seen his show a couple of times. I was on a panel with him once, I think, just chatting amiably. But
his name lives up to his reputation.
Username checks out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's diversifying quite a bit
80s.
now. He used to be just into music panels where they would talk about different albums and stuff.
Music.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But now he's getting into
rock.
book
Fucking hates that
titles
stuff.
and old movies. They did the Sean Connery science fiction silly.
Zardoz.
Like Outland or Zardoz.
Thank you, Captain.
Red Shirt will tell you it's Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. True story. Kind of spoiled it for the guy, but yeah, true story. It is Wizard of Oz.
Scotty would say he's 40 years old, but now the new Scotty would go, but Captain, you said that if it's 40 years old, it's now faded to obscurity and shouldn't be spoiled. I'm like, stop using my own arguments against me, Scotty. You're not even here. You're right, Captain, he said. Again, no one here. There is no Captain. There is just random input. Back as you were. What were you saying?
Mega Cropper's just dropped in to say hi. How you doing, Mega Cropper? And he says, Ben
Cropper.
Cisco, Rick
Grimes.
Grimes.
You want the edge? You want the edges taken off your photo?
Best
the Mega Cropper is here.
Mm-hmm. Or Atticus Fitch, best on-screen father. Mega, I don't know if you were listening before. I was watching To Kill a Mockingbird just a little while ago, and I brought up to the guys. I had forgotten. I remembered Brock Peters, who played Ben Sisko's father in Deep Space Nine. He was the defendant. The guy William Wyndham, who played Commodore Matt Decker in the TOS series. It's the one with the big space cone that goes through space and it's blast planets for fuel.
The one with the big space cone.
The one with the big space cone. Oh, the ultimate intrude. The ultimate. No.
Come on.
I'm running around. Anyway, William Wyndham played Commodore Matt Decker, and keeping with the Atticus Fish feeling, Paul Fix played the Captain Kirk's first Doctor, who wasn't McCoy, in the pilot episode. It was the guy who was going to play McCoy, but he didn't keep the job. And but his name in real life is Paul Fixed. And Atticus Fitch himself is Gregory Peck, whose grandson, and Ethan Peck is now playing Spock in Strange New Worlds. And there you go, the ties between a 1962 film about race and Star Trek. I found a connection. That's an odd fucking hobby I have as a Trekkie, watching old movies and stuff. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Mr. Atos. Speaking of Zardoz, you remember Atos, don't you, Spockney? From Star Trek, Mr. Atos?
Sure, I'm down the
A2Z. The librarian?
The Wizard of Oz. That is correct. It's a filing cabinet, folks. Oz.
Yeah. He's been in dozens and dozens of films, that guy, and starred with some of the biggest names in Hollywood. It's amazing when you look. And then, as a kid, I remember him always as the old librarian in that episode where they go down to the planet, the whole planet's gone into their past to escape the sun exploding. And he's the librarian. He's the last guy alive left on the planet. Spock and McCoy get trapped with Meredith Hartley on the frozen wasteland world. And Kirk's got to go save him. A classic. I'm following chat. Red sure learns something every day. Yeah, you do, buddy. Rick is the best father because he was surviving the zombie apocalypse. Was surviving, says Steven. Mega Cropper had to kill Carl for the agenda. I remember before he went, though, he had that. Sorry?
I've never seen the character Rick Grimes in action. But I looked it up, and any father that can maintain his fatherliness during a zombie apocalypse, that's top game in my book. Everybody else had it easy. Ben Sisko, he had it the easiest. He was the commander of a whole space station. You better be a damn good father if you're commander of a whole space station. So, yeah.
Yeah, he was
Anybody
a
who
wartime
survives
commander.
an apocalypse and raises children, high marks.
Yeah, but did he survive?
Regardless, he was still trying to be a father while surviving.
Jake made it out. Jake's still alive. Ben's dead. Rick is alive. His son is dead. I'm not sure his best father that works. Atticus Fitch, all he did was, be a single father to some kids growing up in Arkansas in the 60s. So fuck him. Fuck single dads. That's not good enough. Lawyer
he was a
crusading
lawyer. He
for
had a
justice.
nice house. He had the respect of the community. It's like, damn, if you can't be a good father with all that on your plate, then what are you doing?
Yeah.
So, it was really process of elimination.
Interesting 3 to pick there, Mega Cropper. Way to stretch the bounds of what we're enjoying this evening.
Well, he took from your chat, Red Shirt. He saw.
I'm sure. Well, that's why I asked if he was
DS9.
around. Yeah, that's why I asked if he was around before, because I just happened to bring that up. So,
well, the chat is a non-linear proposition. You could scroll up and down through the timeline without any difference being made to the live stream. So
the
it's
chat
extra dimensional.
Generally, in our little community, the chat is a wealth of sometimes trivial but always amusing information, and sometimes very salient and copacetic, germane to the conversation, on point as usual. And they get to throw us fun little quizzes like that. Had to kill Carl for the agenda. I'm not sure I understand that statement, but
yeah, that's why I had to clarify that I haven't seen the series. So sorry, Carl.
You've never seen it?
Agenda. I've never seen it. I'm not really into the whole zombie genre. I don't get it.
Fair enough.
I understand the thrill of it, but I don't get it personally.
I was a big fan the first 2 or 3 seasons. Really enjoyed it. Thought it was top quality, and it did maintain. I can't argue that. It's just I myself kind of got zombie burnout.
Yeah,
they were cool.
Found
they
an
were my
audience
favorite
and kept
monsters.
It, so yeah.
The irony is my growing up, that was the one horror genre I thought was grossly underproduced. George A. Romero was the only guy that did any notable work, with the exception of a tiny smattering of those Living Dead movies. Remember those?
Yeah.
And I don't really count the Deadites from the Evil Dead series, because they aren't zombies.
Right.
That's not. They look like zombies, but they're not zombies. That's a completely different.
You should be able to include the zombies in Omega Man, but they're not the zombies from the book.
Yeah, again, I don't, because of that. They aren't zombies. They're autonomous people. They're a cult, maybe. They're a nuclear worshipping devil cult or something, but they aren't zombies.
No. They were in the book. They were,
right. The
flesh eating.
The Vincent Price. Not I Am Legend. What was the Vincent Price one called? Fuck me. We got it on YouTube for free. We watched it a dozen times, I'm sure. Right on the tip of my tongue. Vincent Price, one of his most famous movies. Any rate, I think it is I Am Legend. I think he did it I Am Legend, then it became the Omega Man, then it became I Am Legend again. And
interesting.
Yeah, Price. Go watch it on YouTube. Honestly, you got a rainy Sunday afternoon or something. Close the curtains, put it on, make some popcorn. You'll love it. It's great. It really is. A lot of fun. And their zombies aren't true zombies, but they're a lot closer than most other things. George A. Romero, I'm sure you boys agree, it's his definition we really look at today.
Yes.
My next month. Shit, man.
Films like White Zombie from 1938, stuff from way back in the day where the zombie, the idea was there, but it wasn't the flesh-eating kind. It was the mistress voodoo priest enchants this guy, and he goes to the forest, and he grabs the girl and brings her back to the shaman or something like that. Not zombies the way we love it. Mega Crocker points out fast zombies are a joke. Can't agree more. Where the fuck is it written that you get bitten by a zombie, a 300-pound fucking diabetic, and you wake up an Olympic class sprinter that's hungry for blood, you know?
Yeah.
Just bizarre.
You know that they just did that to spruce up the Hollywood effect.
Oh, 100%. And I don't, you know what? That one time, I got to admit, I was in the theaters when I saw those zombies go nuts and start running. I'm like, what the fuck? Holy, that would be terrifying. It would be. It would be terrifying. That's a much more terrifying zombie apocalypse when these guys can outrun you at 600 yards.
Yeah, it could also easily be explained that they could have superhuman strength because they're no longer emotionally calculating their muscle tension. They're just using their muscles to the fullest potential, even if they're breaking their legs at the same time.
Well, I was going to say the absolutely the ability to ignore pain,
right,
and not care about your injury. Now they're not Wolverine. If they bust all the tendons in their knees,
but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's hundreds and hundreds of them.
That's right. The Danny Boyle zombie movies, the 28 Days Later, stuff like that.
Right.
Another running
that
zombie.
Really solidified. I think what wound up happening was that it became a production issue. They said, this is a really hot property. The audience really likes it. And we can film on, bombed out locations or, disheveled locations all days of the week. Those locations are not hard to get. And they don't need extras because all the extras are actually zombies. So they don't need anybody in the background. They need vacated streets. So if they film at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, you know what I mean? And it became a production thing where it was like, oh, this is easy. We could do this really easy. We got some blood effects. We got some physical performers miming the zombie effect, and we got a handful of characters, and it's a bottle movie taking place in a city.
One thing that for me, not to jump tracks here, if you don't mind, my Steve, but saying that one of the differentiating factors that allowed me to enjoy the running zombies of 28 Days Later was that they weren't truly undead. They weren't truly zombies. They were all dying by the end of the first movie from malnutrition and dehydration.
Right.
They couldn't survive themselves. They were just so crazy. They just kill crazy. That's all they wanted. They didn't care about eating, fucking, walking the dog. It was just kill, kill, kill. And they weren't putting any fuel in the body. Remember at the end, like you see they're dying in the streets, gasping because they've got nothing in them, no moisture, no nothing. They've just run themselves completely dry over the course of a week or whatever it is, however long it takes the human body to exhaust itself completely.
Right.
So I will give a tip of the hat to that little wrinkle in the whole thing. They weren't if you shot one in the chest, it fell and it died. You could douse it in fire and it would keep coming, but that's just ignoring pain and being batshit insane crazy. Your pump is missing, you're not working. Your brain goes missing, you're not working. You're out of the equation.
Right. Yeah, because the whole system is an entire system. The body is an entire system.
It's dependent on certain things, but like a heart or a brain. You're not going to be able to run without a nervous system.
Right.
Exactly.
Because there's that fungus that can take over the zombie fungus or something like that. I forget what the hell the name.
Are you talking about that thing that grows in ants, and ants go and sacrifice themselves on the end of like leaves of grass for sheep to come by and chew, and then the parasite works its way from the ant's chewed up corpse into the sheep's intestine, from the sheep's intestine into the sheep's brain, where it spreads like mad cow disease.
That's zombie what I'm talking about. Yeah, that crazy, bizarre fungus.
Tell me there isn't a lab somewhere in the world where they're trying to weaponize that right now.
Oh my God. Yeah. If not, then we can all start calling our our governments retards, because who wouldn't?
It wasn't a great movie, but that M. Night Shyamalan film where the plants and trees were trying to kill us. Remember
it was an interesting concept. I thought it was very poorly executed.
Yeah, the concept was sound. It really needed like 3 or 4 rewrites.
It just needed the villain to be menacing. I never felt the menace.
Well, I did, in the sense that it was a pretty bizarre thing to happen. Trees, the ecosystem consciously makes a decision, there are too many of us, and as an ecosystem, it engineers a biological response to reduce us, so we're not such a strain on the planet.
Yeah.
Now that principle I do find kind of weak for all the bitching and stuff. And I'm not saying global warming doesn't exist or anything, but I am saying that for how many, what is there, 7 billion of us right now?
Yeah.
You could fit all of us, all 7 billion of us, into the province of, say, Ontario, with about half of it left over minimum. For land mass, you can fit all those people there. So I can't believe distributed throughout the entire world, the world would revolt and say, oh no, too many of these sticky humans.
Yeah.
The trees don't realize we created cars. They would maybe go after cars.
That plot line seems to be the birds without the permission from the Hitchcock estate.
Really?
That's what that plot line feels like to me. The Happening.
Oh, well, you know what? That's an interesting way to look at it. I don't agree, but I will say that's an interesting way to look at it. That a certain species, not flora, not flora, but fauna, has a different response to the Earth's population as opposed to, you see, I never really saw it like that, but it's an interesting way to look at it.
I only bring it up because Signs is basically War of the Worlds. Right? And
I guess I've seen Signs once. I didn't really remember any serious. Are you talking like just in very broad strokes, like they're coming to take over?
Extremely broad strokes. It's M. Night's version, so to speak, of the alien invasion and how everybody reacts and how we can't do anything to stop them. And some simple biomechanical device like water or bacteria destroys the enemy for us.
Okay.
So to me, there's a hunk of parallels between those.
Oh, right. Yeah. It was the water, wasn't it? In Signs?
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Water was a weakness. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, the Earth is like 90% water.
Yeah.
So, there was that. And so I think it's not too far of a stretch to equate The Happening with the birds. And I
think The Happening is
Lady
the best
or
comedy
Beneath
of
the
all
Water
time.
or The Lady Beneath the Water is basically, almost like The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Almost. I mean, kind of, in very, very broad strokes. He's doing monster movies. He's doing classic monster movies.
Oh, no, yeah, no argument there. Sorry? Spoiler for what?
No, like I got the volume 2 of the Universal Monsters coming in, and one of them is the Creature from Black Lagoon, as I told you last night.
Right. That's a wonderful movie.
It's fun. Watching a young person watch that movie, they can't believe that the effects look that good. They're actually astonished that the effects look as good as that they do. And it's like, because they were craftspeople. That's why, because they respected their craft. They were trying to create an illusion. Of course it was going to look good. Creature from the Black Lagoon was a high-budget monster movie for its day.
Yeah. Well, it also had a bit of a salacious twist to it. As I recall, that was a bit of a hook. And not like, by today's standards, very tame. But, back then, it was a bit of a different thing to have, like, the way they'd film, like, the girl's feet in the water and the creature down underneath looking up and, like, it's slowly reaching up. And it never quite caresses her leg or anything like that, but really sent the censors into a bit of a tizzy in 1957, Milwaukee or whatever. And,
oh, God.
Took a bit of a beating.
Why they didn't that Frankenstein scene with the little girl?
Wow! And if you ever read what the bylines were, what the bylaws were for Hollywood restrictions, you'd be astonished if you started just in comic books and literature alone. I'm not even talking about just the Hays Code. I'm talking about the idea that
the MPA or
it was dictated to literature that villains were never allowed to win in the end of any crime story. They just were not allowed. The book would not be published if that happened. So underdog criminals or anti-heroes were not acceptable.
Yeah. Now, you said published. I wasn't aware there was as strict a ruling against published criminals. Now, I knew in comic books and stuff, right, the criminals don't win. But just regular novelization, creative writing, that sort of thing. I wasn't aware. I knew
to win.
The Hays Code specifically was a moralities code that forbade sex, excessive violence, any kind of nudity or sexual situations, and criminals profiting from their crime. They were never allowed to do that. Now, there was a slight tweak to the Hays Code come the mid-40s, and that was a tiny little subgenre of gangster films where the gangsters would turn good guys to fight the Nazis.
Right.
One example is the great Humphrey Bogart comedy. It's a good comedy. He's great in it. It's one of my favorite bogey movies that he's not, being bogey, not being serious, We all love the Maltese Falcon, Casablanca, The Big Sleep, Have and Have Not. You can go on about Bogart all day, but he wasn't really known for his comedies. All Through the Night was an unusual one. Have either of you guys seen that? Are either of you guys Humphrey Bogart fans, or am I taking everybody down a boring
I haven't seen Casablanca
old movie road?
I haven't seen Casablanca in about 30 years, but I did pre-order the 4K release, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the artist, of course.
Yeah, Casablanca, good argument for the greatest studio film ever made. A perfect storm of fluke, luck, talent, everything coming together at the right time. I can't say enough. Casablanca, personal all-time favorite movie. It was on last night, and I watched it again for my 20th plus time. I haven't seen it all the way through 20 times, but it is one of those movies since childhood. Whenever it's on, it's one of the few movies that I can't leave the room. Oh, Casablanca's on. Okay, now I'm watching this. That's just what's happening now. Ben-Hur's on. Okay, this is what I'm doing this afternoon. I guess.
I still govern this on reaction channels. Whenever I see a young reaction channel watching Casablanca, I will tune in because I want to see if all the tropes are still functioning properly, in a modern audience. And they are. They're not only functioning properly, but every reaction channel I've ever watched to watch Casablanca is so blown away by how tight the script is. They're like, holy crap. Every one of these characters goes through a developmental arc. Everybody has a plot line. All the characters are interacting. You find out the backgrounds and the histories on everybody. It's like, it's such a precise construction.
It is, but it was a construction of haphazard creativity, brilliance, people that, were exceptionally good at what they did. To make a story that it's one of the biggest bullshit MacGuffins in all of cinema. The letters of transit. The whole thing that propels the movie. The fucking letters of transit. No such letters ever existed anywhere at any time in any war in history. There was never this one get out of jail free and everything document that would take you through every checkpoint. Didn't happen. Hitler himself could have signed the fucking things, and there'd still be checkpoints where no way Hitler signed this. We need to check this out. There are no such things as completely unquestioned letters of transit. Complete fabrication for the movie, but it worked. Who goes out of that Casablanca going, there's no such things as letters of transit? Yeah, sure there are. Shut up. It's great.
Movies were made different back then than they are today, let's be honest. So
yeah.
Like they had more of a moral code back in the day, You can only make this kind of movie for this kind of
well, you heard us talking before the Hays Code. and how debilitating it was to creativity to have that censure where whatever you write, okay, you can't have sex, the bad guys can't win. You can't say anything against God. You can't. Sorry, you can't show a twin bed or something. Yeah, like you can't show a toilet.
You
can't show a toilet in a bathroom.
Bed together.
I've got a sci-fi novel that was written during the late 30s, early 40s, and in one sequence, a gangster character pulls a razor blade and puts it up against a girl's throat, but the novel never says it's a switchblade and never says it's sharp. All they say is he takes something out of his pocket and with a click brings it to her throat. The next piece of dialogue is literally her divulging a bit of information. They never actually say what it is he's got in his hand. They just describe the sound. Yeah. And multiple times during this series of books, he says, and they curse each other, truly publishable even in a modern work of fiction like this one.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he was restricted. And in all the detective novels too, it's the same thing. They can't describe certain artifacts. They can't bring it into the mind of the reader, especially if it's a woman.
Well, I do know that in the 50s, there was a loosening up. The Hays Code was for movies, and that didn't really, people actually just started ignoring the Hays Code when it came apparent that it's an unenforceable code. There was no legal precedent. This was a sanctions Hollywood put on themselves to keep the Women's League of Decency and the Catholic League from just destroying them with the religious sect that swang through the United States. Back then, 60, 80 years ago, religion did have a bit more power than it does today. Not saying religion isn't powerful. I'm just saying that it held much more swath. What the church said went a bit more. People got a bit sick of that come the 60s. And so then you got, exploitation films and shit like that. But before that, in the 50s, you got the salacious crime novels, ones that, just went shy of actual hard sex, ones that would talk about rape and
well, that's why the separation of church and state was such a big idea.
Like Marilyn Monroe and Jane Mansfield, and what's the other one famous back in the day? Those movies that they're based on sexuality, but they kind of were like faux pas about it because like, oh damn, you can't show that.
All right. And anti-derivative, not just a little bit. It's anti-derivative, Jill.
Jill's back. Hey, Jill.
I just see her name. I feel like singing it. Anti-derivative, not just a little bit.
I see Jill in the chat. It makes me so happy.
And Jill is bigger now in her avatar.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger in her avatar?
By Starfield.
Oh, right.
No,
I get what you're saying now.
Yeah. More Jill in the avatar.
Always have time for more Jill.
I see Jill in my chat. I'm like, it brings me peace. Like, okay, Jill's in the chat.
Villains beware.
It's like, yes, my stream will go a lot better now that Jill's in the chat.
I wonder, Red Shirt, how much of a connection there is between the Kennedy administration's separation of church and state and the abolishing of the Hays Code and other codes like it.
Oh, I imagine it fed into it, definitely. Well, the time was right. It really, I know it's a little corny to say it's the 60s, the time was right for change, but it was. The Hays Code, as bad as it was, I'm sure we'd all stand on the side of free creativity. The more free you are, the more creative you can be. But ironically, you really do, when you look at what Hollywood, the quality Hollywood was able to work under such constrictions, under such dictates that they had no control over, that we could still get films like Casablanca, The Maltese Falcon, The Bold and the Beautiful, one of the biggest movie of all time. I don't know why I got Clockwork Orange stuck in the brain for some reason. Not Clockwork
How
Orange.
about
stupid.
12 Angry
The
Men?
Burning of Atlanta. 12 Angry Men. 12 Angry Men. Excellent example. Well, Henry Fonda's
film, it just still blows everybody. It's hysterical to watch some of these reaction channels, watch this movie, and then at the end go, holy shit, we were in one room for the whole movie.
Well, technically, yeah. Technically true. I'm not splitting hairs. You're right. The 99% of the movie is one room. It does start in the courtroom right at the end of the trial.
Right. Correct.
Remember?
Correct.
They're just putting the kid away,
and there's a washroom that they enter into for brief periods of time.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
It's basically 12 guys in a freaking room for like 90% of the movie.
And the fucking star power that came out of that. Sorry?
Yeah. And they forget. They forget that that's the limitation. That they can't believe that so much happened and it was all just dialogue.
Yeah. Oh, and dialogue, but actors working together in just such seamless unison that there was no question walking through. I never once watching a movie like 12 Angry Men, like The Bold and the Beautiful, or To Have and Have Not, Maltese Falcon. It takes me there. When the story is that good. Yes, 12 Angry Men is next level. Who is that? Sidney Lumet, right? Who also gave us movies like Failsafe. You ever see Failsafe? Another Henry Fonda, Walter Matthau. Great movie. Got buried because Dr. Strangelove came out 6 months earlier.
Right.
And
did he do Marty also?
Oh, good question. Sidney Lumet, did he do Marty? I mean, it's Ernest Borgnine's.
He definitely did Network.
Premiere. Oh, yes, Network, Sidney Lumet. He also did The Hill. You ever see that? Great Sean Connery. One of my favorite Sean Connery movies.
Oh,
he did it right after, I think, Russia with Love. He was trying to shake the Bond mystique. Remember back, I mean, this is before
shook a little harder. Couldn't get rid of that. That payday was just too good.
Hill is it's a prisoner of war film about British prisoners in a British prison, British wartime prison. And Connery's a sergeant major that decked his officer for, ordering his men into machine gun fire when it wasn't necessary. Ossie Davis is in it. A few good quality Brit actors that you'd instantly recognize from films as going back like Zulu Dawn or the Bridge Too Far or shit like that. It's a bit late for me. I'm not on my sharpest game at 20 after 3 in the morning. But what about, hey, just open it up to the kids in the chat. We got 8 people here. I know there's a lot of movie knowledge hanging out here.
Shit. Almost 3-hour mark. Holy fuck. That's
they followed Jill.
Thank you.
We all know our good friends Potato Raven and Dialect 451, sweethearts in the community. Everybody loves them, even if you don't know them well. You know them well enough that sweet guys. I'm talking to them the other night, and Cockney's there, and we're chatting away, trying to be amiable with these guys. And I ask them, I say, okay, you two, I like to find out about people through the movies they like, and they were telling me some of the movies. And I said, well, give me an example of an old movie you love. Something maybe you saw with your granddad or, your dad showed you, or, maybe you discovered it on your own, and they think about it for a second, take it very seriously. And he says, I think Back to the Future is probably my favorite. And Potato's like, oh yeah, Back to the Future. Yeah, I say that too. That's your old movie pick. No, let me explain it, old movie. What I mean by old movie, go back. Go back to the oldest films you can think of. What kind of films do you like? I'm trying to talk people into, everybody's complaining today. I'm using broad strokes here when I say everybody, but so many people complaining today about the quality of film and cinema, what's out there, that it's all garbage. We're not getting anything. Well, there's a lot of stuff in the past you can look to. I'm looking at making my own little movie channel soon. And one of the shows I want to do on it is focusing on the movies you can watch for free on YouTube. because there are literally hundreds of great movies on this channel we can watch for free. Now, I do have the premium, so I've got no commercials. So I will say that's a huge advantage, because I do remember trying to watch a couple of movies on YouTube. And it was just frustrating, because I love old Kung Fu movies, right? Black Phillip, I think you're down with the Kung Fu too, aren't you?
Oh, fuck yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
And
fuck yeah.
just the channels, the Wu-Tang channel, Cinecurry Hollywood, SMR, just those 3 channels alone, you've got 10,000 hours of Kung Fu movies. Their lists are incredible. And some of the quality is just beautiful. Some of it are original prints. So if you're a true fan, you'll suffer through it. But some of them are nicely cleaned up, presentable. They come with subs or dubs, they tell you. And for $12 a month, I think I got the premium, and I never looked back. Best entertainment investment I've done in years. I like it better than Netflix or just any of the other services, just for its simplicity, its ease of access, and it also gives you a whole music chapter thing that I haven't even touched on yet. My buddy's an audiophile, and he was like, wow, and you've never used the music? That's insane. I never use it for anything else. But for different guys like that. So speaking of older movies, what kind of older movies does everybody like here, whether it's the chat or here? Do you like 70s movies, movies from the 60s? Do you like the old film noir movies? Maybe an old John Wayne war movie you saw with your dad as a kid that you got great memories of. Westerns, spaghetti westerns.
Don't spoil my future streams without a red shirt. So come on.
Yeah, I was raised with a cinephile.
Red shirt. So
my father was really into historical fiction. So Ben-Hur, Lawrence of Arabia, The Robe, 10 Commandments, Julius Caesar with Rex Harrison, what was that? That was Cleopatra, right? With Liz Taylor and Rex Harrison.
And Richard Burton, the guy from Man from U.N.C.L.E., Space 1999, Martin Landau. Yeah, great. One of those great epic movies. I do apologize, Stephen. I let my attention wander for just a second there. I tried to read something in the chat that caught my eye. I apologize. You were talking about the Cleopatra film, but I don't know how you got there or why.
Oh, my father is a big historical fiction fan. So anything and everything that was brought to cinema from history, including Zulu, including All Quiet on the Western Front. I mean, we were raised on these films.
Oh, yeah. Magnificent. That's one of the films that I really think all men should see. All Quiet on the Western Front. Like one of those, if you could pick a top 10 of films that you think everyone should see once in their life for effect, for how it will stay with you, All Quiet on the Western Front to this day. It holds up as an absolute stark telling of what these young men went to completely believe. Another great example of a movie. You're there. You are there in the fucking trenches with you. You're there on that day of school when their fucking prick school teacher is whipping all these 17-year-old boys up into frenzied bloodlust, promising they'll be home by Christmas. Victory will be swift. Come, boys, stand with me. Let's march to the recruitment office. And how these poor kids are eating it up, hook, line, and sinker, proud as fucking shit, running into the one guy in the barracks they know. Hey, it's the old postie from the neighborhood. How you doing, post? Don't you call me, but I'm your son. You will obey me. Hey, we've known each other a whole lot. Get in the mud. Just, the overexertion, that tiny bit of power a corporal will have over the enlisted men. Right. Every facet of that movie, starving from day one, up to your knees in fucking mud.
I would love to throw that film in the face of all of the Kubrick critics for Full Metal Jacket, because All Quiet on the Western Front did it first.
Yes, but I get what you're saying.
The drill sergeant, the harshness of harsh reality of war, a harsh reality of training.
Mm-hmm. 100%. I wasn't sure where
I wasn't saying
no,
it was
no.
ripped off. I'm just saying that
No,
there's
no.
always an older incarnation of all of these things.
Yeah, up to a point, definitely. Sure.
Yeah.
Whether it's literature or not. Yeah, I mean, stories aren't new, but I'm sure there's other war stories that probably were just in books or just handed down or stuff that would be as equally powerful to the people being told at the time. But I don't know those. I do know All Quiet on the Western Front. I've seen both the silent and the audio version, and I would recommend the soundtrack version only for fluidity. The actual, there is a beauty to the quiet version, to the silent version, where you got to read it all and work through it. But they did film, curiously enough, if I'm remembering my film history correctly, they filmed certain scenes in two ways so they could do that. Because the reason they did that was because at that time, less than half the picture theaters in the country were equipped for sound.
What?
So they knew they wouldn't be able to get the movie moving.
What's the point of only implementing a technology to half theaters? What a lazy, slack-ass way of doing things.
Well,
yeah. Well, this is as it was being rolled out. Yeah.
He has a point.
He has
a point.
But it's interesting to parallel that with digital screenings and 3D screenings with the contemporary age.
Yeah.
That they would up-res to 3D just to get the box office. That sound was a very similar element way back in the day, I'm sure.
Yeah. The first official talkie that got released wasn't a full talkie. Was the Al Jolson, the jazz singer. And the jazz singer was 3/4 quiet, except for the part in the club. That was the part that had music. Why I just brought that up, I don't
Well,
know.
didn't Charlie Chaplin
like
do a similar thing, right? He kept it silent except for some of the special effects, some of the sound effects. Specifically, I'm thinking of the one where the girl is blind.
Oh, Big City?
She hears a car
City
door.
Lights.
Yeah.
Yes,
he allowed for them to hear the car door so that they would know that she heard the car door.
Yeah. I think the difference, though, brother, is it's a slight one. It's technology at the time. In the early films, there were sound films, but these were done on a large, like Motorola turntable crank. They had the records there, and they synced the records, and they would never sync up. Film would stretch in the machine. The records would play slow. So it was never going to be a viable option, but it could put music in. Most of these older places, as I'm sure I'm not telling you anything you don't know, before sound was a fixture, they quite often either had a very small orchestra or at the very least a tinny piano up front where the player was given the music for the thing and he could keep pace better to the action on the screen than an automaton being cranked and just relying on a spring to unwind this thing at a certain speed.
Yeah, and historically, let's all remember that these theaters were basically retrofitted vaudevillian theaters that already had an orchestra pit.
Right. Yeah, many of them.
Foley happened live on stage.
Yeah, you're right. I just, Black Phillip, I hope you don't think I'm taking over here, although I know I am. I did ask a couple of questions in the chat, and I was just checking here.
You're fine, brother. Don't worry. You're fine.
Okay. Cool.
I'm just texting my lady right now, so don't worry.
Okay. Anti-derivative, not just a little bit. On the fence, she never sits. Anti-derivative.
Always the professional. I'm trying to be. I'm trying to keep the peace in the chat because Meg Cropper is being a bit defensive towards.
Hey, I don't know Mega Cropper well, but I've never got a bad vibe from the guy. I'm sure he's having some fun and messing around, and maybe even he does mean Dialect and Tiger were a bit of cringe, but I doubt he meant that in a really mean-spirited way. He's always impressed me as a pretty right-on guy in my books. So. Admittedly, I don't know him very well, but I've never heard him I've never seen him get into a bitchy.
I've known Mega Cropper for ages, and Mega Cropper is always very frank, not to everyone's taste because they can't handle it. I'm personally all for it. I'm the first person that will get, if my show isn't working out for Mega Cropper will let me know. As far as I'm concerned, I like frankness. So, you're not to everyone's taste, Mega Cropper, but I like it. You shoot from the hip.
Yeah, but it's frankness without a mean spirit to it.
Yeah,
it's just frankness.
In today's shallow, dishonest, insincere world, I like it. I think it's to be valued.
Yeah, good on that. So, Black Phillip, you of course govern yourself accordingly, but I don't think he's bad people.
No,
even though he's dumping on my good buddy. I don't really know Tiger. She seems quite nice. I've only met her like once or twice. But Dyla, he's a sweetheart. He's a poor little twitchy man trapped in an iron suit that gets angry easily and runs out of breath. But his heart's in the right place. He's good people.
Right.
Andrew River to Jill said, well, in honor of Louise Fletcher, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Great answer. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I'm sure we've all seen that.
Yep.
Been a few years, I'm sure. But, one of Jack's early strongest roles. And Louise Fletcher, she got the Academy Award, and rightly so, Nurse Ratched. Really put her mark on that. And then, Deep Space Nine, watching her years later. Mind you, remember Brainstorm?
Yes.
You guys remember Brainstorm with Christopher Walken and Natalie Wood?
About what Mega Cropper said about Jill's panels are very much the mixed dynamics. See, Jill and Scotty, guaranteed. Jill and Scotty, Mega Cropper's got a point. Jill and Scotty work very well together. Jill, Scotty, and pop culture work well together because of the contrasting personalities. And then Jill, Scotty, pop culture, and is it LA Valley Picker? Now, he's brilliant because he's got absolutely no self-awareness, but that makes him brilliant. It's like it doesn't matter. You know that yin and yang thing? He's either doing it on purpose or not. It doesn't matter. He's a genius.
Met him recently. He's got a bit of a southern accent to him, a bit of a drawl.
Yeah, and that helps.
Yeah.
So it depends on Dalek. I mean, I like broadcasting with Dalek, but then sometimes I think, am I trying to entertain Dalek or the audience? And finally, I did snap with Dalek because he was all grumpy with my correct deconstruction of time travel. That Harry Potter debacle on Potato. But anyway, I've already mentioned it once. But basically, I thought Dalek would relish the opportunity, since he was ignored on the Potato panel, to correct the factual incorrections, the mistakes made on the Potato panel. He just came up all grumpy, so I fucked him off out of there, and now he's not happy. But in a way, Mega Cropper's right. I love Dalek like a Dalek. Inside every Dalek, there's a unicorn trying to get out. But it's because I make a lot of effort dancing around his complex personality. Oh, we have to do the same thing with you, Captain. You fuckers don't know what level I'm working on. I carefully have to balance everyone's personality. So, yeah, Jill's got her work cut out for her. Mega Cropper's right. You do well to listen to the Mega Cropper. The panel combo is a very delicate thing.
Exactly. I mean, come on, my channel. I mean, you can start this on my channel.
Mega Cropper, Black Phil has a short memory when Robert Myburnett and Dave tried.
I should not hear going.
Anyway, we got 8 lurkers or 6 lurkers.
No, there's probably 20 out there, but YouTube's fucking with the numbers. I think, we don't got lurkers. Just
I don't think it's so personal, Big Harper. I mean, you've got an issue with.
No, Black Phillip. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Any kind of pushback. I mean, some people criticize my binary approach to everything. Sorry, you still there?
I know who Mega Cropper is.
No. Listen. What you just did there is you pushed back against the fucking listener. I mean, you earlier you said I want subs, and now you're inviting him to unsub. I mean, seriously, you're giving me cognitive dissonance. You either don't give a fuck like me, and you lose subs willy-nilly because you're so arrogant like I am, or
yeah,
or you
that's why I
beg
made you
for
one of the
Sorry.
or you beg for 100 subs and you're nice to, I mean, you've got to go one or the other. You either give a fuck about subs or you don't. I'm just, as a friend, pointing out that you are giving me cognitive dissonance, and eschew obfuscation, Phil. That's what I always say. Eschew obfuscation.
And Coggy makes a good point, but I will put a tiny caveat here. You are in charge of your own show. If you felt Jill was being unjustly treated, it is up to you as the host to make sure all your guests are comfortable at all time and to eradicate those that are spitting seeds of discord. Now, you went in and you checked, and you did immediately assume that Jill might be in trouble, which I can understand being a host. Jill is well able to take care of herself at all times. I can assure you that, but I do understand that impulse.
She is actually a mod on my channel, to be honest. So
see, she's the only blue screen. I just noticed that right now. She's the only mod you've got.
She is a mod on my channel, to be honest.
She's the only mod we
on
need.
your channel, to be honest.
Besides Ashley. Ashley is my other mod, but she just wanted to be blue. She's like, make me blue. Okay. You're blue.
Speaking of which, I hope Ashley's okay. Any word from her? Did you get a word back, Phil?
No. Not even from Scotty. Not even from Scotty.
Like a brick through a plate glass window. What's wrong with Ashley?
She's dealing with eviction issues. So
poor kid.
I'll leave it at that. I'm not gonna exploit her.
Just personal drama going on with boyfriends and ex-boyfriends and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's not our
No, but the way you said it, like I didn't know, was it medical? Was it financial? What's going on? Was it
that's
emergency?
my problem. That's my fault. I kind of let it.
You can see a ransom. Don't worry.
Jill said she's in a breakup. It was public on her stream, so it wasn't hidden. Still, I'm sorry to hear that, but none of my business.
Oh, thank you, Meg Cropper. Yes, this is one of your best. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Appreciate that, Meg Cropper. Nothing personal,
Oh, no.
There you go. There's the frankness you like. You like that frankness.
No, it wasn't meant to be.
That's why she was acting on my stream this morning. Unfortunately, I was acting on too. So.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Mega Cropper. Like I said, no hard feeling. Like I saw you calling out Jill in the chat. So me being this, it's my channel. I do stick up for my friends.
Of course, you got to be on top of things. You got to police your own channel, and you did, and then you found out what was going on. Everything's cool. Everybody's happy. Good man.
I think group dynamics on other people's channels is a source of endless fascination. I think the topic itself is amazing.
Yeah.
Self-awareness. Some YouTubers have got self-awareness. They're actually aware they're live on air, and some haven't got a fucking clue. Makes you wonder, really. They're all entertaining in their own ways. Like movies, there is no good or bad YouTuber. They're all fascinating. Just some are deliberately fascinating, and some are fucking car crashes, aren't they?
Even if it was against you, Captain, I still would have backed you up. And like, no.
I don't need backing up. I found that I've been was on Wi-Fi the other day. I think I got dogpiled by 4 guests at the same time. I can take on everyone at the same time. I'm super tough. I'm the baddest motherfucker on YouTube. Everyone knows it. I'm the funniest. I'm the best. I'm the best looking. I've got the fastest car, the hottest women.
I'm trying to compliment you, sir.
You can't. He's doing it himself.
I'm trying to compliment you, sir, but you won't let me.
Yeah, I can do it myself. Look, I don't need you to big me up. I've got a mirror that does that every day, baby.
Shut the fuck up. That's why we love you, Captain.
Shut up and kick me, Captain. That's
Shut up and put it in the hole I like.
Shut up and get me to 400 subs, bitches.
Get me to 100, bitches.
I need to get to 400 so I can lord it over these fuckwits.
I know. Help me. You got to support the smaller channels.
I'm going to get a community card. Then I'm going to know what to do with it. That's right. I'm going to use that community card. Yeah, baby. I want to use it so
What
hard.
is the community card? That came up in somebody's chat today.
Yeah,
And I
today,
think
Phil's.
no, it was Jill's actually.
Well,
I think.
yeah, Jill's and Phil's.
Oh, did it? Okay. Well, I
Brilliant.
was only privy to the one, and somebody was asking about
You're a gentleman,
contact tab. What is it? Something that gives you an added advantage on a stream? Does it like let you get in touch with people in the community? What is a community tab?
When you get 500 subs, you automatically get 3 groupies.
No, that's not it.
It means you can do polls on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Right.
It means you can,
and you also get a URL customized to your name.
Oh, and that's I guess important because that's.
But it's easy to tweet and it's easy to social network your title with a YouTube link. It's because it's easy to read. You just put the link on there and everybody knows who it is.
Yeah, I'm really behind the social. I had one of those Facebook accounts for like a week, and then I never went back to it. Like nothing. And for years, people were saying, "Hey, man, I wish you happy birthday." I just, okay, I don't even know how to get onto it. I know nothing. I don't have Twitter. I don't have Discord. DM, I think, is something you kids talk about. I no fucking clue. So when I go, I rely on.
Like 80 or how old are you? Like 80? Joking.
I don't think so. This is how you keep. Where's the unsubscribe button? Right there.
I know. I unsubscribed from this motherfucker.
Oh Lord, I lost about 10 subscribers tonight, I'm sure. So
you probably will too.
Go figure.
I'm waiting.
Go figure.
99.
99. Put me back under 80. I don't care. So,
but I've got to say, my subs have been going up quite a lot the last few days. I think whatever I'm doing, it must be right. I think being harsh with people is working. So fuck it, more harshness.
This is what Jill says. Like you could post links, images, polls at 500 subs.
Right.
YouTube becomes a real social network. Below 500, you're talking into either hoping someone is listening.
Talking into the ether, hoping someone's listening. Yeah.
That's the Jill we love right there.
Yeah, I really need that 500. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get to 500. Then I'm going to find out what it means being at 500 because I really wasn't paying attention.
I'll just be happy to be at 100. Come on, man. That's all I care about.
Hey, dude. You know what? I've known a plenty of guys. When I first knew Billy, he was at like 274. Now he's cresting 1,700, 1,800. You know, once you get a little success, it breeds success. Keep the pace. Stay patient. You guys that are grinding it out, you got the hardest jobs out there because, well, I'm talking to the guys here on the panel. It's all live streams with you guys. I'd love to see, especially you, Cockney, get your shit together and start putting out some more static content. You're wonderful. Have you guys watched his very in-depth gone through? I know I've talked about it. I'm not bringing up all your old shit, but you know he's got some great stuff in his
time travel.
You go back
videos.
into his time travel videos. The hilarious Playmobil videos. This is the level of dedication he put to this. Not only did he draw the whole town of wherever the fuck, Twin Pines Mall, and then the clock tower and everything from Back to the Future. He went out and sourced Playmobil toys so he could have accurate representations of both Doc, Marty, and the fucking dog. Not enough for absolute authenticity. Went and bought a second Playmobil recreation set so he could have 2 Marty McFlys.
And now I've got the Playmobil Enterprise, and just for Jill, well, that's an exaggeration, but partly for Jill, we're going to recreate City on the Edge of Forever with Playmobil.
Did you really get the Playmobil Enterprise?
Yeah, I've got them right here. I've got Pocket Scotty right here.
How have you not done an opening for that? That is a guaranteed winner.
Because fuck that
that'll
shit.
put you well over 500 subs. Come on, man.
Come on. That's why. Wait for the finished thing. No more.
Put you over 500 in a heartbeat, Captain. Come on, brother.
I could have. Those unboxing videos for that Playmobil sub. What's his name? That Trek guy.
It's my channel. Thanks for your advice. I'm not taking it. Move on. It's my fucking channel.
Then go find it.
Look, when I get
your shine box, then.
When I get 1,000 subs, you're going to get to see either, depending on what's happening, either Disco, not Cisco, either Jessica or Sarvik in Starfleet uniform.
That's all right.
Mrs.
Black from the Balfours by that time. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, kind of wasted time trying to help you. Black Phillip, you were telling me about next week. You're looking at starting your October.
Richard, you don't see me advising you on your channel, do I? Just you do your thing, I'll do mine. Yeah, you're right. Not only do I reject advice, I resent being given it. It's like, who the fuck are you to tell me how to live my life? No offense, just anyone. I just don't take advice. I don't even want to hear it.
Yeah, well, you were listening too intently. I wasn't giving you life advice.
LDT used to be up all in my ear. I tried listening. Me subs went down. I'll just look. Just being annoying and aggressive is putting me subs through the roof. So I'm going to keep doing that.
Broken 400 yet?
Pretty much.
That's a straight up question. Last time I checked, you were like 392. You're like right on the cusp.
Use it like 396, maybe back down to 395 if I have
back to 395. Yeah, there you go. I'll be on 400 by tomorrow. I just got to annoy a few more people. I've been calling out my day.
You have been tearing up the Wi-Fi.
Hey, red shirt.
Still here.
Red shirt. You know that time Wi-Fi put us in that fucking Hanoi pit of health 3 days?
Yes.
I lured that motherfucker like the emperor himself. He came onto my show. He acted up like I knew he would. And I put him in that fucking Hanoi pit of hell. And I left him there for 9 hours until he fucked off. See how you like it, motherfucker. He was texting away in the private chat. Oh, no, just because I did it to you. Yeah. How's that feel, motherfucker? Ting Mao! Ting Mao! That's why I was so friendly to him earlier today here, just to confuse the cunt. Put me in the Hanoi pit of hell, bitch. I gave him the full marine treatment. I gave him the full fucking marine dressing down. You ain't a marine. Really? Your daddy was a marine. You're not a marine. Drop and give me 20, bitch. They didn't like it. They don't like it up them. Semper Fidelis, motherfuckers. I am the Marines now. I'm the Marines of YouTube. No, I've never served. No false fella. But now the YouTube is the Marines. I'm your fucking drill instructor. Now drop and give me 20, you hippies. Back to Red Shirt in the studio.
Gentlemen, I need to call it a night.
Ransom.
I apologize. Just wanted to make a quick bow out. I don't know. I'm just, the energy just fell out of my body. I apologize. This has been great so far. Red Shirt, Captain.
Good day.
Always a pleasure. Jill, have a very good night.
Ransom. Take care. Have a good night.
Mega Cropper and the rest of the chat. Cheers. Take care. Thanks, Philip.
All right. Thank you, Steve Ransom.
Night.
Good night.
Take care. Dip-dibby-dum. Leaving in 15 minutes, too. I had a cab at 3 a.m. Jill has set the clock. The countdown begins.
Well, I'll leave when Jill leaves. You all got 15 minutes, suckers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Bow out. Bow out when the most entertaining one leaves. So, Black Phillip, why you got a few people here? Do people know what's coming up for you? And what? It's going to be 10 days time, 8 days time. You're going to start your October Fest, your Shocktober Fest.
Shocktober. Oh, that's a good title. I've been looking for a title to call my streams for October. I like Shocktoberfest. So I'll probably call it that. So thank you for that, Red Shirt. So I've already made list of the. I told you the topics I wanted to cover last night.
Yeah.
So
it's some great ideas.
So today I was making a list and I finally completed it. And so I already have the setup. I already have the subject matter that I want to cover for next month. 4 weeks. Mm-hmm. 4 weeks of good stuff. I'm not gonna spoil it. I told Red Shirt I told you last night what I wanted to cover. So but I don't know spoil it for those that haven't seen it.
Well, hang on. You're not spoiling anything if you give the people a little taste of what to expect. I'm not saying go through the whole list. I'm just saying give them the broad strokes. What 1 week you told me you're doing one thing, next week's going to be another. Give them a little something to look forward to instead of a vague.
All right. 1 week's going to be top horror icons. The next week's going to be top horror directors, and then 1 week's going to be my most underrated horror films. And then the final week, which is my big show one, I'm hoping to get some big guests, is my all-time favorite of horror films. Which is actually like almost close to 60 films. So that's going to be a huge... huge stream. No, you told me last night, you better go big. Like, you better not be no 2-hour streams. Like, if you want to go, like, you better make them like freaking 4 or 5 hours. I'm like, okay, I'm down for that shit. I mean, I might have to pay.
You possess the knowledge to carry that off. If you apply yourself and think ahead, I know you'll have material to talk about for hours. You're passionate about it. You love it. You're knowledgeable. People want to know. And it's October, the perfect time of year.
Right. So, like I said, I might have to purchase the higher stream or whatever StreamYard does. I might have to. Okay, so be it. Then I can stream for more than 6 hours. So,
okay,
5-6 hours, because I expect that favorite film, because it's literally about 60 films. I mean, you told me to go all out, so I'm like, okay,
yeah, I'm very impressed.
I mean, it's not like 60 films. It's like, I consider, like, if I like a certain film, it's like the entire series. It's like it's the entire filmography of my favorite horror films.
Okay. And also, too, I got no doubt when you sit down and start thinking about time and what you want to talk about, you write a list of 60, but are you really going to, you might say, my top 25. And then have another list or something, down the road that you can, these are the ones that didn't make the list sort of thing, Remember that special I did in October? Well, we're revisiting that because I left a few off the list, that sort of thing. Countdown shows do it all the time. Ones that just didn't make the cut, or what was number 11 in your top 10?
It ended up being like 20, but I consider it's like literally the entire series of because you know how horror, there's like thousands and thousands of sequels, so so it was like 25, and it actually adds up to about 60 films, but I consider it to be like just one subject, like all the, like, I'll give you an example, like all the Elm Street films. Okay, that's on my list.
Sure.
Spoiler alert.
I get that. Well, so if you're putting the series.
Yeah, consider
But just had a question. Would you bother to differentiate, say, out of all the Nightmare on Elm Street films, would you say my order is 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, and 7, or something like that? Or would you just say the Nightmare series, Nightmare on Elm Street series, and leave it at that?
As I told you last night, they're not in any particular order. They're just my
told you.
They're just my favorite, period. It's not in any particular order. It's not like from 10 to 1. It's just my favorite, period. Because I hate ranking. Because, like I say, my rankings change like daily. So
daily, you fickle.
Like maybe hourly or minutely.
That's the exact word I was thinking. Yeah, fickle. But okay. Hell of a way to get your head around that list. It changes every 45 minutes, but.
Sure, like exactly. Depending on my mood.
Time to change the all-time top 10 horror films again.
Depending on how I feel when I'm boozing. I'm like, oh, this filmography is better than this filmography.
Interesting rating system, folks. Siskel and Ebert tried it. 15 tequilas later, just that all fell apart.
I might make this Black Phillips Law number 2. Who cares about how you rank?
I do find rating systems incredibly tedious and thoroughly illogical. I don't know what people are thinking of sometimes.
They're quite boring, to be honest.
I give it a 7.5, or I give it a 7.6. Oh, really? Let's debate that. It's just a number in your head. It's meaningless. It's complete bullshit. The fuck? I give it a 7.7. Oh, really? I thought it was more of a 7.8. Oh, well, that's different. I'll order the Blu-ray then. Fuck off.
Look at Joe. Look at Joe. Oh, like in V for Vendetta, but a replicant. Oh, that's why we love you, Joe.
Is Joe Biden a replicant?
I know, right?
It's a faulty one, maybe. It's an interesting way to look at it.
No politics on my channel. That was a profuse imitation of Captain. I apologize.
Huh?
No politics on my channel.
It was nice to see Tiger Stripes on Jill's show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what Mega Cropper said. Tiger and Dalek. I quite like Tiger, but then she hates me. So
I'll be right back.
All right. No,
okay, mate.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back.
But yeah, the whole Tiger Stripes debacle is just an absolute disaster. I tell you, Red Shirt.
I'll have to take your word for it. I've only met the young lady once or twice. She seems quite pleasant to me.
Yeah, I think she's awesome.
I haven't had a conversation.
But no,
not a real one.
I'm the devil or something. No. Oh well, just admiration from afar, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. So, anything on tap for you this weekend, there, Cockney?
Nope, nothing at all.
No.
Just staring at a wall, crying.
Oh, no family time. I'm thinking, or got any projects
actually,
around
I'm
the
just
house?
taking the car to go and see my son right now. So I've been doing.
Oh, lovely.
While the show's been on. That's why I've been absent for most of it, physically or mentally, one of the two.
Good man. Good man. It's a long drive.
Yeah. Oh, it does. Well, I really don't want to talk about anything like that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. But no, that's great. I myself got a pretty dead weekend up here, relying on old Turner Classic Movies to get me through. It's a funny time up in Canada when fall hits.
Yeah, I'm glad it's springtime here.
Yeah. Outside of old Mississauga.
Yeah, good old Mississauga,
you're gonna...
right? Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what we've been missing off your streams is your lakeside chats. That's what I want to see your summertime.
Back soon. Any week now, I'll be doing lakesides again. But of course, by this time, so much has changed. The audience is quite changed. Everything I've changed. Everything's changed. Yeah, it's extra weird interacting with Scotty. So weird between Scotty and I, but it's quite dynamic for broadcasting.
Yeah. Well,
I think he's trying to sort of like affect a kind of detached quality. It's not really working, but that's the fact that it isn't really working is in itself quite amusing.
Well, whenever anybody affects a mannerism or attitude, if it's an affectation, then yeah, it doesn't quite ring true. I never had a beef with Scotty. I think he's a great guy, but I don't know him very well. We've talked several times, but
no,
that's pretty.
He doesn't want to talk about it, so I don't anyway. So
I will say that is difficult when you're trying to, make peace or at least get to the heart of the beef, and they don't want to talk. But there are some people out there feeling that they've said their voice and they haven't been listened to. So
yeah, exactly.
What can you do? You can't control other. Well, you can, but you virtually every time I try controlling people,
that's the worst thing you can do is not listen to them. That's what YouTube is. Just people crying out to be heard 24/7.
There you go. This will give me 200 subs right here. Look at this, sweet. Look at this. People love dogs.
Oh, he's adorable. What's his name?
Give me though. Shaggy.
Shaggy. How appropriate. Hello, Shaggy.
Say hi to everybody, Shaggy. Hi. I'll give me 200 subs like that. Boom.
I don't think Jessica's coming. I think it's going to be Sabek.
You lost me. I don't know who Jessica Slavic is.
Who's Jessica?
No, they're two different people.
Who's Jessica?
Exactly. Good question, Philip.
I don't know. I haven't been on your channel in like a month, so.
Well, I was trying to tell a story about Jessica. I think on your channel the other day, everyone, both in the panel and in the chat, completely ignored it. So I was like, here I just opening up my heart, my private life, and no one's listening. So
it's not Carol. It's not Carol. The one that gets bored of
what?
Channels, right?
The fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about Carol, the one that gets bored on people's chats, people's streams.
You want to do any more completely incorrect guesses while you're at it? This is exactly what I'm talking about, Red Shirt.
Mm-hmm.
This is my dog giving me the middle.
Not equal Carol.
This is my dog giving me the middle finger.
I thought I was talking about Jessica.
Who's Jessica?
I was just reading through the chat.
I'm getting a sense of deja vu now.
Deja vu. I got to be coming.
Shit, I'm behind on it. Shit. How many chats did you send, Joe?
I've been quite prolific, but there was no direct question to us that I see.
Like Tiger Stripes too. Maybe I was neglecting her. Yeah, that's weird. Y'all have Thanksgiving before Halloween. Oh, that reminds me, I can listen to the first half of this stream when I go to bed. It was boring. Exactly. Exactly. You don't worry what you can't control. You'll drive yourself banana.
No disrespect to my American cousins, and I mean this, but I always thought us Canadians, we had the lock on Thanksgiving a little better, only because having it when we do, before Halloween, gives us that much space before Christmas, which up here, Christmas is pretty big, as I'm sure it is where you live. But when you get the whole family together, it spaces us out a little better, is what I'm saying. They don't seem to be right on top of each other. We saw you guys last month. What are you doing back here again? Fuck off. I love turkey anyway, so any excuse. Gonna check out the second half of your show, Jill. Peace out. Later, Mega Cropper.
Later, Mega Cropper.
Well, there you go. The ultimate rejection from Mega Cropper.
No hard feelings, Mega Cropper.
So before there, Black Phillip, I was talking about older films, and I really don't know you so well. What kind of older films do you like? Do you like war movies, westerns, spaghetti westerns, the old Hollywood classic ones, gangster films, blaxploitation, sexploitation, any of those, fun 70s grindhouse type things? What is it you like to unwind with?
As we talked about last night, I do appreciate the older horror films. The Universal monster films, like
yeah, sorry, I know about your love of horror. You're right. We did talk about that last night. That's why I'm asking you to answer me something other than horror. But if you don't,
besides that, I mean, I don't like anything beyond 70s and beyond. So
okay, you did mention sci-fi.
I like a good war movie. I like movies like Platoon, like movies like Saving Private Ryan, like movies like Apocalypse Now.
Sure, great one.
Full Metal Jacket.
Stanley Kubrick, can't go wrong.
Yeah, and then what? Bridge of what's it called?
Bridge on the river.
Bridge on the
River. You say a bridge too far.
Yes, Bridge on the River Kwai.
Jack Hawkins, Alec Guinness, fantastic. William Holden, of course. One of the
and is Lawrence of Arabia technically a
well, yes, you can qualify Lawrence of Arabia. While it is the whole story of it takes place during a war, so it is fair to qualify that as a war film, I believe. In an odd way, like Casablanca qualifies as a war film. Did we ever actually see real scenes of war? No, we saw Nazis marching in. I think 3 people died in the whole movie, but the whole movie's design was to get America anxious to fight in World War II. And in that respect, it was hugely successful. So I can see a good argument where you could say Casablanca is a war movie, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You like Sam Peckinpah movies at all? You said you didn't like much past the 70s. You know Sam Peckinpah?
Oh, yeah. He's a Western. He's like known for his Westerns.
Yeah, The Wild Bunch. Pat Garrett, Billy the Kid. Another great one. He did with Randolph Scott and Joel McRae. Ride the High Country. Really good Western that just doesn't get enough appreciation.
Right.
But he also did. Have you ever seen? Sure. Oh, good night, Joe. Take care, sweetie pie.
Yep.
Good night, sweetheart. Where's time to go? We were talking about All Quiet on the Western Front earlier as one of the great anti-war films. Another one Sam Peckinpah did, which a lot of people, Sam Peckinpah did an anti-war film. Well, yeah, I think if you watch the his excellent James Coburn, Maximilian Schnell, David Warner, James Mason classic. So what is he doing?
I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Did you just feed your dog from your mouth? You should get those things on shorts and put them on YouTube. That will get you hits. Billy got like 60,000 hits from having his cat sit on his head.
I was trying to eat a pretzel and he took it from my damn mouth. I'm like, the fuck, Shaggy? You bastard.
That's my pretzel, Daddy.
Yeah, that's my pretzel, Daddy. Like, yeah, exactly. I'll put you outside. I'll put you outside.
How old is he?
4 and a half. He'll be 5 in December.
Oh, cool. Very cool. Did you have him since he was a pup?
Yeah, 6 weeks. He's half poodle, half Chihuahua.
Oh,
so
wow.
He's actually a very smart dog. So,
is there a name for that mix? Choodle?
Choodle? I call it a choodle. So,
choodle?
The vets call it a poodle mix, but like, all boring. So I call him a choodle. So, so while I went poodle, I call him a choodle. So. Like, y'all are boring, vets. Poodle mix. You're boring. Yeah, he's almost 5. He'll be 5 years old on Christmas. I chose his birthday. Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
I brought him home on Super Bowl Sunday in 2018, which was exactly 6 weeks from his birth. So that's why I chose Christmas as his birthday. It might have been the 24th, might have been the 26th, but fuck it. I chose Christmas as his birthday. So.
Yeah, sure, why not? Makes it easier than buying him 2 separate presents, one for his birthday, one for Christmas. You can cheat and get away with just the one.
I know, right? Touche on that. He's a good dog. I love this dog to death. He's very smart. Stop it. Being spoiled. Stop it.
All right.
I'll put him outside. I'll be back in about 2 seconds.
Don't threaten me. I think he got the joke, but okay.
No, if you throw it out there, it exists, I guess. You made the joke. Whether people pick it up or not, it's how much they're listening to you.
Wasn't one of my best work anyway. Still.
Oh, well, then it's a moot point. It's not your best work.
No sense crying about spilled jokes.
But the principle, but you're not aware. Are you not aware of legal principle? You let that one go. What if it was your best work and no company's listening? What then? Do you not care?
No, I'd be crying. I'd be crying to you. I'd be asking you to help me get revenge.
You're one of those slack cops. You let it go with some minor infringement. Before you know it, you're up to murder. No one gives a shit.
I'm back.
Okay. That you are. So your poster's in the background there behind you, obviously Ghostbusters. I can't tell what the one below that is. Is that another Ghostbusters poster?
Yeah, Ghostbusters 1 and Ghostbusters 2.
Okay.
The one to the left of Ghostbusters is actually Back to the Future, which is Captain's favorite movie of all time. So, and then
paying some attention.
The ones to the right of Ghostbusters are John Wick 2, John Wick 1, and then below it, which is beneath the chair, is John Wick 3. So behind me is you see the Joker. You probably see the Joker.
Right.
And then to the left of the Joker poster is Zombieland. Zombieland Double Tap and Flash Gordon.
The 80s?
Yeah.
Sam Jones, Flash Gordon?
Yep.
Great movie. Lots of fun.
If you look up at the top, and it's the Harry Potter. Yes, I'm a Potterhead. I know. I heard y'all talking shit about Harry Potter earlier. Fuck y'all. So those are all the crest of the, what do you call it? The houses of Harry Potter.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All four.
You're a bit of a pothead too, are you?
I don't smoke pot, but yeah, I'm a pothead. Potterhead, not a pothead. And then to my right, no, fuck it. You can see the Last Action Hero.
Oh yeah, okay.
And then right above it is the Witch, Black Phillip, which is of course the actual true origin of my YouTube name.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, fuck you guys. It's not racist. Come on. It's based on the witch. So, but yeah.
Oh boy.
One of these days I want to do a whole tour of my whole thing. I call it Black Phillip's Lair. So.
Black Phillip Scrotum Sanctorum.
Yeah. I call it my lair. I got like about 60 posters in this room. So.
Oh, okay. Your man cave sort of place, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're just seeing about 12 right now, but all over. I mean, I got a Pac-Man video game right there to my left. So.
Yeah.
And then I collect Funko Pops, so I got Funko Pops to my left also. And then,
yeah, wow.
And then I got a beer fridge in the middle of my man cave. You know, you gotta have a beer fridge. So, and then got my movie collection like all over the place. So, mostly 4K. But yeah, one of these days, I'm trying to do a live video of my entire Black Phillip layer, but I'm so busy all the time. So, one of these days I'll do it.
Oh, I think it's a good idea. Show off the Batcave, so to speak. Let people know where the headquarters are. What you got cooking?
I know, right?
How you come to your thought processes. What you need around you to stimulate those ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tony Stark's on and Spidey's a guest. So I'm going over to the chat there.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I like to catch Spidey wherever possible. So if anyone needs me, I'll be on the Tony Stark channel.
All right, Captain. Thanks for showing up.
Good on you, mate.
Thanks for having me on.
Bye.
True.
Yep. Well. Not too bad tonight. Not too. He behaved tonight. I'll give him that much credit. He behaved.
Yeah. You know, he's sitting there listening.
Oh yeah, well, definitely. I'm not gonna talk shit about him. Come on, he was on for about 3 hours. So
Yeah. No, I don't know what to tell you. We had this talk the other night where he was like, seriously telling me he wants to mend fences. Like, he knows there's a problem out there and he's not happy. And he wants us all to be on the same page the same way, I think most of us thinking people do. It's stupid when we're bitching at each other, when we're tearing each other down. We should always be working to promote each other, if not with every project, at least in goodwill and heart, and don't, try to promote harmony. So everybody, when you go on nobody feels that, oh, Black Phillip's there, I can't join the stream. He said something mean to me 2 days ago. Well, I'm going to unsubscribe because why would Cockney have Black Phillip on his stream when he knows No, that's where it leads to, Right. So
yeah, you saw Mega Cropper in the chat. I was like, oh, well, I might just unsubscribe. I'm like, okay, fine, unsubscribe to me just for sticking up for Jill. So.
Yeah, I put my nose in there only because I didn't know him a bit better. And I don't know how well you do, and I know he's not a bad guy, but he's also not a total pussy either. You tell him to fuck off, he'll tell you to fuck off right back. But he won't tell you to fuck off first. He will say he's frank, but it's without meanness, which is why I can get along with the guy no problem. I'm fine with people being honest. I'd 100% rather honesty, even if it's not exactly what I want to hear. Excessive honesty, I don't need you to tell me how fucking lousy I am. But,
I wouldn't have said nothing before. Well, I already know because earlier this week, Captain called out Jill on one of his own videos. So I'm like, all right, why is everybody all of a sudden want to call out Jill all of a sudden of all people? I'm like, nuh-uh. Like, I'm tired of this.
Yeah.
Like, Jill's one of the most respected mods and YouTubers out there, so everybody loves her. So.
She's I don't really know anything about her modding, but I do know the type of person she is over the last several months of getting to know her, and I'm very glad I have. She's charming, very articulate, witty, has a gentle sense of humor that has no trace of malice or vitriol to it. A beautiful human being, and we need more people like that hanging out.
She only mods for Doomcock. She also mods for Midnight's Edge.
Yeah. No, good for her.
She mods for some of the biggest channels on YouTube. So,
no, that's pretty cool.
As far as this, nerddom, I like to call it, nerddom. She mods for some of the biggest channels out there. So a lot of people love her and respect her. And so, like, you're gonna call her out on my channel, like it's just out of all this whole universe out there. I mean, you're gonna call her out on my channel of all places, like, oh hell no.
Yeah. Well, again, that wasn't what the problem was, and she even piped up to that. She knows Mega Cropper, so and she's a pretty tough cookie too. Like, of course, I understand the impulse to protect any young woman on your show. Of course, that's who you got to look after first. Is the guest, and frankly. Of course, you have to look after the female guests first, even before the males. But
she's a Texan like me, so.
And you got that Texan blood thing going between you. So
Texans, we're all family. We all look out for each other.
But it's bad business if any of the girls get the idea that it's not a safe place to be, or they're gonna get harassed or something. You got to step on that shit right away and step on it hard. But.
Like, I mean, again, I knew she could handle herself, but I was just like, I ain't having that on my channel. Like,
No, completely appropriate to speak up. Completely appropriate.
Scotty too. Like, like in the beginning, I was about 30 minutes late to my stream, and Captain, he's probably still listening. Whatever, but he was calling out Scotty. He was calling out Scotty for being late, and I was like, okay, he's late. I'm like. I can't speak for Scotty why he's late. If he's late, so be it. He's like, oh, it's so unprofessional. It's so disrespectful. Like, how is that?
Oh, he's just stirring the pot. That's just him, stirring the pot a little. Nothing vicious or malicious there. But being a shit stirrer right now where he's sitting may not be the best idea. None of my business, but you want to make noise about getting community back together. get community back together.
Yeah, like I don't want to get too much into it because he actually was pretty respectful tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll give him that much credit. So yeah. Okay. I did tell him, like, you want me to come on your channel, you send me the link. You don't send nobody else to send me a link. Like he's been sending sci-fi a link. He's like, oh, the captain requires your presence. I'm like, okay. And then last week he sent Steven Ransom to give me a link. I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, if you want me on your channel, you send me a link yourself. I'm like, you don't got to send somebody else to go on your channel. Like, if you actually want me literally to come on your channel, you send me the link yourself. Out of respect. You know what I mean? I've known you for 2.5 years, brother. And like, regardless of this bullshit we're going through for the last 2 months, I've known you for 2 years. I already know your shtick. So it's not going to get by me. Like, you want me on your channel, you send me a personal link yourself. Don't send nobody else. Period. So yeah, I let him on tonight. I mean, I was, okay, fine. Obviously, during the month of October, I'm not going to let nobody on that I don't want on because that's, as I told you last night, that's going to be my time to finally shine.
Yeah.
Like we had that talk on my stream last night, and like today I was like in force. I'm like, okay, I'll make it my list. Like,
great idea.
I wasn't even joking when I said like my favorite movie list is like 60 plus.
Well, you're a fan. You're a hardcore fan.
But 60% of that is just full on movie series.
Yeah,
like it's 25, but it's like half of like 30% of that is the entire series, and like that's how big of a horror fan I am. I like it's the full on. I'll give you spoiler alert. I don't care. So like it's the whole entire Elm Street series. It's the whole entire Halloween series. It's the whole entire Friday the 13th. It's the whole entire Chucky. So I'm like, that's like at least 60, 70 movies right there. So
right.
And then I got like about out of all that, it's like about 15 just individual movies that I like. And so that's what you told me to do. You're like, you told me to plan it ahead. You told me plan it ahead. And I took that seriously. I was like, okay, I planned ahead. I made a list.
Have you ever seen any channel like, I imagine you've seen, I don't know if you watch, but you see guys like Critical Drinker or Mauler.
He's not my style, but yeah, I'm familiar with him.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, these videos that get the 200, 300,000 hits, all of them, he scripted. None of his big number videos were shoot from the hip videos. And the biggest ones were stunt videos when he had like 4 or 5 guys, Mauler and Nerdrotic and Chris Gore showing up. Yeah, they do get big numbers, but he's bringing in big names. But his biggest numbers come from when he scripts something, when he sits down and uses his brain and writes it out and presents it. That's his strongest numbers. And that's why this guy's sitting at, million odd followers, living off of YouTube money because of preparation, doing what you're doing right now, thinking ahead.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the Richard?
Pardon?
The Richard.
The Richard. I don't understand that reference.
No, he's not a YouTuber. He used to be affiliated with Robert Meyer Burnett and the Post Geek Singularity.
Okay. I don't. Yeah. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. He hosted Geek Myers and.
But you know who Robert Meyer Burnett is, obviously, right?
Yes. I've never had a conversation with the guy, but I know who he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what you hear from Captain, Robert Meyer Burnett pretty much inspired me to be Black Phillip Alvarez. Actually, his girlfriend gave me the idea for the name Black Phillip Alvarez.
Oh, really?
Both of them, honestly, are credited with me being Black Phillip Alvarez, to be honest.
Right. Yeah.
It's a true story. Look it up. I mean, the videos are still out there. I mean, regardless of what Captain says, like, okay, yeah, you want to take credit for me. being blackmailed. Okay, fine. Yeah, you get credit for giving me the confidence to finally do my own stream. I'll give you that much. But no, you didn't make me. You didn't make me who I am. That was Robert Burnett and his girlfriend Elizabeth. So like, oh, no, fuck you. Like, no, fuck you. No, you didn't make me who I was. You gave me the confidence to give you that much, but you didn't make me who I am.
All right.
Like I sent in letters to Robert Meyer Burnett's streams, and he read them on his channel. So that's what pretty much got me the reputation I have. So
very cool.
Obviously about horror. So you know me. We know me, man. Yeah, if I wrote them letters, it's about horror. So.
So well, you certainly know your subject.
But the Richard used to be the top mod for Robert Meyer Burnett's channel, so he's like good friends with Robert Meyer Burnett. So
okay,
and yes, and so I've been on Robert Meyer Burnett's channel before. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
what on the panel?
Yeah. So he's familiar with who I am. So I've been in talks with this person named Richard. If we can get Robert Meyer Burnett to come on my channel, regardless of how smart he is, it would be great.
Yeah.
But there's also a female out there named Purple Valkyrie. I don't know if you're familiar with her.
Vaguely. We met once or twice.
She's European, English.
Okay.
Very familiar with the horror genres. I mean, if you watch her show, she has a Freddy glove in the background. I'm like, I'm gonna take that from you, girl. How much you want from it? I'll give it. I don't care how much it costs. I'm gonna take it from you. She's like, oh, it's not for sale. They're like, oh, okay. Like, good girl. But she knows her horror, and she's pretty popular around the YouTube community as far as movies and geekdom. And I'm probably gonna DM her within the next couple of weeks. I'll probably get her on for the. I kind of want to get Robert Meyer Burnett for the director one, as I told you, but I want to get Purple Valkyrie on for the either the underrated movies or the favorite movies. Whichever one she can make. Because like my first one, I just want to do it by myself, just so I with Scotty and whoever else I can bring on. Because I want people to see that, oh, you're serious. So I'm going to have no special guest on my first one. Because I can do it myself. I don't need no special guest. But then like the next one, I can get a special guest. And somebody like Jedi Bill also knows a lot about horror. So maybe I could get him on a panel too.
I think Jedi Bill and you would do good together. I really do. You both have a very easygoing continence on the YouTube. You put people at ease. You relax them. You're very knowledgeable both on horror. That's Bill's specialty.
Right.
I think it would be a solid match. One thing I would suggest, though, and Bill would roll his eyes at me for this because this is the advice I give Bill, and that is write something out to begin with. I've got a joke in here, but
I'll give him the agenda for what I want to cover for that stream that I want to do for that week.
Yeah. And he'd take it seriously if you gave him a bit of warning. But I also tell you, he might hit you up for a tit for tat because, as you know, he's a big horror fan. And Halloween's an important time of year to him, too. So I haven't spoken to him about what he's doing this year. But I know last year he did a series all throughout the month where he was doing different movies, watch parties, and then he'd comment on them.
I know he does watch parties, and I can't do that because I'll get freaking shut down quick. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is that October is a big month for him too, and he does a lot of movie talk. So maybe if you approach him and say, "Hey, listen, I got this, or we're doing horror icons, or directors, or actors," great. Hey, you know what? I'm doing another spot. Would you come and do my special? Sure, no problem. Now you guys are both helping each other out at a time of year where it's big for both of you because of the horror. Synergy. helping each other.
We were supposed to collaborate last year, but like I don't know if you noticed, but I was doing pretty good for about 4 or 5 months, and then I completely left for a good 9 months.
Yeah,
because I was dealing with personal issues, and then I got a job that I was working nights, so I couldn't stream.
right.
I was supposed to come back sooner. I was gone 9 months. I was supposed to be gone like not half that time, but I was gone for a full 9 months. And so we'll be like, "Oh, where's Black Phillip? Where's Black? He disappeared. He just disappeared. Did he just give up?" I'm like, no, I actually had a real job, so I couldn't focus on the channel at the time. But then it was way back in June. I finally, reappeared. And, oh, you're back. And then so now I can plan out my. I'm focused now. I can do what I wanted to do last year for October. And like I said, me and Jedi Bill had a plan. We were going to collaborate pretty much that whole month.
Yeah.
But I was like, I could probably give you maybe 1 day. I'm like, I'll take it. Fuck it. Because, I only post once a week anyway. So I'll take 1 day, period. Like, okay. Sure. Like, hit me up. DM. Give me DM. I'll hook you up, brother. I'm like, all right.
Carpe diem.
So, but yeah. Like I said, I have a whole. I already made it up. I already have the whole month plan of what I want to talk about. I have a list made. The only thing I need to do is, like as you suggested, is look at the pictures, and because I finally learned how to share online tonight. Luckily, thanks to Scotty.
I apologize. That completely got blocked out. You finally learned how to blank online? What?
Share.
Oh, share. Okay.
StreamYards.
Oh, I understand now.
How to share my screen.
Okay. Good.
And my Insomniac hours, I don't share shit. But like you told me, you told me to look up. You told me to look up pictures. You told me to look up videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Look up this and that, so it'll help you. You told me it'll help me with the flow of the stream, so it feels like an actual show.
Right. Exactly. An actual show.
Probably like in the next coming, probably when in the first 3 or 4 days before I actually stream, because my streaming nights are on Fridays, obviously. So, so like 2 or 3 days before that weekly show, I could look up pictures, I could look up clips that I can use, so it's not going to get me a strike. And so what I've heard, you can show movie clips as long as it's the more concern is about music. It's not movie clips.
Yeah. I think that is a big thing too, because you look at a guy like Critical Drinker again, he'll do something like he'll get the trailer for the movie. Say like that Predator movie that came out a little while ago called Prey. He just played the trailer without the sound, and he talked over it. It gave him all the images he needed. It gave him action. He just couldn't play the sound, but he could use the pictures. That may be an out for you too. As long as people have the eye candy to look at, you can provide the mouth candy of, being that chatty, lugubrious, friendly host.
I heard as long as you talk over the content, then it's not a copyright strike. Like it's you talking. What you're posting is copyrighted, but your voice is talking over it.
Right.
So it doesn't count as a copyright strike.
No.
Somebody told me that. I don't know who it was, but your voice is not a copyright. You can't copyright your own voice. So, so like if you're speaking over a video that's obviously copyrighted. So but it's your voice talking over it. So they're not going to give you a strike if it's your own voice.
Right. At least you hope they don't.
No.
You sound too much like Elvis. Fuck you. Pay me.
I know, right? I'm like, yeah, well, who's this damn redneck Texan talking over the damn Freddy Krueger trailer for Nightmare on Elm Street Part 6? I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a strike. I dare you. And it's it. I don't care how big. It can be the smallest channel. It can be the biggest channel. It'll still give you a damn strike.
Right.
All it takes is one damn complaint. Oh, fuck this guy. He sucks. Complaint, you get a strike. Oh, fuck you. But no, I took everything you told me last night. I took it seriously. So, like I said, I got the whole. And the whole
I wasn't
outline.
too sure you were getting sick of me giving you advice.
No, I took it seriously. Like you told me to make an outline of everything you want to talk about.
Correct.
So make a list of all the movies or subject matter you want to do. Like I did.
Yep.
I did the directors. I did the icons. I already had the icons done long before you told me anyway. So.
Yeah, you did.
But the director ones I was having struggle with because I don't know too many horror directors, to be honest. You know.
Well, there'd have to be a director for every movie, right?
Right. But like I whittled it down to 12 directors that are my favorite.
Yeah, that's good too. You don't want to go too crazy, of course, because that's the danger. You're giving too much, and you put a lot of extra work on yourself too to do it justice. Because it's the worst thing I imagine is to backfire, and you do your first 3 directors, and you give us a nice long detail where they were born, this, that, and the other thing, what schools they went to, yada yada yada, and then you realize this show's due in 2 days, and you got to go through 11 other directors. And now every other director looks, and Steven Spielberg, he did Jaws, and this guy over here, he did, and it looks exactly like what it is. You got so psyched out, you worked so hard on the first 3 that you forgot you had more to do, and you ran out of time.
Yeah, I'm not going to get that detailed. I'm not going to go through his whole damn childhood and through his whole damn filmography. I'm like, okay.
That's good to hear.
It's just a guy that, like Wes Craven directed, Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell like, what year he was born, or like the day he passed away. Like, oh, okay, that's not important. So you go through the director, his filmography, the films I liked, minus the Nightmare on Elm Street. Obviously he's no more for Nightmare on Elm Street, but
right.
He's done like what last House on the Left. He's done The Hills Have Eyes. He's done the Scream films, which are some of my favorites. So I just like to go through the minor details, I'm hoping to keep all of these streams under 4 hours. So, but if they go well and they go past, I'm obviously gonna have to buy, I mean, I'm like, who I have on my panel? I mean, it's my choice. I'm not gonna have Captain on none of these damn streams, regardless of what he says. He can bitch about it all he wants. I'm not gonna have Captain on these damn streams.
Well, you got to run your own ship.
I mean, if you want to come on, because I know you always war, you're more than welcome. Scotty's gonna be on no matter what, because Scotty will adapt no matter what. He's just there to be like the I don't want to say the comic relief, because I don't want to make him sound like some goofer or nothing.
Well, are you talking about Scotty? How he is to your show?
Yeah, he's somebody I can bounce off of.
Yeah, and to call him comic relief isn't an insult. He has great comedic timing. He's good for comic relief. He's not a joke, but he can tell a joke. There is a difference. There's no, don't think he'd be offended that you find him funny. I know he'd like that.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends at that, and he was honestly honored. He's like, "You want me on your horror stream?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Why?" I was like, "Because I trust you."
Well, I tell you the truth, Black. I had a little confrontation with Jedi Bill last year over his Halloween stream because he came to me, and I'm telling you this, not you're on live, people can hear this. This isn't anything I didn't say to Bill's face. He had asked me to help him with a Halloween special. Mm-hmm. And so I said, yeah, definitely. And we spent like 3 hours on WhatsApp going over different movies, different directors, different this, different that. We were working to something. I went down, I spent 2 days writing up script. I had 6 pages. I had another 2 pages of direct dates, notes, quotes, everything. Day of the show, doesn't invite me on. Day of the show, somebody else that he liked came up and he hosted with him. Didn't say a word to me, didn't say nothing. This is less than a week. We were up for hours working on this. And then when I get there, I'm like, well, what's going on? Oh, well, you told me your internet connection wasn't too strong. And deleted. He was here and he wanted it. Okay, fine. Like, I didn't talk to him for a month after that. I fucking worked on my own time to write material, to check everything, and then not even get a thank you for it. Just because another host he feels he works better off of. He works better off of deleted scenes because deleted scenes doesn't make him do anything. When I'm his guest host, I'm like, okay, bring up a picture of that, Bill. Okay, they don't know what you're talking about. Do this or do that. Like, nobody, okay. And then he gets angry at me when I suggest, give them a picture to look at or something. We're talking about a movie or something. Bring up a trailer or whatever. Let people know.
Right.
But again, we're good friends, and this isn't anything we haven't talked about. I'm happy to come by and pitch in and help in any way you want. You know yourself better. You know your strengths. You know your weaknesses. If you can think of something I can help you with that will engender love to your show, respect to you and your channel, over taking it seriously, I'm down. I'm happy to pitch in and help.
I know for a fact I couldn't do it on my own. I need somebody to bounce off of. So I can't think of anybody to do it more than with Scotty, period. I'm like, he's going to be on every damn show that I do next month, regardless if he understands subject matter or not. So, but he's good at adapting. He'll do the research. He'll make the effort.
No, he can think on his feet.
He'll make it sound like he knows what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah.
And so that's why I can't do it without him. I'm sorry. So, and then if I probably don't want no more than about maybe 3 or 4 guests on my stream the whole month. I don't because I think the more guests you have, the less you get too distracted. Because if you have a format that you want to do, but you have so many people on your panel, it becomes a distraction because you lose focus. You lose focus on the main point of the stream in the first place. Am I right? Am I right or wrong? Because I
will say you are right, but at the same time, in a respectful way, you are a little bit wrong. And if you let me clarify that only by saying, right now in your YouTube career as a host, you might not have the tools yet to deal with a bigger room, right? That doesn't mean you won't have them. I think you will. And the only way you're going to get better is by embracing those bigger rooms. Now, to do that on your most important month of the year, maybe not the best time to try that experiment.
I see what you're saying there. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not going to go like balls out and invite like 10 people on my damn panel. So
No. But what I'm saying is controlling a crowd, controlling a meeting. That's how you look at it, basically. It's like a meeting, and you're in control. But none of these people work for you. You're not going to fire any of them. Worst you can say is get off my channel, and they'll laugh at you and say, okay, fuck you. I'm never coming back. Ha, ha, ha.
Fuck off my channel.
Yeah. But you're only having friends, so nobody's going to do that. Nobody, of course, is going to do that. But I am saying the opportunity is there for you to exercise a little control, especially if you're very judicious with your guests. You pick people you can trust. Stephen Ransom, great guy to have on.
I know he knows a little bit about horror, so I'll definitely have him on for sure. If he knows the subject matter, sure, I'll have him on. Even you yourself. I know you're passionate about horror too, especially old school. So
yeah, it's good to have people that know. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're more passionate about the old school aspect of cinema. So I'd gladly have you on the panel.
Sure,
if you're willing to do it.
Hey, 100%. You know, I like you. I'm enjoying the time I'm spending here more and more, and I can see this being a comfortable place to hang. Now that other places, unfortunately, aren't as comfortable anymore.
Yeah, well, yeah, you've been on my channel for two days in a row, so I think you know how I work by now. So,
yeah, no, a good idea, and and I like it. As I say, very personal. You're polite, which to me means a lot. I know that sounds silly and old-fashioned, but I'm Canadian, and Canadians
Texan,
really do value politeness. Texans value politeness too. I know that. Some politest Americans I've ever met are from the South, Texas in particular.
Our motto is friendship. So,
great motto to have. But definitely, buddy. If you can think of something specific, if you want me to come in and help out a couple of times or whatever. All I'm saying is the more warning you give me for exactly what you want, the closer to perfection you're going to get.
Like I said, I want to stick to, once a week. But if I come up with something that I want to do, before I post on Fridays, I'll let you know, and maybe you can give me some insights. So maybe you shouldn't do that. You should just stick to the format you're used to. So,
I mean, I'm happy to do whatever helps, buddy, of course. I don't want to sound like I'm coming in and trying to take over your show, brother. Of course not. No, you are the boss.
Yes, it's my channel, but I gave you and at the time, I spoiled it for everybody what I'm going to cover next month. So, so it's out there already. So,
yeah, I thought we'd see you at your time tonight, but he didn't show. Probably was tired from last night.
Might have been tired, yeah. We stayed up kind of late last night, so who knows?
Yeah, well, that was fun. We were also on after hours too.
Oh yeah. We talked for about 30 more minutes, so yeah.
Like
I said, I only have 4 subjects to cover, but
right.
And I told you it was horror icons, directors, underrated films, and then favorite films. So.
Right.
Yeah, I already have them all.
Favorites, that's 100% you. Least favorites is 100% you, because that's your quantification. But favorite directors, that's a little more ambiguous. If we sat down and you gave me a few, I'll look them up. I write a little something on them. So we've got material sitting at our fingertips. Just speaking points, not script, speaking point. Todd Browning, famous for Freaks, Dracula, born in this year, worked for Universals in this year, produced this movie, and this movie with this actor, and this actor.
The guy with James Waters, what's his name? I think the one that did Dracula and Frankenstein and the early horror monster. He's on my list. Like that was a hard. I think the director's list was the hardest one for me to do. He was because a lot of the directors I know, I mean, they do so many horror movies. I didn't realize, maybe I wanted to put William Friedkin on there, but I was like, well, he only kind of did The Exorcist, and then
but to be fair, you told me The Exorcist was your all-time favorite.
Yeah.
So how could you not?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I might put him like maybe as an honorable mention. I mean, I'm thinking about it. I mean, like I said. I mean, I made the outline, but I can always change who I want to put on the list. Period. So
I give you the actor Charles Laughton. You may not know him. He's overweight British actor. One of his famous roles was he was the first to portray Quasimodo in The Hunchback of Notre Dame. And magnificent, physically strong man actor. He only directed one film. He had a very respected, like a 30-year stage career before he got into films. And he was a heavy-set fat guy, but he could act. He was King Richard VIII. He was, or King Henry VIII, King Richard VIII, King Henry VIII. He played a bunch of highfalutin movies when they needed a powerful voice and a strong commanding presence. He directed one movie and it broke him. It's considered one of the greatest film noirs ever made. But he only did it once. One and done. He never wanted to sit in the director's chair again. People were begging him, go back. We'll do whatever you want. We'll direct the movie for you. Just said, no, I'm never directing another movie again in my fucking life. But he put out a bit of genius. And it just broke him, you know? Stories like that are inherently interesting.
A guy that... When the wild cards are kind of want to do, and I'm really thinking about it hard right now. I kind of want to do like favorite horror actors or actresses. You know, I'm not gonna be sexist.
No, definitely both. Definitely both.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about like actor, not even the obvious one. You got Bela Lugosi, you got Lon Chaney, you got Claude Rains.
Oh God, yeah, Fay Wray. The Scream Queen, the original Scream Queen.
Jamie Lee Curtis, her mother, Janet Lee.
Janet Lee Curtis. Yes, Psycho. Tippi Hedren. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
I'm with Jamie Lee Curtis. Robert Englund, Freddy, my all-time favorite. And
Fay Wray did King Kong, the Wax Museum, and she did one with Michael Curtis. She did two with Michael Curtis that were just stand out. The Wax Museum, Dr. X.
I think that's
Dr. X.
I did cover that. That would be the one I would have to do the most research on, though, because I don't want to sound stupid.
Yeah, no, of course.
I want to know what I sound like. What the hell I'm talking about? Like, you picked your favorite actor, actress, horror fan. Like, we better know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think that's the one I'm probably gonna have to do the most research on.
Well, you said yourself you could narrow the list to 60 movies, including series, right?
Right.
In those 60 movies, you shouldn't have any trouble finding minimum 5 good actors, 5 good actresses, and 5 good directors.
Oh yeah.
10 of each is possible too, but it's double the work.
Right.
So maybe start your list off with 5, see how you fill it out, men, women, and directors, and then say, you know what, I can flesh this out. Because then when we sit down, but this is another list for you because this is your show. These are your picks. I can say, hey, did you think of Bruce Campbell or did you think of, Jamie Lee Curtis or whatever? Sorry?
Oh, he's definitely on the list.
Lena Headey. What was that? Lena Headey Lena Headey, the Scream Queen, the metal Scream Queen. Fay Wray as one of the original. That would be a good one to get. Maybe choose them over the years too. Not necessarily, but I would like to see 1 or 2 of the old guard in there. Because there are some very pretty pictures of Fay Wray. She looks just beautiful. Now, they were taken in 1923, but that doesn't change. She was a beautiful woman that looked just stunning in the right light and the right dress, Nice to remind the guys that, one thing we forget about these old movies, we think, they dress funny, they this and that. People haven't changed in 10,000 years. What was, not really. Maybe we've got a little more protein in our diet. We're a little taller, but essentially we eat more sugar. We're fatter, but
drink more beer.
As a species, we're basically the same as we were when we were living in caves. There hasn't been that big a change. So chicks that were hot today were hot 100 years ago, and chicks are hot 100 years ago are still hot today.
It's definitely not about look. It's about, more quality than, quantity. So, I mean, yeah.
Yes. But I'm just, okay, I should have said this first.
I'm not gonna
a little eye candy.
I'm like, I'm picking I could pick that chick that was half naked in that My Bloody Valentine remake. Or no, not My Bloody Valentine. Well, what was it? She was like naked the whole damn movie, and it was a remake. Was it My Bloody Valentine?
You're not talking Life Force. Matilda May walking around naked through that whole movie, the space vampire movie.
Yeah, it was My Bloody Valentine. That chick that was naked the whole damn movie.
Yeah,
My Bloody Valentine. What's her name? Okay, it's on the tip of my something.
Yeah, I'd look it up, but if I do, I'm going to lose you on my phone.
And I'm like, no, I don't want to just be about eye candy. Come on, man. It's gotta be your
dude. Did you just say I don't want it to be all about eye candy? We're talking about fucking horror movies. Horror movies are eye candy. It's eye candy for people that love blood. But guys like good-looking girls. You never hurt if you got a couple of... And these actresses were beautiful. Do you think they picked them because they were ugly?
For sure.
Of course not. So,
of course not. Yeah, I get Jamie Lee
Curtis. To take a little
yeah,
time, you get your list of 5 to 10 actresses. You want to take half an hour to sit down, type their names in, and find the best pictures of them you can, maybe even a clip or two from the movies, right? Just so you got something pretty on screen to look at to juxtapose things like Frankenstein or body horror or The Thing or something, you know? Good-looking girls, they sell. They sell.
Yeah, they sell. Sex sells, as they say.
Exactly.
It'll definitely get me over 100. So
it will help, I'm sure. Oh, I definitely think by the time you start doing this, you'll be over 100. But I think if you do this series right, hey, maybe I shouldn't open my mouth, but I do think it's possible that you could double your numbers in 1 month through getting people interested and seeing what you can produce.
But it's mostly just about showing, what the main purpose of my channel was in the first place.
Right.
I mean, should I just focus on 1 month? Maybe not. But I mean, we're about 2 weeks away from Halloween month. So I'm like, okay, it's finally my time to shine. But should I cover it like every week past October? We'll see what happens. So,
well, this is like a proving ground. This is all new. Everything you try, it's a first time, and there's the beauty of it. You should have no fear or be afraid of everything, but no, have no fear. Just embrace everything. Give it a try. Next year might be a different story. Next year, you might say, hey, I didn't like how this worked, and, I wish we did this, and I wish I thought of this earlier, so next year we're going to... That's all it is, This is your first time doing something like this. Don't let it beat you up. Even if it doesn't work exactly the way you want to, you're putting your heart and soul out there. You can't expect perfection first time out the gate. Or can you really expect everybody to fall in line at the same time? Right. I bet you anything, if you do this, you're going to get hits in the summer. And who the fuck is watching this now? Because I love
that. If I'm watching it year round, that'd be even better for my channel, to be honest.
100% better. Just because you're aiming it at October doesn't mean it can't be what they call evergreen content. Evergreen content means it's always good. It's always interesting.
Yeah, somebody will type in the algorithm, and then the algorithm hits it. Oh, this channel, Blackfield Barbers, talked about Nightmare on Elm Street, and some guy wants to look up Freddy Krueger, and my channel comes up because I talked about Freddy Krueger in October of 2022, and he's in July of 2023, and he wants to look up Freddy Krueger. My stream comes up. He watches it, loves it. Hey, that's awesome. Or somebody wants to look up horror actors and actresses, and my stream comes up. I'm like, hey, that's great. And that's what I want for my channel, man. I'm not trying to be like too big. I just want people to see, what I'm passionate about, which is obviously horror. So I'm just, I'm looking forward to next month. That's all. Like I said, I already got the outlines for what I want to do. I'm like you said, you give me the idea to do actors and actresses, so I'll probably make a list of that, and then I'll do that's like I said, I'll do my research on that for sure.
Yeah, sure.
But a lot of times I like to just work on what's in my head because I'm so knowledgeable about directors and release dates and just the genre itself. So it's all in my head. But I think when it comes to knowing the actors and actresses, that's the time when I have to actually do the research,
right?
So that it actually knows so it actually sees what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
or know what I'm talking about. When I look like some jackass, like, oh, this guy's full of shit. Fuck that guy.
Sure. If I may, if I'm not being too pushy or anything, if over the next day or two this weekend you had the time and you're thinking about it, try to do your best to get a list of 10 directors, 10 actors, 10 actresses. Because 10 is a nice round number that everybody has a top 10 list, right? Yeah. Now, it doesn't have to be in order. These are just your 10 favorite. In no particular order, this is how it is. I love John Carpenter. I love Wes Craven. I'm not saying who I like better. Just I love all these guys. These are my top 10. Black Philip Alvarez's ironclad, 100% guarantee of quality, of true horror quality, to be found right here.
Exactly.
And that gives you 30 people to talk about in one show.
Right.
If you did it all like that, actors, directors, actresses.
It's not a bad idea to combine the actors with the directors. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Because they're all in the same family, right?
Yeah. Actors, you can't act without the director, so.
No.
Obviously, so.
Yeah, there's no film with it or whatever. Because when I left you last night, actually, I had a couple other ideas, but I didn't want to swamp you. You seemed like you had a pretty good handle on things and stuff. The one, if you were thinking about a substitution, like a possible one, like you said to me, not that the horror icons is great, but let's just say like I don't know about this or whatever. The only other suggestion I could make for this year's special to consider would be oh shit, I'm trying to roll a cigarette, talk to you. I'm looking at you in one screen while my phone's looking down there, and I just slipped what I was saying. It just slipped right out of my head. It was writers.
That's a good idea.
The author of not just, and also differentiate, because some horrors were a book and some horrors were just an original screenplay or an idea getting fleshed out. What idea. Writers, written in, and that again ties in.
But is there 10 of them though? I mean, so John Carpenter wrote a lot of his own movies, and so did Wes Craven, and you have obviously people like Kevin Williamson, and Stephen King is the king, the king of horror. So, but he only wrote like 3 movies. But like so many of but
his books were adapted, right?
Yeah, his books. So
yeah.
Oh, you're thinking just straight horror writers, not like based on movies, right?
No, I'm thinking both. I'm thinking horror writers, but how many books have been adapted to movies versus how many scripts?
Right.
That knowledge I don't have at my fingertips. Like, I'm not that into horror. I was wondering maybe you knew. Like the Interview with a Vampire, it was a book before it was a movie.
Anne Rice. Yeah, she wrote the script too for that movie too. So
but famously a book before the movie. Just an example. I'm not saying put that on your list. Just as an example.
No, that's a good suggestion. I'll look into it. I mean, if I feel that it's proper for what I want, I'll look into it. But if I feel like I don't think it fits. I mean, no offense, but I mean, if it fits, I'll try to research
I'm not going to take offense. I mean, obviously it's going to fit. Actors, right? You couldn't have a movie without the writer first. Like it or not, they're more important than the director. They're more important than the actors.
You got to come up with at least 10, right? But I can't think of 10 horror writers on the top of my head right now. I can only think of like 5.
No. Sure, but you can think of 10 horror movies, can't you?
Of course.
All those movies were written by someone or more than one people. And just because you can't think of their name right now doesn't mean they don't exist. Of course that. And again, I'm not pushing anything. I thought to offer this as a substitute idea if an idea wasn't working out. Or to flesh out the actor-director dynamic. Because that's like, you know, the writer, you need a story before you have a movie. You need a director so you can direct the actors to in the story. Then you need the actors to stand in front of the camera. So there is a logical progression there, I'm sure you see, of like a hierarchy.
The only thing I would have to plan out if I want to do more than 4 videos, you know, obviously, you know, Friday is my time to stream at 10:30 Central Time. That's when people expect me to stream.
Yeah.
But you know, if I'm going to get Scotty streams like every day. He literally streams every day. So I won't. If I can't get somebody like you and Scotty to come on, I'm not going to do it.
No.
So. And I'm not gonna. I mean, maybe if I could find somebody to substitute for him, you know. But I'd have to ask him like way ahead of time because I know everybody streams like on certain days.
Right.
So it's so hard to get somebody to collaborate when I stream at this time, or I can't do it this day because I stream at this time, or no, it has to be at this exact time. We're like, well, okay, that's fine. So you gotta
one. You know, and I'm not pitching for myself, but I will say one tiny advantage working with me, not as opposed to Scott, but technically as opposed to Scott. And that's only, I don't have an iron in the fire right now. I don't have 1,000 people on my channel, The Phantasmagorium, waiting for me to produce content, right?
Exactly.
I'm free agent. Nobody's going to miss me if I'm not there or not because I don't have my own channel up and running.
Right.
So I have the time to say, yeah, okay, Friday I can commit to that, and not then call you back and go, oh shit, I forgot. I promised my partner I do a special video with him. I'm so sorry, it slipped my mind. Please forgive me. No, because I don't do that.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be with another fellow YouTuber. It could be with somebody that I just casually know, you know, like yourself or Edge of Time, or I know Stephen Ransom was very knowledgeable in horror. I mean, you saw what he was talking about with astrology, so he obviously knows his shit. So something that's a little beyond, you know.
Edge of Time, I think he's great too. You know what? I've only ever been on a panel with him, I think, once before. It's been so long, I had trouble recognizing his voice. That's how long it's been since I heard Edge of Time speak. And
he just recently started going on people's channels. Obviously, I was the first channel he actually ever been on.
Oh, really? I mean, yeah, because I could be wrong. I was thinking this was like a year ago was the last time I saw him. Like, he just doesn't do it. And seeing him on your channel, as I said, like for a while, I didn't know who was there because he didn't have the names up. And I'm like, who the fuck is he talking to?
He was happily open-minded. And he was like, you know what, Black Phillip, you're the first channel I've ever appeared on. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, I swear to God, like, you're the first channel I've ever been on. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh shit. Like, I feel like I'm like a rite of passage. Like, I broke his damn YouTube cherry. They're like, well, fuck yeah.
Yeah, but here's an example of a guy like this is the one thing, and I don't like talking about him when he's not here, but that kind of pissed me off when we were talking about Cockney, and that, like, when Edge of Time was saying, you know, like how well, you don't have a channel, so, you know, I don't really have any incentive to have you on my show.
Oh,
really? I say, you don't have a fucking personality. I don't have really any incentive to stay here on your show. You're right. Yeah, but for a different reason. It's a dick move.
That doesn't matter.
But
if you have a
he thinks he's being funny.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is, at the moment, the captain isn't saying this to calculatedly destroy him and prevent him from going to YouTube. It's an offhanded comment he thinks is mildly funny and moves on.
Right.
He doesn't think that Edge of Time might Edge of Time might not be doing this because who knows? Maybe he's a fucking broke guy living in a homeless shelter, and he can't afford a fucking computer. And this is his social action, hanging out with people. Sorry?
No, I said he got that from Dillard.
Oh.
Dillard had this thing where the reason why I went on his channel because I wanted to see how he ran his channel, and he has this thing where he like pretty much roasts people that come on his channel, or like he gets them to talk about a certain subject matter, and if he's not into it, he pretty much roasts them. He'll play like these certain amount of memes,
right?
And but I mean, it's not meant to be disrespectful or hurtful. When you roast somebody, you're making fun of them, but in a good way. Right. And then how Cap's been known for stealing other people's sticks or whatever they're known for.
Yeah.
So he tries to do it on his channel, but he does it. He just automatically goes and insults people regardless. He doesn't even set it up. The purpose of roasting somebody is you set it up.
Yeah.
Like you get them to tell.
Sorry?
And then he just goes and straight up just insult you from the get-go. And that's that's not how roasting works, brother. Mm-hmm. You got to set up.
I don't mind a guy, paying homage, or if he goes to you and say, hey, hey, Black Phillip, you did that thing and you were talking about, directors and shit like that. I kind of had a loose idea to do something like that for my show. Would you be offended if I, well, no, you came and you talked to me about it. Yeah, great. Good luck with you. You're not that type of guy, I'm sure, that's going to, no, I thought of it first. It's my idea. But take, for example, the guy that, no, I won't even get into that story. It seems silly and petty now, but the point I'm trying to make is that either stealing, and then there's, wow, I really respect what he's doing. I want to do something like that, or I love that idea. Maybe I could tweak it like this and make it my own. That's one thing. Like, it's not thievery, it's respect. And it's nice if they have the gall, or they know you, that they can come and say, hey, Black Belt, you've seen my show.
As long as they're doing it in the right manner. I mean,
yeah.
Go around and steal somebody's shtick, but you're doing it in the wrong way. So it does. So it not only makes you look bad, it makes the person you're trying to homage look bad at the same time. And they're like, oh, what? And then they find out about it. They're like, what the fuck are you stealing my thunder when you're making me? You stole it, and then you're making me look. You suck at it, and then you make me look bad. And they're like, well, why did you steal? What's my shtick? What's my, specialty, or what's my agenda? I don't want to call it agenda because that sounds stupid nowadays. But trademark, I guess is what I'm saying. Is whatever you're not what I'm known for. This channel's known for doing one thing, and you want to do the same thing, but you're doing it the wrong way, and that's fucked up.
Yeah. Like as a movie channel. When I get my shit going, you're getting to know me now, and I think you're starting to see that I do have a serious love and interest in cinema. You and I haven't even touched on world cinema or anything else. Like a couple of times I wanted to ask you today, are you a fan at all? And if I track down a couple of movies on YouTube, would you give them a crack? Some old Japanese horror films. Films from the 50s and 60s. Yeah. Have you ever seen Onibaba?
No.
Remember this name, Onibaba. It's it's a Japanese movie. It is dark. It's fucked up, but not in like, a sexual way or anything. It's like a fucked up ghost story about basically a woman and her daughter-in-law live in a swamp. They have a home in kind of a high reed swamp. They have it there for protection because at the time, this is feudal Japan, time of samurai wars and stuff like this. Okay. The young woman's husband is off fighting in a war. He left them there because this used to be a place he'd go and hang out as a fishing house or something his friends used, and the weeds had grown up around it. And he knew nobody knew about it. So it'd be a safe place to leave his wife and mother. It becomes apparent after a few years the son isn't coming back. Like he must have died in the wars. And it wasn't a time where they'd send a telegram to your house. That didn't exist. If you didn't come home, you either died or you found another family and you're living with them. So the mother-in-law and the daughter continue to live together. How they're living is in all these wars and skirmishes going around. Samurais take an opportunity, dishonest samurais, cowardly samurais, ones that don't want to fight anymore, just had enough, try to run away through the swamps. And these women have a bunch of traps and shit set up where they've been herding these samurais into these pits. They die. They stab them to death with long spears. And they go into the hole, take all the lacquer, expensive armor, the swords, bring them up, and sell them back to the army, right? Or to other warriors or shit like this. This is basically how they make their money to survive, killing runaway soldiers. Eventually, one day, one guy escapes and they don't kill him. He's a bit smarter, so they play it cool with him and they don't tell him what they've been doing. The young woman starts falling in love with him, thinking that her husband's not coming back. It's been 4 years and not a fucking word, not a message. The mother starts to panic, knowing that if she leaves with this woman, she's fucked. She's an old woman. She can't do this by herself. So what she does is she crafts a special type of Japanese mask. You've probably seen these before in kabuki plays and stuff like that. These are the demon masks Japanese are famous for. The wooden demon masks that are all painted to be garish, nightmarish. Right. She gets one of these. And the daughter's a little dim. She's a bit naive. So what she does is she plants these ideas that the swamp is haunted and that you better watch out what's going on because the Oni Baba will come and take over one of us, you know? And so, fuck you, Oni Baba. Well, she goes and slips this mask on and scares the shit out of the girl, like the way she does it. And remember, this is back in like the 14th century Japan. There is no, I've seen The Exorcist, you can't scare me. You know, like this chick is scared shitless. What the fuck is this coming out of the weeds? But what happens is the devil plays a joke on the mother. And the joke is he fuses the mask to her face. And it's from here the story really picks up. And I know I gave you a very deep explanation, but it's only because I wanted you to remember it.
Oh, that's fine.
An excellent, dark, unusual film that you'll never see anywhere else other than Japan, you know?
Yeah, like I've heard foreign horror is a lot more deeper than American horror story, you know.
Oh God, yeah. And if you look at films too, like
a better term, so you know, like foreign horror is a lot more deeper. It's a lot more rich. It's a lot more scarier. It's a lot more folklore wise. You know, back centuries, and they tell stories that go back centuries.
Sure. Remember, yeah, exactly. You hit the nail on the head. They've got thousands of years of history to draw on. Talking with, do you know Potato Raven and Dialect 451?
Yes, I know them both.
One's an Englishman, one's a Irishman, and Potato, he's the Irishman. And he loves horror too.
Funny voice, yeah. I know Dalek.
Yeah. These two, they're pals, and I was on their stream the other night, and we was talking. Actually, the big reason I was there is because I was working on them to, give Spockney, get him back in the fold. Oh, boy, did I regret that. Like, the poor kid, he went on Spockney's channel today, and Buddy just raped him. He fucking ear raped him for 10 minutes to the point where the kid rage quit and left his show. I did that.
I heard about that.
I'm the guy that talked him into doing that. Fuck me. I felt like a piece of shit when I saw that tonight. Fuck, I let that kid like a lamb to the fucking slaughter. Because I believed him when he said he wants to get everybody back together. He wants the band back together. He wants everybody to be on the same page and us all to be friends. But he couldn't resist. He had to throw a wobbly and take it out on the poor kid. Sorry?
Yeah, Ashley did the same thing last week. She brought me, Captain, and Jens. And it was a great stream. Nothing happened. It was a respectable stream. We were all getting along, talking, and she brought on other people. We were talking about titties and ass, sex, and which is what her streams are usually known for anyway. But then she does a My Bad 3 days later, and he the Cap back up to his usual shtick, and I'm like, oh he fooled us. I'm like, oh fuck! I'm like, come on, man, we're all trying here. Come on.
Yeah, it's a frustrating thing, but like it's starting to occur to me. Though I like the guy, I'm one of the few people that can walk away from him and not get hurt because I'm seeing it more and more. Nobody else can, it seems. And I know he's put guys through the ringers over months, and I keep telling people the same thing. In a way, we are partly responsible. We let it go. We encouraged it by being quiet, by just thinking, oh, well, he'll burn it out of him. But no, that just emboldened him. And so now he's at a point where he's difficult to reason with. And many people in the community don't want to bother anymore because they feel they want to. I've been hearing this time and time, been going to a lot of people trying to get him on the fucking right page. And everybody agrees it would be so much nicer if he just play ball. But he can't. As I hate to say it, it comes down to the id, the ego inside us all. And he wants to be top dog, in charge, his rules for everybody else, but not for him.
Yeah, he played nice.
Don't talk when I'm talking. Don't do this. Don't do that. Nobody wants to be told what to do all the time by some guy that's, you're not the king of YouTube. Who the fuck are you?
No, he played nice tonight on my my stream.
He was,
tonight.
And it's so nice to see when he does.
But I guarantee it's gonna change some other day depending on his mood. You're gonna be in some pissy mood and like, oh fuck, you're gonna call your damn name in the book, and like.
Thing is like it's like I told you the other night. I do think he does have a good heart. I really do, and he can't help himself. He doesn't want to be antagonistic. He doesn't want to piss everybody off. He just wants everybody to do what he says when he says it. So, you can't let people like that run unchecked, but at the same time, we really should have been on him earlier. And if we did all this 6 months ago, we wouldn't be doing it now.
No, it's like I told him
6 months ago, everybody just said, take it easy or don't come back. I think he would have learned the lesson.
I tried to give him a benefit of the doubt tonight. I'm like, okay, you play nice in the chat. I'll let you chat. Okay, you're being he was being a little disrespectful towards Scott in the beginning, but I told him to stop, and he gradually stopped.
He was, but to be fair, Scotty was goading it, and I think Scotty was surprised you brought him on.
No, I always invite Scott. Like I said, I can't do these.
No. I think Scotty was surprised you invited the captain on.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was this minute where he's like, yeah, bring him up. I'm feeling feisty. And I kind of roll my eyes and go, oh, fuck me. This isn't going to be another 2-hour passive-aggressive fest with fucking Scotty mumbling half-assed threats under his breath and so says, you, Captain. No. If you're going to fight the guy, fucking fight the guy. Yeah. Don't fucking sit there and go, meh. It's so weak.
I don't want to get too much into that, but I see what you're saying. So, but I was kind of, I was like, fine, I'll let you on, but as long as you behave, because if it would have started going back and forth, I would have dropped him, and it's a lose situation at that point.
It is.
I would have invited him on the stream, and if I would have booted him, he would have opened his own stream and he would have talked shit about me. And like,
but
it would be back to square one. I'm like, like it's a lose situation regardless.
You saw tonight when I made that.
I don't like to talk about anybody behind their backs. He's not here to defend himself, and
you're absolutely right.
Will anyway. So, but something's got to be done about it. So,
well,
I still like. I've known him for 2 years. I still consider him a friend. I don't hate the guy. I don't ever like to use the word hate. I don't hate the guy. I've never have.
No. There are a couple of people that have grown to hate him, I hate to say, but I'm not one of those, and you're not either. And I don't think Scotty is.
No.
But, sometimes you can kind of pick it up in a conversation with a guy when he's gone through a lot of abuse in his life. And I'm not saying anything about anybody. Hothead. The bickering was annoying. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
You're right. He's right. Oh, I think he's talking about earlier.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
No, Hothead saw the beginning. He saw the whole damn thing. He was sticking up for Scotty.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Not saying Scotty doesn't need it, but I'm just saying, like, it's a position of weakness. And you know it. I know you know it. When, guys being, a little boisterous, and your response is to turn your head and go, oh, that's what you say, asshole. What? I didn't hear that.
No, that was
say it to my face. What the fuck?
That was a fair criticism, because like you told me last night, you're like, well, you don't just tell him to go F himself. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. I mean, if I'm gonna defend myself, I should defend myself, properly, like a real man.
Exactly.
You don't go around and just saying, oh, well, F you're an asshole, and call him every damn name in the book. That's not gonna solve nothing. You're fine, hothead.
But it's you fell asleep, bastard. What is it? 5:22 for me in the morning. You dare fall asleep, you lazy son of a.
At least he came back. Exactly.
Yes,
I should probably end this soon, because we're approaching the 5. I'm surprised the stream much hasn't thrown me off yet. So, because I'm
not. The who's here in the chat still that's awake? I bet Jill's probably left her phone on, listening to us, sweetie, just so we'd keep the extra view. But if anybody's there, chime in, say a quick hi. Let us know you're out there, kids. And see 5 of you.
5 of y'all. 5 liquors.
Yeah. You've had pretty consistent numbers, considering this is a pretty late night stream.
Yeah, I started like an hour later, actually. So
yeah.
Then I usually start at 10:30, and I started at 11:30 tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still had a pretty good turnout. So I was
happy. Not saying nothing, but just to let you know, I live in Toronto like Scotty does, and sometimes if you feel the inclination to start earlier or something, remember, guys like Scotty and I are easier to get a hold of, given that instead of starting at 1:45 in the morning, for you it's 10:45. For us, it's 1:45. Go by. I'm not sure exactly where you are. I'm guessing actually, but
I'm in Texas, San Antonio.
Right, but I'm sorry, I don't memorize where the lines of division are for the time change or whatever. I can never keep that straight. Are you on Central?
Yes. If you live by Scotty, like you say, then you're an hour ahead of me.
Oh, only an hour. Okay.
Only an hour. So it's
it's 5:24.
It's 4:24 here.
Okay.
And I should probably get to sleep. I gotta wake up early tomorrow and go to some bullshit luncheon with my mom. So I'm like,
Hey, there he is. Had your time, buddy. We were talking about you. Not like 10 minutes ago.
They were talking mad shit about you.
He was talking shit about. I was saying nice things. I was being very complimentary. I don't know. He said you were an asshole or something. I wasn't really listening. I don't listen to negativity, but
fuck that guy.
Yeah. Fuck that Edge of Time guy. Fuck him.
I know. I never heard of him.
Did you have a good night tonight, Edge? I haven't seen you around. Everything good, buddy?
Oh, man, where you been? I expected you to show up in the chat earlier. Oh, shit, I forgot my dog's still outside.
You didn't lock him out, did you?
No.
So I can hear him barking.
Yeah, that's my dog. I forgot he was outside.
Maybe you should get him in before the neighbors start flipping on your ass at 4:30 in the morning.
No, right. Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay. Smart move. So, any kids in the chat here? Anybody got plans for the weekend? While he's out herding dogs? Any fun stories of adventure? Gut rot to drink? Buildings to seize? Days to seize? Buildings to lock? Been asleep, now cooking. Ah, good lad. Brekkie? A little bacon and eggs? If you're making bacon and eggs, throw some extra on. I'm on my way over. Sausage, egg, and chips. Oh, I could go for a nice plate of sausage, egg, and chips right now. Oh, hello, Shaggy. Excuse me.
I got so involved in this conversation, I forgot I had my dog outside.
Yeah. Well, he seems safe. You got a nice yard for him to run in?
Oh, yeah. We got a big ass backyard.
Oh, great.
He's fine. He wasn't complaining.
Yeah, sure, of course.
He was just started barking. It's like 4:30 in the morning. I'm like, no barking at 4:30 in the morning. You're in Texas.
Yeah.
We'll shoot your ass.
You'll get shot. Yeah, you get shot.
That's all right at the time. Cool. I understand. But yeah, honestly, I mean, yeah. Oh shit! We're about a minute from the 5-hour mark. I'm surprised StreamYard didn't kick me off because I'm on the free one. So
I thought you had 6 hours with StreamYard free.
Can you?
Yeah, that was my understanding from Bill. He went and bought the full package so he can do the 12+ hour streams. But I think he pays $45 a month for that. Oh, and he can have 10 people and stream 12+ hours at a time. Hothead says, I'm trying to get back into being creative again. I have a few design projects on hold and I'm learning some programming. Good for you, brother. Good for you.
Good for you.
Being creative, when you say a few design projects, are you artistically inclined? Is this design of sorry, I don't really know. What kind of design are you talking about? Furniture, building, esoteric, room design. It's a pretty big field.
Maybe he means I don't know. Who knows? Let's see what he does. I'll let him respond before I end the stream. Because we're at the 5-hour mark. So
okay.
I gotta wake up early tomorrow. So.
What early tomorrow? You gotta wake up in a couple of hours. There's no tomorrow, it's today, brher.
You know what I'm trying to say. Come on, you know what I'm trying
to say. Don't sell yourself in that false sense of you'll set the alarm for Sunday and sleep all the way through.
Oh, he said there's some logo design. Just some logo.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
don't
sure.
Make it sound like that. Like it's not worthy. Just some logo design. Don't say it's so short like that, man. Come on.
Well, it is short and sweet. I mean, I will say he's not aggrandizing his position. Logo design is important. How important is the McDonald's arches to McDonald's?
I could use a new logo for my channel if I'm being honest. So.
You know what? Your logo, your screenshot. I don't know. Is that a regular thing for you? The Ouija board with the candles.
Yeah, Stephen Foley designed that for me, actually.
Oh, did he?
So,
did he?
Yeah.
Because it does have, I do like quite a bit of it. But something I suggested to Bill too, when you're getting on and you're starting meeting other people and other design people and stuff, and you get talking to them, if people offer, hey, you want me to make you a little thing for you, let them every time. Yeah. Even if you don't personally like it, it's something someone's willing to do for you out of friendship to help your channel. And
I talked to Steven Ransom. He's like, yeah, I'm down. I want, I'll make you a new logo if you want to, or even Dillard said, but he's like, I'll charge you. I'm like, well, yeah, if you charge me, sure, I'll pay it. Obviously, he's not going to be for free. I mean, even though I'm not monetized, but yeah, if you design me for something and it's worthy enough, sure, I'll pay you. I don't care. I got no problem with paying somebody, even though we're not monetized. But yeah, if you put the effort and, as busy as Dillard is, doing Cap's comic, and he does his own shit on the side. I'm like, yeah, I mean, if he's taking the time to do a design for me, I'll pay him. Gladly.
Of course. I mean, he is a professional, so it's not you're not getting ripped off or anything. He's giving you quality professional level work. And I've seen I'm sure he's not charging you top price either. I think he's got a YouTube kind of cut for commission, depending on what it is. Like I don't think he's charging Cockney top dollar for the book. A reasonable rate, but not pro industry $2,800 a page sort of thing.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
And
I've
it is.
I've heard it was almost in the $100 range. American dollars. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like,
and that doesn't seem unreasonable if it takes them, say, 8 hours to pencil, to plot, pencil, ink, foolscap. I forget the size they work on, and I think he does it digitally. I'm not sure, but I think he's a digital artist. So
yeah, he is. He does it live on the stream. So.
Right. The one nice thing with that is lower overhead for materials, and your stuff is on the cloud instantly. So God forbid a fire, God forbid, your stuff is in the cloud. It's safe,
I know,
your
right?
Work. That's heartbreaking to lose work like that. But
so anyway, like I said, I gotta wake up later in the morning. So like I said, I appreciate your insight and your suggestions for my streams next month. So I'll definitely get you involved if I can get you on one of the streams. I'm not probably obviously Scotty's invited on everyone, because he's got good insight. But I mean, if you want to be on the director one or the actor one, like you told me to combine them, come on. Sure.
You tell me where you think I would best help you, and I will work towards that end independently. And when I see you, tell you what I've come up with, share it with you, take a screenshot of it and send it to you if you need.
Like I said, I know Purple Valkyrie. I know she's a very popular YouTuber. She knows a lot about horror, and so if I can get her on, knock on wood, if I can't, hey, I don't care. But it's not gonna offend me. But if I can get her on, hey, that'll help me even more because she is pretty popular. So
sure.
So it's always good to get an actual popular YouTuber on the channel, even if I can get somebody like Robert My Burnett, which I think that's going to be hard because that guy's busy. He's always doing something.
He is pretty busy, but anything's possible. And the more notice, especially with the busier guys, the more notice. He knows you put in a little polite, hey, I've got this thing coming up on October 28th at this day. Give him as much time as possible. Hit him up once or twice. Just, did you have any thoughts? Were you interested? I'm not trying to give too much pressure. If you're not, just please say so. Make it really polite. You know what? He might go, I can give you half an hour on that day. And then he'll be here for 2 hours chatting away, being charming. And,
he's the kind of guy, I'll give you 30 minutes. And he ends up talking for 3 hours. I'm like, I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But make it very low stress, very low, Let him know he'd definitely be the star that day. We're definitely, here for your knowledge if you're willing to share it with us.
Actually, a couple of weeks ago, I think last week or a couple of weeks ago, I DM'd, his friend Dave Parker, who's a horror director. I sent him a DM he about what I was doing, and he read it, but he didn't respond to it, which is fine. But I heard he's so busy, he's trying to sell his own horror short story, and he's working on a script for a movie he wants to do. And I heard he was doing the next Puppet Master movie. It's like, oh, that guy's too busy for me. So I'm not even gonna bother. So
right. Yeah, and you know what? Also, too, just want to put a little thing in your ear. He might not even respond, and if he doesn't, don't let it break your heart.
I mean, come on. I'm just,
Yeah, but I also know when you get psyched up, when you really believe in your project, it hurts when you find out not everybody does sometimes. You seem a well-adjusted young man. I got no doubt you can handle a bit of rejection like a man. But
I got a major director. He has a movie out. I have his movie. It's Hills Red Red. I have that movie. So I didn't take it to heart. I'm like, okay, he's busy. That's fine. I respect that.
Sure.
And he's got a career, so I'm not gonna be a dickhead. Why did you not respond to me? I saw you read it. You did not respond to me. You don't respect me. Fuck you. No, I'm not gonna be like that. That's not. I don't have it in the heart to even do that. I don't even think that way, to be honest. I'm like, okay, I took the time and the effort to send him a DM, a personal DM. He read it, but he didn't respond to it. So I'm like, okay, it shows me he actually read it. So that's all I care about. He read it. Okay, fine. That's all I care about.
Sure. Absolutely. And, you're going to knock it out of the park. I got no doubt. So I'll tell you what, I'll start looking up some actors, directors, actresses.
You can DM me. I mean, you said you were on Twitter, but if you're on Facebook or if you're on...
I'm honestly not. I'm on nothing. I'm literally on nothing. I've got a Gmail. Yeah, I've got an email account.
You can Morse code it to me, maybe. I don't
know. Well, just stay on like 30 seconds after we sign off, and I'll give it to you.
I know. I'm just messing with you, man.
Yeah, I don't want to put it up on the thing. No offense, because you'll take this down, and then.
No, I wouldn't ever ask anybody to post anything personal on here. No.
Yeah, I got no doubt. I edge of time, hothead. They're not going to play up to anything. But people coming back looking at this later go, "Oh, that fucking asshole." Okay, here.
7 people watching at the 5-hour mark. Holy shit!
This is your popularity, buddy. When you're out there late at night pitching, talking honestly, people want to just have you on in the background and listen.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate hothead, edge of time, everybody. Jill, obviously, love you, Jill. We all love you. And then even Captain, he showed up. He was a gentleman tonight, so I'll give him props tonight. So obviously, you, Red Shirt, Scotty, my best friend. Steven Ransom. Who else came?
We had a great crowd in tonight. Great crowd.
Yeah, great crowd. I mean, Sci-Fi Nation, of course. I mean. He had to suddenly leave abruptly. I hope everything's okay with him. So.
Yeah, with him, that's always a bit of a thing. Like, I'm not telling tales out of school. It's well known. Sadly, his wife is battling Huntington's disease.
Yeah,
so,
I know. He mentioned it.
I love Sci-Fi. He pisses me off like no other guy on YouTube through his drinking.
Right.
Well, he's a sweetheart, but boy, he's a belligerent fucking drunk who thinks he's charming. Hey, how y'all doing? That's amusing once or twice a night, but when he interrupts the conversation every 30 seconds with, for fuck's sake, I'm just trying to get the guy's name.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
Sweetheart guy.
We just lost 2 people. Thanks to you. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, because they thought I was Sci-Fi Nation getting on the channel. Oh, he's still drunk at 5 o'clock. Fuck this.
Yeah, I quit drinking like 4 hours ago. So.
Oh. I love the way I quit drinking about 4 hours ago. You had a nice pause between that from the moral high ground to 4 hours ago.
I just finished the 6-pack I bought today. That's all I'm saying. So.
Did you?
Yeah.
I rolled up my last little thing. Absolutely heartbreaking. I thought I had more. Don't you hate that when you go, well, you're not a dope smoker anyway, but when you think you got plenty left and you realize, nope, that's gone.
I don't judge.
No. Why would you?
I just wish it was legal here in the Tejas.
Yeah, I'm sorry for you guys down there. Canada's got the breaks this time. I think it's legal in the whole country up here now. And it's been beautiful. What an experience. Buying legal weed is night and day from what I've done my entire life. No, and I'm not kidding. For quality and quantity. 3 years ago.
Scotty says the same thing. He gets the good shit.
Yeah. Oh, no, you can. And the beauty is that it's all government tested. So when the guy says, it's 31% THC, it's legally 31. They had to do that. They had to put it through the test by law to put that on. Just like the beer store. Can't just say, oh, it's 19% alcohol. Well, no, it's not. You kill somebody. You can't just randomly get, but with weed, you can. And that's nice to know that information. I was paying $2.20 an ounce 3 years ago for really good quality stuff. I'm getting basically the same stuff for between $1.20 and $1.40, depending if it's on sale or not. You know, it's actually worked. The government weed program. I can't believe it. I really thought they'd fuck that up, but it's not too bad. So,
well, I think I heard in Texas they probably will officially finally legalize it by 2025. I'm like,
yeah,
shit, hurry up and get here 2025. Fuck.
You gonna try it out when it comes?
Yeah. I've never smoked it my whole life, to be honest. But yeah.
Really? Wow. Boy, I hope I'm around when you do that for the first time. I really do.
Yeah, I'll only be 48. I'll only be 48 years old, but yeah.
You're a pup. Don't let it get to you.
Yeah, I'll be 45 in like 6 weeks. So yeah.
Oh, congratulations. You got to do like Billy and start planning your birthday stream early.
Yeah, my birthday.
Especially the birthday stream.
My birthday's 2 days after Halloween, so what does that tell you? So how can I top Halloween? Cool. How can I top Halloween? So
No. You actually got a good top for Halloween. You just think about it. October's going to be your month, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What better way to celebrate the month of Black Phillip Alvarez than on the last day is your birthday? Shit, this is like God wrote it out for you.
I know, right? Like gold.
You own October now, and it's christened off by you being King of October at the end with your birthday.
I like the way you put it. I like the way you put it, brother.
Yeah, writes itself. Absolutely.
Yeah. You can't write that. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's I can go ahead and end the stream, but we can still talk a little bit afterwards. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. So thank you for everybody that showed up. Like, share, subscribe. Still trying to get to 100. So peace
Getting
out.
close. Getting close.
See y'all next Friday.
Take care, everyone. Thanks for coming. And thanks for having me, Black Phillip.